The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Strange new moves led to fascinating positions at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Players try to remain unfazed as they battle for a national title. Carissa is hoping to boldly go into a new frontier as U.S. Women's Champ, winning her game to remain co-number one in the women's section. Abhimanyu Mishra doesn't believe in no-win scenarios, defeating his opponent to transport him into clear first. Will frontrunners continue to prosper, or will their tenure at the top be short-lived? Day 4 of Enterprising Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the World Chess Hall of Fame as we are waiting for the players to arrive and start the battles over the chessboard. It's the day before the rest day, and surely every player will leave everything over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. The young players have risen to the top as round 4 is about to start. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I am here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, as always, a great pleasure to be with you in studio and calling all the action because it's been great. Fun.
Absolutely fantastic games. And the 6-hour game yesterday between Jennifer Yu and Talia Cervantes. A lot of fight here.
Well, I tell you, we needed to recharge our batteries, but what is going on is we're having a sensation here at the U.S. Championships as one 14-year-old has stolen all the headlines and stormed to clear first. And in the ladies section, we have two co-leaders. Tell us our standings, Kate. Let's start with the ladies.
Sure, let's take a look. So we will start with the women's section. We have two leaders, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, who are having a very good start to the tournament so far, right. 2.5 points out of 3. Then we have a three-way tie for third place. Irina Krush, Anna Zatonskih, and Nazi Paikidze with 2 points. So far, Ashrita Eswaran still 0 points. She's waiting for that lucky break today.
Absolutely. And in the open section?
In the open section, we have one leader, the young Abhimanyu Mishra, 2.5 points. Absolutely incredible start, very unexpected, even for him, as he told us in the interview. And then we have a two-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Shankland with 2 points.
Many players at 50%. And tell us about our format, Kate, for the two national championships.
We have two 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess here, so the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from move 1. There are no draw offers allowed. Players cannot agree on the draw. And a traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Tell me about the schedule and let me know that there's a free day coming up.
Absolutely. We have a very easy schedule, 1 round a day. The coverage always starts at 1:20 p.m. Center time. We have round 4 today, and tomorrow there is a rest day for everyone. Then another 4 rounds, another rest day, 3 more rounds, and if necessary, we will have playoffs on October 18th.
Marvelous. And Cristian, as always, wonderful to have you in studio. I tell you, we are witnessing something remarkable, maybe historic.
Absolutely.
This young man storming.
We have great
place.
games. We're enjoying ourselves here in the new studio. It's a lot of fun calling all the shots, all of their moves. But the story is of that of the 14-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. He's just having an incredible tournament so far, and let's take a look at how he got to where he is in that leadership position after 3 rounds. As you can see, 2.5 out of 3. He started off with a draw against Jeffery Xiong. That was not easy, but he didn't seem to have a lot of problems in that game either. After that, an incredible victory with the white pieces against Tang. That was really showcasing his skill as well as his opening theoretical knowledge. And he showed that theoretical knowledge in Game 3 yesterday as well with the black pieces. What a wild game that was against Robson. And guess what? With that victory, he is right now surpassing in the live ratings 2,600. FIDE rating. That's just an incredible feature, I have to say. He's the 4th youngest to do that after John Burke, Pragnananda, and the illustrious Wei Yi. Just an incredible feature for this young man. And I know how much that means to him and to his family as well, who has been supporting him throughout his career. We have a lot of decisive games as well, I have to say, for a classical tournament. Take a look at this in the ladies section. We started off slowly. 1 decisive game out of 6. In round 2, 3 decisive games. And yesterday, what a bloody round that was. 4 decisive games. 8 out of 18 total. That's a pretty good percentage for a classical tournament, I have to say. And what do we have in the open section? Let's take a look. Also started slowly with 1 decisive game in round 1. In round 2, 2 decisive games. 3 decisive games in round 3. That's what I call momentum.
Right? A trend.
Of course, 27.8. I have to say, these players are ready to fight, and I cannot wait to call all the action with you guys.
And maybe Talia could have won yesterday too to make it 5 out of 6. Kate, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings for this round 4. Let's start with the ladies.
Yes, so let's start with the women's section. We have really cool pairings today. So we start with Seirawan playing Abrahamian, and then right here we have the key matchup. The leaders are playing each other, Yip against Tokhirjonova.
Yeah, obviously our marquee matchup as our 2 tournament leaders go head-to-head.
Then we go with Cervantes playing Lee, Purkashian playing Yu, and then another really cool matchup. The U.S. Women's Champions, the former U.S. Women's Champions are playing each other, Paikidze against Krush. And then on the last board, Zatonskih playing Yen.
And in the open section?
In the open section, Caruana is playing Swiercz, Sevian playing Dominguez, Shankland playing So, and then here we go, really important matchup, Mishra playing Niemann.
Yeah, that will be a nice one to watch. Can the bad boy upset the newcomer?
And the youngsters also playing each other.
Right.
Then Aronian playing Robson and Xiong playing Tang.
And the players have been fighting incredibly hard. What are they fighting for? Let's start with the ladies' prize fund.
They're fighting for a very generous prize fund. In the women's section, we have $152,000, and the first place takes home $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, and each player receives prize money with the 12th place $4,000.
And in the open section?
In the open section, the prize winner is $250,000, and the winner here takes home $60,000, second place $45,000, and third place $35,000. And again, everyone receives prize money, with the 12th place taking home $6,000.
Thank you for that. As we see the shots of the World Chess Hall of Fame, players are getting on their game faces for this, the 4th round. And again, because it's the round before the free day, when I was fighting in these chess championships, I tell you, I really wanted to put everything I had because I knew I got a day to recover.
And I have
so
to
I'm
say
expecting a big round.
It's great to see Robson smiling again. He's been having a rough event so far. How disappointed he was in that first round against Sevian, and yesterday as well. He's showing it on his face. Whenever he has a good game, especially in that round 1, and after that to lose that position, he was so disappointed. But today we see him smiling. We see him ready to get back into this tournament.
And speaking of Ray suffering, Alice Lee, everybody's pre-tournament favorite, why not? She's had the year of her life. She's starting, well, with 2 losses and a draw. That's extraordinary. I mean, and again, we talk about confidence, but her confidence has been rattled.
Right, and Talia Cervantes is having a very nice tournament. Yesterday she missed out on a win, but still she managed to, or she made a draw. So I think today she has white pieces, so she can be hungry because she's saying that she's seeing that Alice is not having the best tournament.
Yeah, as there we see Nasi waiting for Irina.
And that's the thing about this tournament. Once you start losing games, you know a target is on your back.
Exactly.
Everybody's going to try to win that game against you.
Exactly.
And when your confidence is shattered, it's very difficult to make those moves, make those decisive moves, because we know how difficult those decisions are, especially in a complex position, especially with the clock winding down.
And again, we see Nasi waiting for Irina Krush. What we think is going to be a huge game for both players. But talk about Begim and Carissa Yip. Carissa Yip coming from the World Juniors in Mexico, where she played very, very well. Begim's been playing very well. What are you anticipating in that match, Cristian?
Oh, that's a big one. And I have to say, I'm not going to call it as early as round 3, but this could be a decisive one for the final standings. These ladies have shown us that they're in great shape in this tournament. Okay, Begim a little bit suspicious play in the middle game yesterday after she got an early gift in the opening against Tatev.
Right.
She did allow Tatev back in the game, not only with full compensation, but maybe with an even better position. But she defended accurately after that. And one thing about her game is that she plays fast. So these two players, they also play fast. They don't go into time trouble. We've seen Carissa yesterday with 50 minutes against Alice Lee's 1 minute on the clock. That actually played into her victory quite a lot yesterday. But I have to say this one is going to be very interesting. This game right here, Nazi Paikidze versus Irina Krush, 2-time champion against 8-time champion. It's a clash of champions.
Exactly. Seeing one E4. Now, Kate, when I think of Irina and as black against one E4, I've always considered her a Sicilian specialist. The tricky part about her Sicilians, though, is she's a moving target. She's not just knight horse, knight horse, knight horse. No, she can mix it up with a can.
Are we seeing one E4, E5, D4?
What?
Really?
What?
No, D4, D5, C4, never mind.
Oh, sorry.
You said one E4.
I thought it was one E4.
You thought it was one E4. Okay.
I was one file over.
You scared me for a second, yes.
I scared myself when I saw E4, E5 captures on what? What am I looking at?
QGA.
Queen's Gambit accepted with E4. And let me just pull that one up on my board. Sorry. I'm going to take a look here. And where are you? Let's see, right there. For me, whenever I think of the Queen's Gambit accepted, and of course I played Queen's Gambit accepted through much of my career, I've always long felt that if you're going to move your pawn and give up control over the E4 square with the move D5 takes E4, I've always felt that E2, E4 is where you are going to try to get an advantage. And E4 came very, very quickly. So the capture was certainly not a surprise for Nasi. Knight F6, E5, Knight D5, Bishop takes C4 is how the theory goes. I always like to play Knight B6 in this specific position as black. I know today they're doing all kinds of crazy things. Wow, theory has just exploded in
I think Knight B6 is still by far the main line, and I think we're going to see Knight B6 for sure. Knight B6, and now the question is where are you going to put the bishop?
That
you can
was
go to B3, but also you can go to D3. You can never touch this pawn as black. Queen takes D4, bishop to B5, and the game is over, right? You're losing the queen. So these are the type of questions that these two players are going to have to answer, these theoretical questions. But I have to say right now, Irina is thinking. So perhaps, despite the fact that she may be surprised at beginning her opponent with the Queen's Gambit accepted, Nasi was ready for it, and she was ready with the most aggressive way in which you can play against QGA, and that is move 3, E4, taking the center and trying to pose immediate problems for your opponent. And as we can see, Knight to B6, bishop to D3 is on the board.
Exactly. Turning our attention to our tournament co-leaders, Carissa Yip has essayed the Scotch variation, this early d4, takes on d4, knight takes d4, and again, really, you have to give Garry Kasparov an enormous amount of credit for reviving the Scotch. e5, queen e2, knight d5, and in this exact position, excuse me, the main move for 100 years and longer has been c2, c4, bishop a6, and a long theoretical dispute from this specific position ensues. Along with c4, there are moves like g2, g3, also essayed by Garry Kasparov, and a move that John Vanderville, Grandmaster from Holland, really liked is this move h2, h4. Why would you play h4? Let's play a terrible move for black, just a absolutely terrible move. h5, what was the idea? And every time he showed me this, I cracked up. c4, bishop a6, the idea was to play rook h3 so you could play rook a3. You see, you started laughing right away because it is so humorous that you would play rook h3 to a3. But also a secondary idea behind the move h2, h4 is sometimes you can play bishop to g5 and you just needed square protected. I'm not a big fan of h4 myself. What is the theoretical value of this move, if you will, Cristian?
It's more of a surprise weapon, I want to say. And I've looked at this for both white and black, mostly for white as a surprise weapon for my students. In fact, Begim played this move as well with the white pieces. So we do have some files in it. Now the question is whether she remembers what she needs to do, because this is always the question, especially in this type of sharp variations. Bishop to a6 is, sorry, not bishop to a6 here, because you haven't played c4, to get ready for this idea that you just pointed out with c4. After the move a5, for example, which I do believe is one of the main lines, I'm not sure if she will be playing. I think we saw a move, yes, a5. And this, in our file, is considered to be the best move for black. Now, if you go c4, bishop to a6, and now your idea with rook to h3, rook to a3.
Harmless.
It's harmless, right? Because you're hitting the pawn instead of hitting the bishop. Not necessarily harmless, but at least you still have to make a move after that to take on a5, and then you have to contend with all the ideas related to bishop to b4 check and picking up the rook. So it's not that easy to get this rook to h3, rook to a3 in the position. a5, c4 was played. We expect bishop to a6, and now g3 is one of the main moves. A b3 as well is another one of the moves, and that's why a5 is such a useful move, because especially after knight to b6, at some point you will have to defend that pawn on c4 somehow, and most likely you will do that by playing the move b3. Once you play the move b3, I can always start looking at ideas of a4 and opening you up on the queen side. So there's a lot of details, a lot of interesting ideas in the position, and we're going to have to wait and see who is the better prepared player in this position. It's pretty obvious that Carissa definitely has surprised her opponent. Right now, Begim is trying to remember probably something that she looked at a long time ago.
In terms of preparation, Kate, help me out here. Is Carissa known for playing Scotches at all?
I am not sure. I remember during the U.S. Junior Girls, she played the central gambit.
Right. With d4 move 2, though. Right.
So I think maybe she's experiencing with like different openings, but Scotch is a very nice opening to play.
You like it? Okay.
And by the way, we do have c4. I don't think bishop a6 was played. I think
not bishop to a6.
Knight b6 came.
Knight to b6. Yes.
Right away.
That's one of the top moves.
As well.
Yes, yes.
And another cool idea with h4 is you can just push the pawn, right? h5, h6, just try to weaken some of the squares there.
Yeah. h5 is one of the moves. Knight to d2, you need to start getting ready for the attack against the pawn on c4 somehow, because you know it's coming. Bishop to a6 is not the only weapon that I'm bringing to the table, but after that I'm also going queen to e6, reinforcing the threat on that pawn. And then once again, whenever you go b3, you have to be ready for these ideas with a4. So I have to say, I don't remember exactly how white is finding her footing in this position after this move a5, and I don't remember exactly the details of why h4 is actually useful in this position. So
again, a surprise weapon, but if your opponent knows how to deal with it as with the black pieces, then she's going to be just fine.
All right, and I just want to check in on my pick to win the event, Alice Lee. She's going up against Talia. Talia, yesterday, we know she had that win against Jennifer Yu. So close, it turned out to be an incredible defense by Jennifer. She's a great fighter.
That's amazing that you are in a worse position and you manage to just keep defending for 4 or 5 hours.
And then became 5 and 6.
Then you get a theoretically drawn endgame, but you still have to make sure that you know how to defend it.
Absolutely. Let's jump in on the Talia versus Alice Lee game. It was a Slav defense with bishop f5, knight c3. Again, this has become so topical, this whole knight h5, bishop g6, grabbing the 2 bishops. Now c4 takes d5. That's a little bit of a wrinkle. A lot of the top players I've seen playing bishop d2, just keeping the tension, because they're not 100% sure they want to make that trade. c4 takes d5. Alice just thinking about it here, because either recapture, c takes and or e takes, should give black an easy game. I'm not sure I like this captures. How about you, Kate? Do you like c4?
Honestly, I'm not very familiar with this opening. I'm either e4 player or London player.
Oh.
So I don't get these positions with white.
Exactly.
But I feel that if black recaptures with the e-pawn, which I feel is a little bit more, it's nicer because you don't keep the same structure.
It's a Carlsbad structure.
Right, and now you go bishop e6.
Bishop d3,
bishop d3,
d6.
let's say for white, bishop d6 for black.
Right.
That seems like a nice position for black, like easy. But I know Talia is kind of familiar with this structure because she's always been playing these positions. So I wonder what she plans to do there.
Coach, I'm looking at this position. I see this bishop on c1. Nor in these types of structures, in case Alice was to recapture with the e-pawn, I'm used to seeing white playing queen c2, bishop d2, castles long,
and
f3
then f3,
and
e4.
Would you?
Well, it makes sense
right?
From a theoretical perspective. If you think about it, I have the 2 bishops. So what do I have to do? I have to open the position. This is one way to open the position. If you do allow me to maneuver my knight to d6, that's or to e6 as well, knight d7, knight f8, knight e6, then black is going to be more or less fine. That is white's idea. You need to create some imbalance in the position, give your bishops a chance to find their targets.
Yeah, flourish.
And of course, don't take with the c-pawn.
Don't take with
I
the
believe
c-pawn.
That's quite a big mistake. I have a feeling after queen to b3, I have ideas of knight to b5, bishop to b5. I don't think you're ready for taking with the c-pawn. But she's thinking about it.
My goodness, because I played the exchange Slav so often, when the light squared bishops, the black doesn't have the problem of a light square bishop on c8. I didn't think that this was any problem. Queen b3, queen b6, just the computer likes the 2 bishops a lot.
Bishop to d2, maybe try to. It's all about finding the footing on the c file, right?
So who gets
maybe
there
not
first?
with queen to b3, queen
without
to b6.
queen b3.
Yes, yes. Maybe I'll keep this queen to a4 idea in my back
Keep
pocket.
That right. So for example, I'm just going to put some moves.
Let's go rook c1.
Let's go rook c1. Everybody
see who's first. If you manage to castle in time and slow the position down, then you will be fine.
Well, here once again we're talking about: are we aspiring for f3, e4? Bishop on d2 looks tepid.
Right, right. No, I don't think we're aspiring for that.
No.
Let's go queen b3 now.
Okay. Queen b3, queen b6.
So you're not afraid of.
Well, even if you
take
go
knight
into
a4, you go knight d7. Right?
Exactly. Even if we go into these endings, if I get to play bishop d6, I don't know, king e7. But here's the problem. If I'm in Alice Lee's shoes and I'm sitting there going, gosh, I've created a hole for myself,
right.
How am I going to win this game? It's going to be very, very hard to get a position where I start playing for an advantage as black.
But I'm not sure if she wants necessarily to win this game either, right? Maybe she's just thinking about, hey, I need to stop the bleeding right now. That's a typical strategy, and if I'm not mistaken, his coach is a very experienced coach. Her coach, he's Lenderman, if I'm not
Alex
mistaken.
Lenderman?
I think they're working together.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to disclose too much, but I do believe they're working together. So you know, her coach is a pretty classical player, classical coach as well. So he probably advised her, hey, you know, just quiet things down. And perhaps that's why she's thinking right now about taking with the c-pawn, keeping the structure symmetrical and playing it like that. I don't think she is thinking too much about winning. She's thinking about equalizing with the black pieces. That's step number one. And if you do get the opportunities, take advantage of those. But if you don't get them, just make a draw.
Okay. Quickly, just checking in on the game of Nasi and Irina Krush, because they followed a game I played in the U.S. Championship against Dmitry Gurovich back in the day. Bishop g5, f3, bishop h5. These positions, you have to have a tremendous awareness about the positions that can ensue after e5, e6. These pawn sacrifices, there's something.
Positional,
they're
going to disrupt black's position.
Yes, and you really know you have to. If you're going to allow them, you have to play them very, very precisely, because you can just get destroyed. At the time that I played these lines as black, boy, every moment I was very aware of the move e5, e6. And Kate, where would you like to take us? What caught
I would
your
like
eye?
to look around for all the games, the women's section. So we have Purkashian playing Jenny for you.
Okay, our
Interesting idea with c4 here.
Whoa, our defending champion. Jennifer Yu starting very poorly in the tournament. d2, d3, so this is all standard stuff. Everybody plays bishop c5 these days. Bishop e7, fine. c4. Now that's way off the beaten track. Move c4, the idea is to take the d5 square firmly under control. When you play the move c4, by the way, it means that you're not playing for c3 and d4. You're basically saying, I'm going to keep my pawn on e4 well defended so that the bishop is not going to be active. c4, I don't.
But usually you don't want to trade your pawns closer to the center for those who are further away.
Clear.
Right, but if black captures on c4, it's also making a weakness on a6.
Yeah. Here I have to stop and think, because I'm really unsure. On the one hand, I want to make sure that e4 is really granite, as solid as possibly can be, so that this bishop will never interfere. On the other hand, if I take with the pawn, take with the bishop, then I'm leaving the pawn on d3 as a backward pawn of sorts. I'm unfamiliar. I'm on unfamiliar turf with this move c4, and I'm really not sure how to recapture. Let's start with bishop takes. How would it go, Kate? Do you know this stuff?
I think no, I don't know, but I think bishop takes c4 is the idea, because I could have captured a move earlier, right? Instead of castling.
And that would have forced me to play bishop takes c4. Good point. So I'm assuming that you're right, that bishop takes c4 is the idea.
And now,
say I played the move d7, d6, just protecting the pawn on e5. I wouldn't say menacing, but in some ways the move knight a5 will lead to the capture of the bishop, and that usually is a no-no.
so I can play a3 to try to hide that bishop.
Exactly. And let's jump into the center with the move knight d4. So the idea behind the move I just played is similar to White's strategy of just taking possession of the d5/d4 square. So knight d4, you're welcome to take. It's not a bad move. Takes, knight here.
e2.
And we're kind of getting an imbalance where I'm playing for d5. This bishop on b7 is dormant. If I can play the move d5 and open up the bishop, then I feel like I've equalized. So maybe we have to be a little bit more cagey here.
Yeah, but it's definitely an interesting move, this c4, just changing the pawn structure and changing the idea of the game from c3, d4 to something completely different.
Exactly. Educate me here a little bit on this one, Cristian. What is the name of the line that we're seeing here in Atousa's game? She played the move c4. Does that have a name?
Morphy defense of the archangels.
Archangel, Archangel. Okay,
Yes.
so it is okay. Morphy's defense is a6.
Right.
on move 3.
So it sounds
But
sort
this
of a
is the
hybrid. Yes.
Archangel C4 line.
But then
Okay.
the bishop is not on c5, it's on e7. So
Right.
it's a complete hybrid, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it has a very stable name. To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen this position before.
I mean, I told you I
myself.
wasn't on firm ground either. I mean,
I haven't seen this one before, I have to say. And after knight to c3, there's a big decision that you have to make. b4 and allow this knight to leave for a very long time on d5, or just simply take on c4 and at least get some sort of a compensation for the lack of space for black.
Right.
You have some action on the b file. This pawn on c4, maybe it will become weak later on in the game as well. And you do have some pressure on e4, especially if white recaptures with the d pawn, for example. Take, you have ideas of knight to a5, maybe not immediately because you're losing the pawn on e5. So it's a very complicated battle. By the way, there's only one game that has been played with a d takes c4 in this position, and that game continued with bishop to c5. It was a game between Ruiyang and Joshua Xiong. So this position has been seen, but it's not as popular, for sure.
no, it's really, it's so rare to see such unusual play in Ruy Lopez, because that's considered the oldest, most theoretical line in the world. 500 years they've been playing the Ruy Lopez. Let's take a look at the open section and jump to our tournament leader, Mishra, as he's going up against Hans Niemann. And if you had told me before the tournament that this game is deciding first place, I would have lost a big bet. Let's take a look at what's happened. It's a Russolimo, Sicilian, with bishop b5, made famous by Magnus Carlsen. He was playing this against Fabi. Couldn't think of his name there.
For a second, yes.
Wow, I mean, our defending champion, you're like, what? Okay.
Fabi, who's that guy?
Who's that guy? D2, D4, and this is actually a very theoretical dispute going on between these two as well.
And finally, queen to b6 was played. Niemann actually spent a long time, close to 15 minutes,
On
to play
the
this
move.
queen to b6, which is
What was his
a
choice?
surprise, I have to say, because this is one of the main lines. Okay,
Right.
instead of bishop to e3, sometimes white, and actually most of the times white plays the move knight bd2, but bishop to
Immediately.
e3 is the second most played move, and it's quite close to knight bd2. So
Yeah.
both players should be very much within their theoretical knowledge still in this position. Queen to c1 came after queen b6.
What's the subtlety of playing bishop e3 prior to playing knight? Because I would
This is
play
the
knight
idea.
d2 to get rid of that knight. I mean, this knight on e4 bothers me.
Right, this is the idea. To get ready for this queen to b6, to defend with the queen on c1. You don't want to
Okay.
put the queen on c2 because of bishop to f5, right?
That's clear.
You don't want to put the queen on that diagonal. So you're making space with this last move, queen bishop to e3. Go queen to c1, and maybe not yet, maybe later on you're going to play either knight bd2, but also knight to a3 in some instances. And especially if you do take on d4, then I take back, and then knight comes to c3. So there's that option in
As
the back
well.
of my mind as well.
Right.
With the white pieces. It's a wrinkle. And definitely we're going to have to wait and see whether Niemann is ready for this wrinkle.
All right, let's continue our look around the horn for a moment.
he's stretching.
We're going to go to the game of Sam
Trying to figure
Sevian
things out.
and Leinier. We heard from Wesley So the other day. Wesley said, you know, with the Berlin defense, I need to learn some new openings. He was basically saying, I'm not getting enough wins with the black
He
pieces.
was
I
begging
need to-
for forgiveness for playing so many Berlins.
yeah. You know, I gotta get sharper play.
Right.
Well, one guy who's accomplished that in spades is Leinier. What the heck are we seeing here? Leinier Dominguez has got G5, G4 on the board.
Wow, he is attacking with the black pieces. And he allowed the capture on g5. Yesterday, he captured himself with white on g5.
Right, against Dariusz, and was winning. In this case,
And I
with
think
the
we've
rook on
seen
E1, no.
last time when he played Fabi, he played h6 instead of castle all the way back, right? He played this exact same position, and he played here h6.
Just to
And we were
stop.
discussing that h6 is against the idea of bishop to g5.
Clear.
And if you do play castle, then you have to be ready for this type of expansions.
Well, he
went
was ready.
back to the drawing board. He understood that, okay, I don't want to be surprised again, so I will play this h6 move right now.
Now, again, for me, you know, already advancing the pawn shield is questionable. Stop right there. Just a questionable advance, this move, g5. But this advance, I find, excuse me, absolutely shocking. I mean, I really wouldn't advise that at all, because the move g5 weakens the f5 square, clear. So when you play the move g4, you're actually forcing me to target the weakness in your camp, which is to play knight h4. And on a good day, if I could play knight c2 to e3 and knight f5, I'm going to win the game without trying.
But on the other hand, without g4, you're not allowed to play knight h5.
That is true.
Right? So if you go knight h5 right now, there's knight takes e5.
Without my rook on f1, right? There's no tempo against, yeah.
Whereas
knight
if I
takes-
play g4
Okay, fair,
and
let's
then
do it.
move your knight,
Yes,
then I
let's do
can
it.
play knight h5.
Exactly. So g4, knight h4, knight h5 is now permitted because the pawn on g4. But again, this bishop on g3, it's all yours, Kate.
No, I
mean,
want to get my queen out. Maybe
like
queen g5
Queen
or...
g5, okay, fair. Knight e3. And again, my goal is pretty simple. Maybe you should just pull in your horns a little bit and play a little bit defensive move, knight e7.
Knight e7, yes.
Because you know what I mean. If I get my knight to
Right.
f5, I mean, wow. Okay, before we get too immersed in this, Coach, clear the cobwebs. G5, G4, all theoretical. It's
Yes.
well known.
Yes, this has been played before, and right now White has a couple of options. In fact, you don't have to move the knight. You can just simply pin this knight with the
Wow.
move bishop to h4. Yes, this is definitely a move. And now after king to g7,
You
once
don't
again,
even take the knight.
you don't even, well, you can take the knight if you want, of course. But now I take king to g7, and this allows, maybe, White will want to do queen to g3 and then get the
perpetual.
repetition going. And perhaps this is what Sam is thinking as well. Hey, I got surprised in the opening, maybe I want to go for this route. And by the way, we're being alerted by our producers because they haven't seen this in a decade of doing these shows. Leinier is actually up on time, and in fact, we've seen him up on time yesterday. He did catch up with
And
Dariusz,
surpassed by
and that's
far.
why he didn't win that game, because he went down to his last second.
Correct.
I mean, that was just incredible. And right now, Sam is thinking, hey, I got surprised. Am I going to accept the draw, play the move bishop to h4, and just repeat the position? I have that option. But we know Sam is a fighter. He has the
well.
white pieces. Sure, he's on 50%, but he wants to win always with the white pieces. So I don't think we're going to see bishop h4.
So go ahead and tell us about the theoretic
Knight h4.
Knight h4, and as Kate
Knight
is saying,
h5.
knight h5.
Yes,
and
you have to do this so
knight
that you
c2.
open the avenue. Knight to c2 and queen to g5. It's all about reacting on this side as well, because you know what White is going to try to do. White is going to try to go either d4, try to soften up the center, or ideas of knight to e3. And as we were discussing, this bishop to h4, I believe, was played.
Commentators curse. You just said Sam's a great fighter, won't go for the early repetition.
Let's
Bishop
see.
h4 on
Let's
the
see the
board.
players right now. I don't have that move on my computer screen yet, but we have been told that bishop to h4 has been played.
But you know,
There
there
you
was
have
a
it.
strange reaction, Sam. He seemed like unhappy. He was shaking
Yes.
his head, and it felt like he made a blunder, but maybe he was just like fighting with himself whether he wants to go for this drawish variation or not.
Well, it's one of those things too, Kate. I mean, you experience it, unfortunately, we all experience it too often. We have our preparation. We come to the game. We're ready to show our new idea, and our opponent out-prepares us, and we get into a variation we actually didn't prepare for, and then we want to go rats, bail out.
And we also remember tomorrow is a rest day, right? So Sam Sevian has white, so maybe he really wishes to fight, but then doesn't know how to continue and just settles for a drawish variation.
I think that's what we're probably going to see. And check the standings. Abhimanyu in the leadership position, the
But
14
the point is,
phenom.
for Leinier and Sam, if you look at their current standings, they're both at 50%, 1.5 points apiece. They really need a victory.
Right.
And so when Sam is seeing G5, G4, he's got an opportunity to go for a full-throated struggle with Knight H4, Knight C2, Knight E3. Even though the engine says it's about balanced,
Right.
it's a big game. It's an
The
important
problem
game.
is Leinier is blitzing out his moves. It's going to be a double-edged game if you allow this Knight H5, Queen G5. I'm going to attack you on the king
What
side
Kate
as
wanted
well.
to do, yeah.
Exactly. So from a practical perspective, I sort of understand Sam's decision. He got surprised. He did not, and that's probably what he was thinking about. Hey, can I remember those lines right now in the next few minutes? And by the way, king to G7 was played. Did not take on F3.
Wow.
So you still have the option of withdrawing with the move knight to D2. By the way, you can also play knight C2 right now. Just leave that knight on F3 ampri and say, okay, come on, take it.
Knight C2 is
You
a
can do knight
theoretical
C2.
move as well.
You can play the move knight to C2 as well. And in fact, it has been played most in this position. 3 games with knight C2, only 1 game with knight to D2. Knight to C2, G takes F3, Queen takes F3, Bishop to E6, and once again, you have the option.
Repetition.
Queen to G3, King to H8, Queen to F3 back, King to G7. Because if you give me too much time, what I'm going to do as black, I'm going to play the move knight to B8, knight to D7, and then I'm going to defend the knight on F6. And this is why I have to start with the move bishop to E6 first. Because if you don't play bishop to E6, you start with the move knight to B8. The problem is, after the move D4, knight D7, you have some problems with the F5 square. The bishop is not out yet. It's not controlling that square. So now I can just simply go knight E3, knight E5. You're in trouble in this position. So this is the plan. You go bishop E6, you go knight B8, you go knight D7 if you give me enough time. So what you have to do is immediately give that check. Queen G3, Queen F3, Queen G3, Queen F3, and just simply make a draw.
Once again, I'm the materialist on the panel here. I like my pawns, I like my knights. I see the move King G7, and I'm happy to play the single mover knight to D2. What happens after knight to D2?
Well, knight D2, now I go knight to E7. And in fact, this was played as well in a pretty tough game between Ronak Sadwani and Ivan Cheparinov. The problem is, with this move, knight to D2, you also allow me a very quick response. Knight E7, and this is very typical in this position, to transfer the knight from C6, where it doesn't do as much, to G6, especially right now with this offensive idea, an offensive task that black has given to himself on the king side. Push the pawns, try to create something. I need more forces on that side. So knight to E7, knight G6, the problem, once you put the bishop on H4, knight G6 comes with tempo as well. So it makes perfect sense. And that's why he played the move king to G7. He's teasing him. He's like, hey, come on, take, play knight D2, save your knight from F3. Let's not make a repetition. Let's not make a draw. Let's keep the game going. Because Leinier could have taken on F3, and that would have been a draw on the spot, close to on the spot.
But I bet you, dollars to donuts, in our audience, there's a lot of people saying, I'm amazed that you would allow the move bishop takes F6.
And the king is on F6. Yes, I know.
And you're leading with your chin.
Why not? Why not?
But you're telling me the king is safe.
The king is safe. I have the dark square control right now in the absence of the dark square bishop for white.
Good point.
I will just simply go knight to G6 to defend and solidify the center. And then I will I'm one move away from hiding the king back.
Fair.
Right?
Also,
you don't have enough.
Black has a pair of bishops, right? So after
That's
king
right.
G7, I can play F5 and just open up the position.
That's right.
The king, Kate, your king is right out there in the middle of the board.
Again, Leinier is trying to get a fight. And Sam Sevian still has the opportunity to not allow him to get a fight by playing the move knight to C2. And I think after knight C2, you sort of have to take on F3 finally.
Right. That's what we used to say about the hedgehog. The hedgehog was a defense where you would burrow yourself in and your opponent would exhaust themselves trying to engage in a fight with a hedgehog. And by the time you get the hedgehog out, he's angry, ready to fight, and you've exhausted yourself. But this king on f6, man, I'm looking at that and I'm going, wow, modern chess, impressive stuff.
And just to give you an idea why you have to take on f3 after the move knight to c2,
C2.
it's one of those options in one of those positions in which you just simply don't have a good option at your disposal. We were discussing knight to e7 was an idea, bishop to e6 to continue the development was also an idea. The problem is, if you do go bishop to e6, now I go knight d2. And unfortunately, you don't have this idea of knight e7, knight g6 anymore,
G4
because I take on e6 and then I take on g4, right?
Happily.
And that's the problem. Yes, I take. That's a pawn up, and your king actually doesn't go back to its shell anytime soon. So this is problematic. That's why, after the move knight to c2, you sort of have to accept it, take on f3, and make a draw.
Right. Gotcha. Let's continue our look around the horn here. We're going to go to the game of Fabi for a moment, catch up with what Fabi and Dariusz are doing. Again, we see more Joko pianos.
And that's not the only one. There's another one. You will
coming
see.
up in a
3
moment.
out of 6 Joko pianos today.
Really, it's not the Berlin any. No, it's the new Berlin, I want to say. Sam Shankland versus Wesley So, a very key matchup. But looking at the position, it looks very balanced to my eyes. This ending that Tigran Petrosian made famous as black. Knight takes g6. The moment I see knight takes g6, I don't see advantage.
I'm surprised that Sam is
pawn.
capturing that bishop, because I thought the knight is positioned very well on f4.
Exactly.
But the question is, what do you want to do with the bishop on f1?
That's
right?
a different matter altogether. Right, exactly. I guess I would probably be playing rook to d1 and bishop to d3 and trying to provoke a trade of the bishops on the d3 square.
And then enjoy this disconnected pawns on the king side, right?
Well, yeah, just the kind of the double pawns, as well as what you just described, the isolated pawn on h5. Rook d1, bishop d3, but knight takes g6, pawn takes bishop d3. Well, everybody is playing for f5 as well as king g7 here. Bishops of opposite colors, rooks are going to come into the center, and I think Wesley is going to say, I'm happy about this. Let's continue our going around. Jeffery Xiong versus Andrew Tang. This looks like a Catalan, a closed Catalan with an early a5. I used to like to do this myself. I used to play for a5, b4, b5. Pardon me, b5, b4, and bishop a6. That was my go-to weapon as black in these Catalans. But queen b6, okay, that throws me off. Why is a queen good on b6, Kate?
I don't really know this position, but
you're my top agent in these matters.
I'm just thinking Andrew is getting the queen out.
Just getting the queen out, but wow, okay. It does make it awkward. If I had intended to play knight d2 and e4, queen b6 does tickle the pawn. I guess the question is, can I play knight c3 and play for e2, e4 this way?
But then you're not guarding c4 anymore.
Right? That is a good point, of course.
So
you're thinking you could take it, yes?
Take.
Take? Okay, let me do something a little bit. I really, really do want to get in e4.
And if I do like knight g4?
Are you getting trapped
Maybe
over
g5?
there? Are we getting, somebody's getting g5. Wow. Okay, we managed to blow the game completely open. G5. Okay, that causes me to clutch my head in despair. I don't know. G5, you really threw me off with that one. Wow. Queen b6. Strange move.
Also, potentially after capturing that knight and the pawn disappearing from d4, I have bishop c5.
You mean
right?
here, takes knight g4.
Let's say e4 again.
e4, bishop to c5, as well as the move you rocked me with, which was g5. Yeah.
We saw that in the game Paikidze against Anna Zatonskih.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
Anna had also this pressure on the f2 pawn.
Exactly. Queen b6. I'm not sure I can necessarily refute it. Maybe just ask you what it is that you're doing there. Let's say I go h3, pull in my horns for just a moment. How does queen b6 help you untangle the queen side?
I may be thinking about c5 also,
c5.
but not immediately, because I feel that d5 is a target for you.
Right. And I think you're right. First impressions are maybe you're not so happy, but comfy after c5.
So can I do a4?
Yeah.
And after knight c3, a3.
Wow.
Just want to weaken that.
You know, that's funny because I do like these types of ideas when this knight, which is on b8, like if I go b3 here, you want to put your knight on b4, right? With the knight on d7, I'm not sure a3, b3 is happiness for the for Black's position here. Queen b6 threw me off there, Cristian. I'm not used to seeing that one, and we have just one more game to go. Levon Aronian versus Ray Robson, that's the one you were talking about. Once again, another Joko Piano.
That's another Joko Piano, but I have to say I'm drawn to this game between Mishra and Hans, and I will let you guys go to the Levon game in just a second.
Sure.
But take a look at how this one developed. So I think we left it around queen to c1. And if I remember correctly, I've analyzed this position as well. C takes d4 was the right move, or at least the one preferred by the elite level grandmasters. Take on d4, a5, and now we get the idea of why the queen on c1 is nicely placed. Nevertheless, we get this type of positions in which, if I remember correctly, I will go rook to b8 at the right moment, you will go b3, I will go a4, and slowly, slowly things will peter out into a draw. Yes, and the engine is saying that it's very close to equality as well. At the same time, whoever analyzes this position better will have the better chances to win it, because if I manage to somehow get a knight on c5, get some pressure on the c file, you still have some structural weaknesses, right? And you still have this bishop on g7, which for the moment is not playing an active role. So instead of that, after queen to c1, Hans decides to go c4. Now, this is a very risky decision, but at the same time, you're keeping the position very imbalanced as well. Because now, as we can see, this pawn on b2, you know, at some point you will have to go b3. The structures are changing quite severely after this one. Take a look at this. Knight d2, take on d2, knight d2, bishop to f5, b3, finally you have to go b3, and bishop to d3. This bishop on d3 doesn't have any targets, but it controls a lot of important squares, specifically the square b1. There's no rook to b1, take advantage of the b file. That's going to open up in just a second. So the bishop on d3, despite the fact that it looks a little bit off, it does have some active purposes in the position for Black. Question is, what do you do after this move h4, which, by the way, was played immediately by Mishra. Mishra is still in his opening preparation. It's absolutely crazy.
Right?
h4, h5, that's what we have right now. I'm seeing only a couple of games. I don't recognize the names, which means this is probably correspondence chess. 2400s, correspondence chess, it seems like this is something very much proposed and offered by the engines. Queen to a3 is a very interesting move. Now, also from c1, we see another avenue for this queen. e6 or rook to e8, these are two moves to defend the pawn on e7, and they both create the opportunities for very interesting play. Take a look at this. If you go e6, I have this obvious breakthrough. Take, and d5, right? But after queen to d8, this is not clear, because once you play the move d5, guess what? Your pawn on e5 is weak. Also, your pawn on h4 after the move queen to d8 is weak as well. So this one is not that clear. Bishop to g5, queen to d5. I found a very nice square for my queen. And then we get into this type of situations. You sacrifice a pawn, but you do have a lot of compensation for it due to the activity on the dark squares and the weak king. No more bishop on g7, so your king is going to get weak. I have this queen maybe coming to e7 at the right moment, rook to e3, rook to e1, a lot of opportunities for white. Definitely full compensation in this one. Let's go back for just a second, because there's another idea in the position. What if you go rook to e8?
Right.
I really like this move. E6, with the same type of idea. If you take, now I take, and now I go d5, and I'm going to go for the e6 pawn. I can also just simply play for knight to f3 or bishop to e4, bishop to f4, bishop to e5.
Positional pawn.
The idea is to exchange the dark square bishop, right? If I manage to do that, then I will have a lot of compensation, and I do manage to do that. So right now, Mishra's thinking seems to be out of his theory, at least his immediate theoretical knowledge, but I'm sure the way he analyzes this kid, I mean, he was like, oh, Cristian, turn off the engine. I need to focus in my training after the game. You know, I finished a 6-hour game, but I still have some training back at home, at my hotel room with my dad, trying to figure things out, trying to figure whether I actually thought about the right decisions, the right moves in the heat of the battle. So this young man, just incredible. He showcases skill in every single facet of the game. The opening, the middle game, the end game, he's just simply incredible.
Wow.
To talk about the analysis after game, I remember he was telling us during the US Juniors that once he gets back to the hotel, his father picks the critical positions and he goes over each position to, again, figure out what he missed or where he should have calculated deeper.
Exactly. Well, I remember what Graciela Casillas, a famous martial artist, said, learn to love the training and all goals are possible. Learn to love the training and all. And
Abhimanyu
Mishra loves this training. You didn't tell me
train.
about the current position. H4 by Mishra, H5 instantly by Hans Niemann. How is the computer assessing this one?
So the assessment is still very balanced.
Okay.
It says 0.4. With this idea, I mean, queen to a3, b takes c4 is also an idea, but generally it's tied to the idea of queen to a3. So you will need to develop your queen there, put some pressure on the e7 pawn, and depending on how black reacts, I have this idea of breaking with taking on c4 and then d5. But again, once you play that move d5, this bishop wakes up, right? So you have to be very, very careful, and perhaps this is why Hans played this idea with c4. He wants to engage in a battle. He wants to engage in an imbalanced position, and he's looking for a fight, and I'm sure Abhimanyu is not going to shy away from that.
Exactly. Forcibly reminded of the fact that Nasi had that e5, e6 against Irina in today's game. And I'm looking at that sacrifice. I love that move, queen a3, and against rook e8. I love that move that you flicked in there, Cristian. If you don't mind putting it on the board again, e6. Once more for us, if you put queen a3. And why is this game is so important? Well,
Very important because we have Abhimanyu Mishra, who is the leader, and if Hans manages to win this game, then he's going to be co-leader with him of this very important tournament.
Right. H4, H5, and again, I love this move. What do you think about this, Kate? Queen A3, give me your pawn. Okay, rook E8 defends the pawn, right? And I hit E6. Like, just how this messes black structure up. Takes, and bishop F4, and I'm seeing knight F3, I'm seeing knight F3 to G5, and I'm seeing rook takes E6, and I would not want to play this with black.
But what if I go with the other rook to E8?
Oh, right.
Because I don't like your bishop F4.
Okay, the other rook to E8 right here. Queen A3, the other rook to E8, and then another idea that Cristian had was to take and to flick in the move D5, and with A7.
But E5 will be hanging as well.
Okay,
so
let's do it. Let's do it. Takes, D5.
Queen C7.
Queen C7. You make me interested in D6.
Okay.
I mean, that pawn is marching up the board, Kate.
Queen D7. I still
Okay,
see
pause.
bishop E5.
I don't know. I like that guy. That guy. And
that
if
pawn
you,
is
it's
nice,
up the board. Rook E7. It's in your camp. Bishop
By the way, bishop G5 with the idea of bishop E7 might be
also
interesting as
attractive. Yeah.
If you have to go F6, that weakens your position even
You don't
more.
want to play F6.
So I can go rook E6.
Rook to E6. Bishop anchors on E7. Yeah, I'm just feeling like I'm having more fun than you are. You're just
Yeah.
kind of defending here. But if you go back to the position here and go all the way back, as Cristian described in an earlier rendition of this, here because E5 is hanging, D5 is hanging, and
But you also have a couple of pawns hanging. C6,
C6
and
is hanging?
A7.
so if you want to grab, how did, a moment ago you showed me a position where maybe the H4 pawn was
That's
hanging.
because it was with the move E6 instead of Rook E8.
Gotcha.
So Rook E8, the reaction was a bit different than
Right.
against E6.
I gotcha. Double-edged position to be
Very
sure.
double-edged,
I
yes.
enjoyed. I think that this is going to be a great game to keep our eye on. Again, I just want to go back to the ladies section for just a second because I was more than curious to see how Jennifer was going to meet this Archangel Morphe defense position, and she did play A2, A3 Atousa in order to preserve her bishop. Jennifer went right for that line that we were looking at. We played, oh, I think they did it too, knight E2, and I played C5. Have they caught up with us, by the way? Or am I? No, I have
I think you need to refresh because there are a couple more moves.
Gotcha. Let me just do, yes, she didn't play knight E2, she played knight to D5. Okay, knight to D5, there was a trade. I'm reminded of what
Very interesting pawn structure.
Cristian was telling us about the pawn structure. Whenever you think about the Joko piano and you can think about the pawn structures changing, okay, you tell me, who do you like? Why?
I like move Queen G4 here for white, so I'm very happy to get there.
Okay,
But
so
it's black's turn, so bishop
I'll
F6,
play bishop F6.
Queen G4.
And they told me that I should put my rooks on open files.
Yeah, they told me that as well. So bishop F4 maybe.
We went to the same school of chess. Okay, I spoke about it earlier, this idea of opening up my bishop on B7. I'll play C6. I'll take the double pawns in case you want to capture on C6.
I'm thinking about Queen F. Yeah, no, let's capture. Let's capture on C6. Let's
Capture.
See.
All right,
What's your
bishop
idea?
takes. I was just going to play B5 and try to, okay, I agree that you have two nice pawns over here. But, okay, for the moment, I've got my rook on the open file. Maybe I've got certain ideas of D5, maybe bishop to B5.
Yeah, once you manage to play D5, the bishop from C4, I don't really know where I want to have it.
Exactly, exactly. We'll keep an eye on that one. Cristian, what has interested you?
I'm looking at the game between our leaders in the ladies section. Tokhirjonova with the black pieces facing this very vicious early attack with H4 from Carissa. The Scotch, very interesting game in this one. Knight to B6, we left it off after this move, knight to B6, and Carissa decided to go knight to C3. I don't like this move too much because generally I like to have my knight on D2 defending this pawn on C4. Also with the knight on D2, whenever I go B3 and bishop to B2, that defends my pawn on E5 as well. And if I feel like the knight on D2 has sort of the same purpose as the knight on C3, and I still want to go towards the center, right? I can touch that E4 square with either knight on D2 or on C3. So I just simply like that square better. Knight to C3, and at this point, queen to E6 was the best move in the position. In fact, I want to say giving black probably an advantage right now, because how do you defend this pawn on C4?
I'm going to have to play B3 whether I like it one day or
Right.
another.
But
So
now this is a bit problematic, right? Because the bishop hasn't landed on A6 yet.
Right.
What that means is that the A file is not obstructed by the bishop on A6, so I can go A4, and then this is a big threat. Taking on B3, your rook on A1 is not going to be protected. You have to go bishop to B2, but that allows me to go bishop to B4, follow it up with A3. I have a lot of play in the position. And you see, everything is kind of related to each other. Every single move is related to the previous one. Queen to E6, A4, bishop to B4, because that diagonal has been opened up. So queen to E6 was the better move. She played bishop to A6, B3, we have castle, rook to H3, and now this is a very good example of the ideas that you guys were discussing at the beginning. Why do you play H4, right?
Right.
Well, take a look at this. First of all, this rook on h3 nicely protects and is ready to get included into the offensive via the central e3 square, but also protects this knight on c3 very nicely. Also, h4, if you do take the natural take with a queen on f6, bishop to g5 finishes the game, right?
Whoops.
I'm going to get the exchange. And you were mentioning this, Yasser. You were saying this h4, sometimes you have this idea of bishop to g5.
Indeed.
That's what we have right now. But take a look at this. Begim is like, hey, I'm not going to accept this. This is a worse endgame. I have a worse structure. I don't like it. I'm going to go bishop to b2, long castle.
Right.
White doesn't have any problems in the position, right?
Clear.
Begim says, no. I'm going to go queen f7.
Sacrificing
I'm going to give you a pawn. You want to take my pawn? Sure, take my pawn.
Right.
I don't think you want to take that pawn.
Bishop takes.
I'm not sure. Bishop takes.
Hey, rook e8.
Rook
That
e8,
king
rook
in the
f8,
center still.
d5, d5.
That's scary, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch that pawn on g7, I have to say. So I really like this last move from Begim. The engine is still considering this as a very good position for white. With the move queen to c2, again, it's
Not
all about...
obvious.
Not obvious. And I'm sure queen to c2 is probably not the only one. Maybe you can continue the development, not with bishop to b2, because rook to e8 is going to come. And then you have some problems
And
because of that.
d5 can be also very uncomfortable.
So, for example, if you do
Exactly.
this, I have a feeling bishop to c5 is coming. Very dangerous, right? Very dangerous position for white.
I want to echo what Kate just said. If you play
Yes.
bishop b2 and I play d5,
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
that, you know,
So
now
much
we
pressure on
understand
that pawn on c4.
Now we understand why queen c2 to get out of the range of the bishop on a6.
Exactly.
Queen c2.
Queen to c2, so that d5, you can just simply take on d5.
Right.
And
Now,
I
any
will be
trade-
happy if we trade
Yes.
like this, because I'm running away with the king. I'm
Agreed.
tucking it to safety on
center.
g1.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm very happy with this
Right.
position.
So queen c2 kind of sidesteps a couple of
Best move.
ideas.
Again, you cannot take with the queen. If you do take with the pawn, then I can just simply go bishop to e3, continue my natural development, bishop to e3 followed by long castle, and you have the worst structure in the position as black.
Now when I see this move, I like it.
Funnily enough, when you describe bishop e3 and long castles as a natural, I'm thinking, I don't want to put my king on the queen side.
You want to
I
go
wanna
bishop e2, king f1,
and walk towards the king side with
And
bishop
I'm
e2,
sure
king
that's
f1.
an opportunity as well.
Exactly.
You can probably do that as well. Once again, with the bishop on e2, and potentially some ideas of rook to e8 and pressuring you on the e file, then maybe at the right moment I will have d5. So you have to pay attention to that, but you can definitely control the flow of the game with this move queen to c2. You have to play this move queen to c2. It's a very important redirection of the pieces.
Exactly. And let's jump in a couple of other games. Kate, where would you like to
Yeah,
take this?
I wanted to pay some attention to game S4 and Ashrita against Abrahamian Tatev, because I don't think we really looked at, and look, it's a cool
Double-edged.
position, double-edged, opposite
French.
castling.
French Tatev, one of those players who have really been loyal to the French defense. I was for a number of years, but I kind of got cured of the French defense.
Cured.
I mean, it took a while, right? Bishop F, whoa, A4, okay. Castling on opposite sides of the board, it's very natural for black to be playing for G5, H5. A4, I was thinking that white was going to be playing for B4. I thought that was more topical. A4, H6, knight A3, G5.
Black has a very direct plan, right?
Very
Has
direct
to
plan.
start running with those pawns.
Check this out. Tatev, she knows what's coming. She knows that her opponent is preparing knight b5 and b4. So she wants to try to keep the queen side closed, but is she going to accomplish her task? Because
Well, she just
b2,
took on b3.
b3,
And she just took on b3.
and queen takes b3, or knight b5, isn't Ashrita
This is not looking good for Tatev.
getting there first?
I mean, if you take with the queen, can I quickly take the knight on a3 with the bishop and then play knight e7, knight c6? I don't like giving up the dark square bishop, but I'm a little terrified.
I
about the
understand you.
knight.
I was going to recapture the queen because I didn't think I was going to break through on b7. But I agree with you. I don't want you having harmonic development with knight e7. I want to kind of cause you to pause here. Queen takes a3. On a good day, f3, bishop f2.
Black seems a little slow with developing the pieces.
Shritha, who needs a comeback, help us out here, Cristian. Shritha, who needs a comeback in this round 4, she can't go into the clubhouse, doghouse with an 0-4. She's 0-3. How is she doing?
She's
objective?
doing great.
Great.
Yes, borderline winning after queen to b3.
Right.
The engine is saying that this is more than a pawn advantage.
And what?
Plus 1.2 with the best moves, but it just feels so much easier to play for white. I have clear plans. I want to go c4, open you up,
Right.
and then checkmate you. I can always counter your ideas with h4 with the move f3, bishop to f2, and bring another attacker on this diagonal.
Exactly.
Knight to b5 is also a big threat in the position because you don't want to take on b5. A takes b5, your a7 pawn is going to be in big trouble. So.
Right.
I'm looking at the position, I'm seeing all these resources that white has at her disposal.
Right.
And I have to say, I mean, this is an opening victory for Ashrita Eswaran. And Tatev right now, not yet in the tank, but she's definitely feeling the pressure.
So was c4 a mistake by Tatev?
It just feels
C takes
wrong.
b3, the last move was very, very bad. What she had to do was in fact to go knight to e7. B takes c4 and just sacrifice the pawn like this, but slow down white's attack and try to get her own attack with the move h5. This is not easy to
That's
see.
not natural
h5,
at all.
sure, are you actually going to give this pawn as well? It seems like that was the direction that she had to take, but still the position remains quite difficult for black, I have to say. So taking on b3, queen takes b3. Look, it's the French.
It's the French.
It's the French. What do you expect from the French? It's a really bad opening. It's a very passive, bad opening. I mean, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but the French is not a good opening. Don't play it.
I said I got cured. You thought that was funny, and now he's like reinforcing it in a worse
I think French
way.
is a good opening when you touch the e-pawn and you forget to play e5.
It's a bad opening. Don't play the French,
Don't
kids.
French. We are getting ready for a break, and about this time we check in with our good friends at Q Boutique to see what they have on special. Well, check this out. This is a walnut wooden board, and it's absolutely stunning. It makes the perfect gift to someone else or even yourself. Check this out. It's a board crafted from walnut. It measures 21 inches by 21 inches with 2.25-inch squares, and it has unique rounded corners, displays the laser cut logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the H1 and A8 squares, as well as those of the St. Louis Chess Club on the A1 and H8 squares. These boards are available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com for all your chess shopping needs. And as we go on break, we have a special message from the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center Board of Directors. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our show. After 3 rounds, Kate, just tell us about the standings.
Yes, we have 2 leaders in the women's section, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, so far having a very nice tournament, both having 2.5 points out of 3.
With 3 players +1, Irina, Anna, and Nazi, and in the open section, with the sensation going on there, Kate.
We have a sole leader, a very young 14-year-old grandmaster, Abhimanyu Mishra, 2.5 points out of 3.
And we have very special guest in studio. I'm very pleased. Sal Mater, welcome. So nice to have you aboard. Sal, you were contemporary Bobby Fischer. You have so many marvelous stories. Now president of the Marshall Chess Foundation. Introduce yourself to our audience, and we can't help but ask about Bobby Fischer stories. Please, take it away.
As Yasser said, my name is Sal Mater. I'm a vice president of the Marshall Chess Club and a president of the Marshall Chess Foundation. A little bit later, we'll talk about the Fischer archives.
Sure.
Yes, I knew Bobby many times. He was always at Jack Collins's house.
Right.
So many times I would just go to the house, and usually about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, Bobby would show up because he was sleeping all day.
Those were his hours.
Those were his hours. He actually when I won the U.S. Junior, he went over all the games. And I remember there was one I was very, very proud of, and he just sort of looked at me and said, "You don't really have very much here, do you?" Okay. But he was always spot on and very, very quickly understood what was happening.
The downside of analyzing with a genius, right, Sal? I mean, my goodness.
It was amazing, yes.
Yeah. And you had this really nice story just a moment ago. You were telling me about Pal Benko, who was a candidate master at the time, trying to teach Bobby that the Benoni was unplayable. Tell our audience how that worked out.
So actually, this was the last round of the U.S. Junior Chess Championship, which I won. And luckily, I managed to get 1.5 points ahead of Walter Brown in the last round. And we got to a very, very complicated position. I was the white side of the Benoni. Obviously, Brown is black. He's dying to beat me. And I come to a point where I'm looking at this very complex move, and I can't really calculate it to the end, but my gut is saying that's the right move.
Right.
And among other things, it might have gotten Walter into time pressure, which he loves, which he always was getting into. And just at the moment I was about to make the move, Bobby Fischer walks in, because he used to attend the U.S. Juniors, continuously, and I just froze. And I played some general move, and Walter just crushed me immediately. Okay.
Put him on the air.
Afterwards, it was held in the Manhattan Chess Club, which was in the Henry Hudson Hotel. Walter and I went thinking we were going to have our postmortem.
Right, to look at your game.
And we sat down, and immediately Benko and Fischer pushed us aside. Benko took the white side, which was my side. Bobby took the black side, because of course he loved to play the Benoni. And they just started analyzing this game. Brown and I were now irrelevant to the whole circumstance. And it was just amazing, because it was one of the first times, and this is a candidate, a two-time candidate. He was a seriously strong player.
Right,
okay.
right.
And no matter what he did, to try to control Bobby, right? He's trying to be, the great strategist and control the board, et cetera, et cetera. He couldn't control him. Fischer would just always find incredible counterplay. And it was just really amazing. And Brown and I just sort of looked at each other. Of course, we'd seen none of this stuff. But I think afterwards we talked about it. I said, there are grandmasters, and then there's this guy, Bobby Fischer, and there's something different, there's something special there. And I think we even said this is probably what a world champion is like.
How old was Bobby at this time? What year? Was he like
I was
teenager?
16 in 67, so he was born in 43. 60, I can't do the math. 20-something, right?
Gotcha. Well, I mean, just this idea that you were around this legend and saw him growing up. Today, you are president of the Marshall Foundation, and you came across a lot of materials that Regina, his mom, had kept. Tell us, and where did they end up? Where are they today, Sal?
Well, the Targs, Russell and Regina, Bobby's sister, had donated. Joan, sorry.
Yes.
Donated 20 to 25 boxes full of original score sheets, carbon copies, of course, because that's what we all had. We didn't have those.
The arbiters took away our originals.
Exactly.
What? Yeah.
The galleys of his first book, Bobby Fischer's Games of Chess, many, many photographs, correspondence, et cetera, et cetera. And they donated it to the Marshall Chess Foundation because they wanted to have a tax-deductible donation, which they did. It sat there. It actually arrived in 2008, which was the year that Bobby died at the age of 64, which, as you know, is symbolically important to chess players. And nothing happened with it. And I'm suddenly the president of the Marshall Chess Foundation, and I thought it was very, very important to get this sold. And initially it was, well, let's see if we can get some money for it. And I went to auction houses and try to contact private people. And then at some point, I was thinking about it, going, wait a minute, this is Bobby Fischer, okay? Right. This is the most important stuff in the world for chess players. And I didn't want to see a diaspora, because the auction house started talking about, we sell it in lots. I said, what's that? It means, private, and we'll put in Xiong, you'll get the score sheets for 59, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, that's wrong. So I got in touch with Shannon Bailey of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I said, I think this is the place this belongs.
You need this. Yeah.
And after a lot of negotiation and discussion, we worked out a deal. Right. And literally 2 days ago, John Donaldson was here, and he and I were poring over the collection and helping to catalog it, which you need chess players to be able to do it. Exactly. So I'm very, very happy about that, because I feel
it's found a home.
It's found a home, and it's found the right home. Right. So I'm delighted.
Just a second. You're telling me that boxes and boxes of Bobby Fischer training games have been uncovered, unearthed. So these are score sheets that nobody besides yourself and John have seen in ages.
There are about 14 or 15 that no one has ever seen.
Wow.
Okay. So what I'm hoping, it's also interesting because you look at the games and let's say they're late 57 and in about a month he's going to win the US championship.
Right.
And he's up a pawn and a rook and pawn ending and can't convert it. And you sit there and go, what happened? In that very short period of time, he just went from, he figured it out. Right. Somehow he understood chess, and then he won the U.S. championship, and a year later he was a candidate, and he was just amazing. Yeah. A lot of this is just very interesting. So how did he go from there to here in such a short period of time?
How did he do it?
I don't know.
Come on,
I wish I knew. I wish I knew. If I had the secret, I wouldn't be here.
Dude, you're on the show for a reason. We brought you.
We
thought you were a specialist.
I don't.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
It's incredible.
Isn't it? Yeah, it really is.
It's like a genius just suddenly
blossomed.
He's got it.
That's it.
So it was very, very exciting. So anyway, I'm very happy to have done that.
Cristian, you got an opportunity to ask Bobby Fischer stories and what it was like growing up in New York with international
Well, I'm sure
Sal
we
Mater.
will hear a lot about that, but I do want to ask you about some of the players in this championship, specifically our leader right now, Abhimanyu Mishra. Do you see any similarities between himself and Bobby?
Actually, yesterday's game, I was very impressed that he
Against
was
Ray Robson.
against that. It was everybody. The three of you were trying to figure out what was going on.
Exactly, with the engine.
And it was with the engine, and I thought that he just seems to have an incredible ability to play in very complicated positions. I get the preparation.
Yeah, yeah.
But what I'm impressed with even more is just the over-the-board capability of playing such a complicated game. And
That Queen D8, Rook E7, he understood where he had to place his pieces to meet the requirements of the position. Just incredible.
it was very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Sal, I'm going to put you on the spot right here, right now. I'm going to bring up the game of Mishra today because it's a very complicated position as we were coming into our studios here. Here he is. He's white. He's up against Hans Niemann, and the last few moves were this whole ideas that we had seen, Queen A3, putting pressure on whoops, I think
Queen
that
A3
this
was
is-
not played.
Oh, you wanted to play it.
yeah, I think
That was our
actually this is
analysis.
our analysis. Let me refresh the board for just a moment. And this is what happened, not what we were looking at. Bishop G5, Rook E8, takes, Knight E4, take it away. What is going on? And would
You're
you
asking
ever?
me?
Yes, exactly, dude. We're putting you in the hot seat. I'm looking to take a break.
Well, it's he took.
He
took
already
on
did.
E4,
Okay.
yes.
So we're going to see Rook takes E4.
Well, I think if I were black, I would not be happy about the broken pawn structure.
True.
And I think that's a good move. I like the idea of Rook B8 because otherwise Rook
controlling.
B1 would have been very strong. And wasn't that Queen just on A3 a move or two ago?
No, we were trying to put it there. That was our analysis. The queen slid over to C1 earlier in the game, and we were looking at ideas of Queen A3 in order to target this pawn on E6. You mentioned the double pawns, but this control of the B file.
Gives a
Just
lot
your
of activity.
evaluation. Would you rather play black or rather play white?
I'd rather play white, but I think black has a lot of counterplay here. And I think Queen A3 is not a move because of Queen B2 at this point.
Exactly. Queen A3, Queen B2, trading the queens seems to help only black's cause.
And playing something like Rook E2 looks
Okay.
a little okay.
It's okay, just like, but then maybe, I don't know, C5.
I feel at some point maybe it's going to turn into an, okay, you get my pawn on A2, something like Queen 2, E3, you go Queen B2, I move the rook back. Without the rook on E2, I don't
You
like
mean
this.
like Rook B8, Queen
Let's say
E3,
Queen E3, right?
Queen B2.
You go Queen B2, I move my rook, you take my pawn on A2, and then I start an attack on the king side with G4. I feel that's going to be the race that we're going to see.
Right.
Absolutely. I'm not sure you actually answered the question as Mishra. Do you recognize greatness in Mishra as well?
Well, this is the first time I've really followed his games closely, and live is a whole different feeling. You really start to understand what people are doing. I was very impressed with yesterday's game.
Absolutely. Kate.
And I have a question. So you were a U.S. junior champion. You played in the U.S. championships. How does it feel to be here today to analyze in the studio, to see how, the Hall of Fame, how the playing hall, where their players are playing?
Well, I think it's
fantastic.
I mean, it's one of the reasons I came to St. Louis. One was to help John
with the archive.
with the archive, but a lot of it was just, first of all, to see the St. Louis chess scene, and to also attend
a modern U.S.
a
championship.
modern U.S. championship.
Right.
Do you miss playing this tournament?
Sure. I'll tell you one last memory, which is, again, of Bobby. I mean, this is very, very sophisticated, the setup you have here, and I'm sure you know that when Bobby was playing, we had no such thing.
Of course.
So what they had is
the
players would be playing, and then there would be large demonstration boards behind them. The audience is out there so they could follow the games. And I worked the wall board, so I was able to work one of Bobby's. I'm a wall. Yes, absolutely. So I actually was the guy who was following Fischer's moves
and relaying them.
And putting them up on the board.
Yeah.
And I can't remember which U.S. championship it was, but he had been playing only the King's Indian. which we were talking about yesterday with Carissa, et cetera, et cetera. And all of a sudden he started playing the Nimzo Indian, which nobody had seen before, with the old, that special line where quick B6, bishop A6.
Right.
And he was black against Sadie. Of course, Sadie, I think, was completely taken aback that he was not prepared to the teeth for the King's Indian. And there was a point where Bobby, I'm probably an expert at this point. I'm going, well, he could probably do that. That sacrifices an exchange, there's some compensation. Of course, he plays it and just crushes Sadie. I was very impressed. It was sort of nice to make, be the person who was like making those moves on the board, pretending it was me.
That was my idea.
Yeah, I thought of that.
Yeah.
Good work, Bobby.
Sal, thank you so much for coming. It was
Thank you,
great to
Yasser.
have you with us today.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Nice
much.
to meet you. And I also just want to say one last thing. The three of you do a wonderful job.
Oh, you're only
Thank you
saying that
very
because it's true.
Yes, it's true. It's wonderful. It's great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And here, hold on,
can't go away. Okay.
Here we got the pairings to show you, everybody.
So we have Eswaran playing Abrahamian. Eswaran is looking for that lucky break, and she has a very good position so far. Then this very important match, two leaders in the women's section, Yip playing Tokhirjonova, then Cervantes playing Lee, Purkashian playing Yu. Another really important matchup, the former US women's champions playing each other, Paikidze against Krush, and then Zatonskih playing Yan.
And in the open, the pairings for round 4 for that event.
So here we have Caruana playing Swiercz, Sevian playing Dominguez. Maybe we will see a draw here. We will take a look at it after. Shankland playing So, and then a very important matchup, the leader in the open section, Mishra playing Niemann. Then we have Aronian playing Robson, who is a little bit struggling so far in the tournament. And then Xiong playing Tang.
Nice pairings. And Cristian, take us to where the action is.
Well, the action, at least right now, the way I look at it, is in the ladies section. Carissa Yip versus Tokhirjonova, the battle of the two leaders, co-leaders going into today's round. Take a look at this. I think we left it after the move f6, e takes f6, and we saw this move queen to f7, and we were saying we like this pawn sacrifice. It's a good pawn sacrifice. It creates a lot of chaos, a lot of havoc in the position, and take a look at this. Queen to c2 was the right move. We were discussing this. It wasn't an easy decision, right? She played the move bishop to b2, which in my estimation is the most natural move. You just want to go castle, hide the king, keep the queen on e2 for the moment, but it's not a good move. Specifically because you can go right now d5.
That was the move that scared us.
Forget about taking on f6. We understood that you don't have to do this anytime soon. Sure, allow white to take on g7, activate your pieces, and actually that's going to give you more than enough compensation. But what you can do is d5. And this move was appearing in a lot of our variations, the one that we were looking at, right? And it creates a lot of tension right now. You need to sacrifice that pawn somehow as white. Queen to c2 is one way. I'm looking at castle as well, but do you want to go castle and after g takes f6, always look at ideas and always have to be careful about ideas with bishop to h6 check. It just doesn't feel like you have that much time to hide your king. So this one is a very, very complex battle, but I have to say after this move bishop to b2, if Tokhirjonova plays the move d5, she's in pole position to take the advantage in this one. Forget about what the engine is saying, 0-0-0. It doesn't matter. It's just easier to play, in my estimation, for black. Did she play the move d5? It doesn't seem like she did.
No, she played rook e8.
Rook e8.
Which is a very attractive move as well, because rook e3 is forced.
And now
and
bishop
she's
c5,
thinking
right?
bishop c5.
Yes.
And, you can't take on e8. You're probably going to take on g7?
I probably have to take on g7. In fact, I think I'm forced to take on g7 because, again, you cannot take on e8. Rook takes e8 just finishes the game.
Clear.
Knight to e4, unfortunately, that's not going to stay there for a long time, and I can just kick you with the move bishop to b4, force you to go king to d1, lose the right to castle, and now d5 just finishes the job.
No. We got to take on g7.
Right.
Okay,
So bishop to c5 has to be played, take on g7.
Right.
And then there's this crazy calculation. I get the two queens on the board. You take on f2.
Right.
King d2, you take on h8. And now we have, at this position, knight to e4.
Hold on. I take on h8 or I include queen f4 check.
If you want to.
Yeah, I wanted to. Queen f4 check.
King c2.
Now take.
Now you take, but now I have this move.
Queen e4.
Don't take, because
No,
then
I
take
don't want to
and then
take.
Position.
I was going to go rook f8, and I wasn't sure in that position.
Bishop c5 is on the board, guys. So now we're seeing a very forced sequence of moves.
Well, this is
arising
the action,
in this one.
all
This is
right.
where the action
Wow.
is at this particular moment.
But
in
pawn
this
takes
round.
G7 has to happen, right? There is
She
no
has to
alternative.
go. Yeah. No, she has to go. And probably that's what she calculated when she. Let's take a look at how much time did she spend for this move, bishop to b2. 1 hour and 13 minutes. 1 hour. So 13 minutes spent on this move, bishop to b2. She definitely had to calculate this rook e8 because it's the most forced line.
Right. Another look-see. Rook e8, rook
Yes.
e3, bishop c5.
Which is on the board. by the
Take
way.
on g7.
Yes.
And now, none of this bishop takes e3 business.
Just rook
yes.
g8,
I
right?
yes.
Rook g8. Now I go rook takes c8, and this is actually not good. Rook takes, and now knight to e4. In fact, this is more or less easy to see, right? Because there's still this pawn on g7. I solidify my situation with f3.
I don't
And you don't
understand.
have d5.
Why not? Bishop e4 check.
And then d5, right? But don't
Yes.
I have queen g4?
Queen g4.
Yes, queen g4 is the winning
And
move.
king.
And then knight to f6. You can give me a
No
check,
rook
but there's not much more than that.
It's just a check.
But
It's
no,
just a check.
worst scenario, can I just bail out with b8 and long castle? I mean, g8 and long castle? I just force the rook to go away from the e-file.
But g8 I can take with the queen, right?
Hold on. Show the viewers
At
what
what
you're
point?
talking about. Show the viewers.
So if we move back,
Yeah.
So what do you do after f takes g7? Do you go this move?
yes, rook g8.
But then I
so
take,
takes.
knight e4.
No, instead of knight e4, I thought g8, but you're right.
No,
You
no,
can
knight
just-
e4 is winning. Knight e4 is completely winning
Just
right now.
winning
Yes.
for white because g8 queen takes g8.
But
That's
it
the
looks,
key.
I mean, you're going under d5, yeah.
Yeah, queen takes g8.
Oh, you just,
and-
yeah, I forgot you can capture with queen.
No, but not, she's probably not going
So
to
no.
do this.
So the
right?
idea is you should take on g7, take on e3.
That's right.
And let's follow that line one more time.
By the way, this is not easy to calculate at all.
Seriously.
So I'm wondering
Two
what
queens.
happens if you go king to d1. So king to d2 is the engine proposed move, but what if you go king to d1?
Well, now I have to take the queen.
And at least to my eyes, this does feel a little bit more natural for white, because with the move king to d2, you have to contend with ideas of queen f4 check.
Which is-
There's an extra check that you have to calculate.
Right.
You get to this position, and most of the times you're going to go king to d1 very quickly.
But with king d2, you have the option to play rook d1.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
But
yes.
here, knight e4 is the tempo. You hit the rook, you hit the bishop. And I'm assuming as white, you want to bail out.
How do you bail out? though?
I don't know. I just said you want to bail out.
So if you take
Sounds
the problem
good.
is,
It sounds great, right?
right, this is not that good. And my guess is that with the king on d2, you can already go to c3.
I'm not losing a pawn.
You're not losing the pawn, right?
Right.
You can go to c3, which is a much better version because, look, the king
Yes.
on c3 doesn't look great, right? But you don't have any big checks, at least not immediately. So that's why we go into that position with the move king to d2. But that's not easy to see, I have to say. Who do you guys prefer in this position as this particular moment?
I like Begim because I thought her king was really nicely insulated on c8, and I thought that white's king, whether it be on e1 or d1 and the variations you just showed, was a target.
Right.
Yeah, I feel the play for black is much easier, right?
Much
I know I
easier.
want to do d5, I want to finish my development.
By the way, Carissa thinking over this very key moment, but we don't see a better move than f6 takes
I'm
g7.
thinking maybe she wants to go knight e4, but knight e4 I take.
Take.
You take on g7. The problem is I take on f2 first. And
Right.
You take, I take on e4
That's a
with the rook.
check.
Right, and this is not good. This is not good news. I mean, she's calculating it, almost for sure, but there's just simply too much. You go
just
bishop
rook
d3,
down.
I can go rook f4, rook e7, sacrifice the rook, and that's going to be a piece up for black.
Exactly.
No,
extra
this
rook.
is not looking good. She is forced right now to take on g7. We're going to have to wait and see whether she's actually going to do it.
I like this whole line of Begim's f6 approach. She sacrificed the pawn. She seized the initiative.
Very aggressive.
I did like also d5 too, I have to admit. I think that for black, Begim's problem was both rook e8 as well as d5 were moves that, you know.
Right, you like want to make them.
I worked with Begim as a commentator, and I have to say, she loves the initiative.
Yeah.
She give
likes
her
it,
the
yeah.
attack, and she's
likes
a
the
happy
attack,
camper.
for sure, yeah.
And she's got what she wants. Let's turn our attention to the game of Nasi and Irina, because that was another marquee matchup coming into today's pairings. And we left it earlier than this, but let's play catch up. F7, F6, bishop takes F6. And, well, what do you think?
That
Kate, you're
e6
first?
pawn is a little delayed, but Irina is quick with targeting the d4 pawn, right? Rook
Right.
a8 is coming up.
Pretty natural pressure that she has against this pawn. Again, I always say that what you want is your fair share of the center. Effective piece development, these pieces look pretty reasonable, and a safe king. And I think both players have accomplished that, and so a more or less balanced position going on here. Another important game with lots of implications for the tournament is the game between Anna Zatonskih and Ruiyang. Anna, just a half a point behind our tournament leader. She's enjoying I want to say, a strategic victory out of the opening, as Black's queenside pawns are split, meaning they're just a little bit weaker. It's a technical position. Some types of position, I think Anna just plays incredibly well. I wouldn't want to give her a technical position.
Right, and look at time. She
Yes.
has 51 minutes. That's a lot of time for Anna.
Exactly. She loves to get into time trouble, especially in chaotic positions. She's got the type of position right now where she feels good. So that's a game to keep an eye on. And tell us about Sevian and Leinier. That was that bishop h4 crazy game.
That big option
Christ-
to potentially make the draw, right?
Right.
With the move knight to C2,
C2.
or not. And
What
he
happened?
decides to not do it. He goes for this move knight to b5. This is a completely different approach, because right now, in a lot of variations, we were looking at this idea of knight e2, knight e3, knight f5. That
Right.
was the big problem that Black had to face in these instances. Right now, I can just simply go bishop to b6, which he did. And if you do go knight to d2 right now, knight to e7 and the knight on b5
Why did we put it there?
is really not well placed. Not only because it doesn't do anything, it doesn't come to e3 to go to f5 and support the attack, but also it will get hit with c6. c6 followed by d5, and this is not looking good for white. In fact, it's close to losing. So what he did was, after bishop to b6, d4, now this forces me to take on f3.
Right.
I cannot wait anymore. The pressure, the tension is too high in the position. You are starting to threaten to take on e5. I have to do something. I have to take on f3.
You have no knight e7 move.
No more knight e7.
Exactly.
Yes, because of the tension in the center, right?
Right.
Infused by the last move, d4. So this is the position that we currently have. But what if I start getting ready with the move rook to a g8?
Ready for what?
Ready to get this rook somehow to g6. Like, for example, if you try to go into that sequence of drawish ideas, queen g3, queen to f3, that's not happening anymore.
Now you have
Rook to g6, now
Gotcha.
you're in trouble, right?
But what if I never move the queen away from f3?
Exactly.
I just
Then-
play rook a d1, h3, and I wait.
Exactly, yes. And this is probably what he wants to do. My guess is that he wants to go rook to a d1. Now, okay, I see the move a4, but I like queen to e7. To my eyes, this is the most natural move. Get out of dodge on the d file. I don't even know what a4 is actually doing in the position.
Well, knight a5.
Yes, but it's a silly looking move,
It is a
right?
silly looking move.
When the rook comes to d1 and you start seeing d takes e5 ideas, you put the queen on e7, right?
But this is the problem that I'm having for Sam in this position.
How do you continue?
Well, exactly. I've got a pin piece, the knight on f6. I got my bishop, I got my queen, but how do I put more pressure on the f6 square? I want to play f4 and I want my rook on the f file.
And by the way,
how do I do
again, my idea is to go knight b8, knight d7, right? Or even knight to d8, knight to e6. If I manage to land the knight on g5, then your pin is over, right?
Right.
And the game is over.
So
Because
let's
then
go
I'm,
h3.
okay.
I just want to
h3.
control g4 and see what you're
Okay,
going to do.
a4.
Knight b8.
This
Knight
a4
b8.
is silly.
No.
Okay, let's go knight d8, right?
Knight d8 or knight b8?
Whichever. The problem with knight d8 is that you stop me with the move d5, and I'm not sure how to assess this position. Let's go knight
B8.
b8 or bishop to d7. Which one?
Knight b8.
Okay.
Yes.
I sort of like this move, knight to b8.
Right. So
This is a
how-
typical plan.
So
in
for
this
white,
position.
how do we put more pressure on f6?
Good question.
I see the engine likes to take on e5. I'm not sure exactly why. Take, take. Take, take, yeah.
Wow.
Now we know why.
D4,
Because we
okay.
were looking at ideas of how do we put more pressure on e5.
That's
on
how.
f6, I mean.
But you can also take with the queen, right? Queen takes, knight to d4, and now knight to c6. Again, still a very complex position. And by the way, all right, we have time, we're the commentators. Let's see why this a4 move is so good, right? Let's
Okay.
try to understand why the engine really loves this move a4.
So I want to start g4. I want to try g4, king h1, rook g1, and just open up the king side.
Knight a5 seems to be a very, very good move right now, very potent, especially
Because
coupled
we
with
want
the
to
idea
go
of c6.
c6.
And then bishop d8. Okay.
Oh.
Now we understand.
triggered.
A4, knight a5, c6, and get this bishop to d8 to cancel this pin.
the
Then
pin.
I'm going to go queen to e8, cancel the pin, and that's going to be game over.
But
Peace
Cristian,
out
do you
for
have
me.
time for c6? Because I have intermediate
do?
move d takes e5. So let's go bishop f1,
Okay, c6.
d takes e5,
D takes e5, good move.
D
I'll
takes
take.
and knight d6.
That's a
Knight
big
d6,
difference. At least you're not
bishop
passive
c7. I force you.
to either
Okay, knight f5. I thought I
Now
would be
I
happy
take.
here.
Yes, yes, but now
Queen
I take.
takes.
Queen takes.
Queen
Well, you
E6,
kind of
we're
have to
good.
go queen because if you take with the pawn, then I can just simply go king h7, right?
The queen e6.
But now queen
we're
e6.
good.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just
like-
too slow. Like,
Well, by a tempo, because you were about to play rook d7, which would have been a killing move.
Yeah.
You only missed it by a
Just
tempo.
to show it to everybody because I think that's
If you go
actually very
b5,
beautiful. Let's say rook e8, right? Or something
b5,
like that.
b5, yeah.
B5.
To cement the knight on c4.
Rook e7,
Oops.
very nice, right, right. But this is not easy. Again, this is not easy to calculate,
Moves
and
by a
that's why
tempo.
Sam played the move knight b5 because he looks at the position and he sees Dominguez struggling to find these ideas. But if he does understand, this a4, knight a5, c6 is a really beautiful idea, I have to say. But it's also an engine-generated idea, right?
Right.
I don't know how much time Dominguez spent analyzing these positions, analyzing and understanding the maneuvering ideas to get away from this pin.
Yeah, g5, g4. Before we jump to the ladies, I just wanted to go to the game of Sam Shankland and Wesley So, because again, those two, very, very important game for our tournament. Again, tomorrow will be a free day, everybody, and well, when we left it, it was a balanced position, and I don't think anything changed. Kate, my first impression, though, is I would love, as white, to get a minor piece endgame only. I would love to. I
Right.
don't know how I'm going to trade rooks, I'm saying, because I do see this pawn on h5, and it's a perpetual target or long-term target for the bishop. It means your king, the black king, will have to remain on the king side. Would you call this a balanced position? How
But
would you describe
every time
this?
you have a bishop, you like that you can create attack on one side and be
Precisely.
defending on the other side, while the knight needs to decide, is the knight going to be defending or is the knight going to be attacking? So I understand the idea of trading the rooks, but also we have to see that it's a bad bishop, right? The h8 square is dark.
Right.
So if we trade the pawns,
If I play g4, I'm not queening my pawn.
right.
Exactly. Let's jump to the ladies. And when we left it, Ashritha, we thought was in the driver's seat against Tatev. Let's pick up the action there. Where? That's Nasi. Here it
Here we
is. We thought that Ashritha is about to play moves like c3, c4, breaking open the c file, knight b5, and we thought Tatev was in trouble. Bishop c5, c4. Well, what's better than getting one of those in? Getting them both in. She got in c4 as well as knight b5. Bishop takes, c takes, and this open c file. This looks great.
And the light square bishop on
For the
e2 is going to land up on f3. That's going to be another amazing diagonal.
Yes, from f3 to b8. This looks okay, but now that we're here, would you play for a5, a6? Would you play for queen f3, bishop f3? Take us through your thought process. we both agree that Ashritha's got a great attacking position brewing. Do you change direction? Because I'm one of those pawn grubbers. I think about moves like bishop c4 all the time.
I'm thinking about like rook fc1.
Rook fc1. I'm going to
Just
get
developing the rook, getting it on the file, pinning the bishop.
I got to get out of dodge. King b8, no question.
Okay.
Now, again, are you playing for b6? You're playing for a5, a6. You're trying to go bishop f3.
What if I play rook c4 with the
Rook
idea to
c4?
play rook c1?
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, I have to close my eyes and hope my development as.
By the way, you are giving up pawn on h5. How do you feel about
I
that?
feel terribly, terribly, Kate. You know me.
But let's not capture it because there are some tricky stuff with knight f5. So rook ac1.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay, well, you're forcing me to back off. I mean, there's nothing I can do. I don't want to play b6, exposing my king. I don't really even want to play rook c8 because then I'm afraid something bad is going to happen along the c file. I'll play bishop b6. And again, I'm just hanging on by my fingernails here.
Yeah, but you're
At least I'm hanging on.
kind of surviving still.
I'm
yes,
hanging
I wished
on.
I had the a5 pawn there, but then, okay, what to do here?
Right.
Because if I go queen a2, you're going to play bishop a5, right?
Correct. Queen a2, you have a nasty threat of a4, a5. I will blockade you, so you're maybe helping me with that tempo. I don't know.
It's not clear, honestly, what to do here. Because I don't have time for f3 to get the bishop to f2, because there is this discovered attack.
Right, f3, the desirable bishop f2, as you just pointed out, d3 check is on
Okay,
the-
I think doubling the rooks may be too slow.
Right.
So let's go with your a5, just immediately.
A5, and again, I'm closing my eyes. I'm not walking, I am not going to the queen and king side. It's way too slow. I have to make a stand on this hill, the queen side, but I feel like it's going to be like a sieve. And for both ladies, this is so crucial because, again, Ashritha is very, very unfortunately is sitting with 3 losses going into a rest day.
And Tatev had a very difficult loss yesterday
Right.
against Begim Tokhirjonova. She had a much better position at one moment, then she blundered and she lost that game.
Exactly, and going into that game of yesterday, she was tied for first. So this is a big game for both of those players. We talk about confidence, momentum, but this one, I was going to say, for me, I really like this move, bishop to c4, because why? I wanted to be able to play f3 and bishop here, and if I play the desirable f4, let's just say, I am walking into a discovered check, clear, right? So if I get the bishop out of the way, bishop to c4, I get you to play a move like rook e8, right?
Right,
Just-
because I don't want to play rook h6 to
yeah,
block forever the knight on g8.
Exactly. Now I can play f3 and or f4 with more or less a carefree grace. I can also play this a6, b6 ideas, but I do like very much this idea, pardon me, I think I actually prefer f4, crazily enough.
And by the
it's
way,
double
just
edged.
to
Yeah.
mention, the live position that we see right there is not
Please.
correct. We're
It's not?
quite a few moves back. No, a lot of things have happened after that.
Tell what happened. We did have rook c1.
Well, we see a different position. There's a pawn on a4. Nothing has been actually exchanged. So that's very, very
Yes, we're up to
far
date,
behind.
actually.
Rook fc1 was played. And I do believe
You
Tatev right now
channeled, your inner Ashritha.
And to be honest, this looks really good. I mean, take a look at this. If you go king to b8,
What
which
else
you
am I
probably have
supposed
to do, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Can I start with b6?
Let's have a look. See.
I mean, I really want to just checkmate you.
And blow up in the
Yes,
position.
blow up the position,
So
checkmate you.
A takes B. I get you. No, A5. That's it. You're just having way too much fun. And
Right.
bishop takes B6, A5, right?
Yes.
And
Let's go back.
and now is it time for the simple?
I think
chess?
I think it's time, yes, for simple chess.
Where's
Well,
the-
I still have rook h7 to cover.
and
back, right?
to stop my rook takes c5 business, rook b1, and I don't know if bishop takes b7 and rook takes c5 is that threatening, but I like the
Something is
wide
coming.
open.
Something is coming.
It's uncomfortable. I like this sacrifice.
Me
Yes.
too. Me too.
By the way, let's just go back for a second. So bishop f3, rook h7. What if I focus on the bishop on c5? So bishop f3, rook h7, that's fine.
Bishop f3, rook f7.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Looks more or less natural.
Indeed.
What if I go queen b5? I really want to focus on that bishop on c5.
Tickle the bishop, yeah?
Yeah.
And rook c8.
You have to go rook
Forced.
c8.
Box. Box.
So now I do have the option of taking on b7 and taking on c5 if I
Yes.
want to.
Right.
But I don't think I want to.
I like it when you just keep all the tension in the position. You know, moves like rook b8, because you are threatening bishop takes b7, maybe retreating the queen.
That's right.
a7, a6 gets nasty.
I mean, that poor knight on g8 is
That-
so much out of play. We really need the knight on d5 or somewhere.
You know, when I see these positions and I'm on the black side, I think to myself, oh dear, I'm going to appear in a book on brilliancies and I'm going to be on the wrong side of the book.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you play the French.
Right. Cristian, what's happening in the open section with Mishra?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what happened in last few moves. I think we left it with Sal as well after the move rook a to b8. And he said he didn't like this move rook to e2, a bit too passive, but this is what Mishra decided to do again.
I wanted to stop queen b2.
Right. But he didn't like it, Sal didn't like it because it was too passive and was giving maybe black a couple of tempis in the process. We were discussing ideas of queen to f1 or queen to e3 and then g4 at the right
Yes,
moment.
G4.
It was a battle between, okay, sure, you're going to take my a2 pawn and you're going to have a very dangerous weapon on the a file, but at the same time, am I checkmating you first? Because I do have a lot of weapons around your king as well.
Right.
Queen e3, g4, rook takes g4, h5 at the right. He didn't want to be looking at all of those stuff. He didn't want to calculate that. He wants to keep the tension in the position, and he played the move rook to e2. Queen to
Okay,
a5,
fair.
queen to e3. Now g4 is a bit more tricky because there's no more rook on e4. There's no more resources around the black king. Queen to d5, and I do get to set up this defense. Rook e1 and queen to e6.
At a moment, I want to play e6.
Right,
e5, e6.
right.
So queen e6 stops.
Not only that, but to be honest, after you play the move e6, you're also opening up my bishop, right? So I do have to be careful. E6, f5, followed by c5, opening up the bishop. I have to be careful from a strategical point of view. So that's why probably he hesitated playing the move e6, and finally Hans said, okay, enough is enough.
No, I'm not going to let
You're
you.
not playing e6, okay? We're done with that move. But at the same time, with the last move, queen to e6, you're also allowing me to go to queen to e4 and improve even further the position and the quality of my pieces, the quality of my queen. At the same time, not only that I'm very centralized, but I also start having ideas of rook to b1. The fight for the b file, the only open file in the position, in fact, is extremely important. So I think queen to e4, to my eyes at least, it looks very natural.
Well, the quality of the queen's definitely favoring white, and you know the property of the queen is not a good blockader. It's not a good blockader. But in this particular position, rook b5, go ahead.
You want to go rook to b5. You
Yes.
want to fight with the move.
Right,
rook
we
to
talk
b8.
about the
Precisely.
b5 being important, so let's bring both of the rooks there.
And I
Exactly.
think in the end, I will still have to go towards the same idea
Of
with
G4.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, rook eb8.
Rook
e8,
I want to go to-
G4. That's fine. You get to b2, but I have this nice connection of these rooks which protects me quite nicely. It's like a wall.
If
in
you
the
don't
position.
mind me asking, whose king are you exposing? Rook to b2?
It's a good question.
I mean, my rook is on the
So
second
you
rook.
take. Let's go somewhere king g2 or king h2.
Maybe just in time, because I was about to play queen h3 before you played king h2. So, oh boy. Okay, I'm still wrapping my head around the position. f6.
Yeah, f6, bishop to c1 seems to be already good for white.
Wow, bishop c1. Yeah,
I would assume I'm getting first on the g file. So
You're
you
right, you're
take,
right. Yeah,
take,
yeah.
you take, but now rook to g2 is problematic.
No. You got the g file first.
Right.
Agreed.
So what if
No,
I'm a
you're
little bit
king
more
H2.
patient and I play a5 instead of f6?
And we do have, by the way, queen to e4. Now my question is, can I go queen d5?
Queen d5.
Yeah, just say that, okay, do you want to draw?
Dude, you're boring.
I know.
I mean,
So you want to allow me to play e6 if I want to?
At the
Queen.
if you allow me to exchange the queens, maybe.
Queen d5.
I go e6.
E6, F5.
This was my question because we didn't really get a chance to answer.
Or F6 first and then F5. I'm not sure. Okay, let's think about it. Maybe
Well,
F6 first.
But f6, I have
F6 is
queen
a-
takes g6
You can
and
take
rook
that.
e5.
How is that?
I think that's...
I'm with Kate on this one.
You might be winning that.
You're on your own, Christian.
All right. All right. Forget about it.
Forget about
Forget
it.
about it.
Forget about it. Queen f7 check and rook takes g5. It's all white. White's having fun.
Yes.
But what you said, this ending after f5, I wasn't going to go into the ending, by the way.
Right.
I was thinking about queen to g3 and bishop f4. I was trying to get a tempo against the rook as well as the g6 pawn. Fun game here going on. Good,
Absolutely.
Good
Absolutely.
tension.
Yeah.
And Ray Robson, we talked about Ashritha having her troubles. Let's just take a look at the game between Levon, Aronian, and Ray Robson. Both of these men coming into this competition full of ambition. We do have an equal material at the moment, but I'm looking at the position. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from Ray's side.
Right,
I
because
like
black
this-
can double up his rooks on f5 and put more pressure
Precisely.
on that f2 pawn.
Isn't that kind of easy to do, by the way? Bishop e4 followed by rook f7, rook f6, and the other rook comes over.
Well, bishop e4, rook e3. Like at some point I will stop you on that diagonal with this rook e3, f3, right?
And f3.
But why do you need bishop e4?
I don't know.
All right, so rook f7.
Well, the problem was I didn't want to see king h1 and f3. So that was why I moved my bishop first. And maybe bishop e4 is the wrong square. Maybe I should be going bishop to g6, just so that you can't, if you got to go rook e2, and I can go rook f6, and you got to go rook. Now that, how do you say? Now that pawn is needs constant protection, and as we look at our standings, we can see that both players are really looking for a victory in this game. Draws don't help, Kate.
Yeah, Levon had the shortest game probably ever at the US Championships.
Yesterday.
I think only 8 moves yesterday, making a draw. And
Rapid.
Ray, he lost a
But
very difficult game
3
yesterday.
draws for Levon. By no means is he out of it. There's a lot of games to go. But at a certain moment, you just got to make your mark. You got to say, hey, you got to win some games. And for Ray Robson, he just wants to get back into the tournament to feel his confidence again. In this game between Levon and Ray, we just think that black is for choice a little bit, even though it's not much, Christian.
No, there's nothing here.
Nothing.
And definitely black is not for choice.
Not for
No,
choice.
no. This is
But-
just equal.
But why?
Just call a spade a spade. This is
equal?
completely equal.
Because
Yes.
after bishop g6, you wouldn't find it more practical?
Okay, but maybe I can even start invading you right now.
Well, our idea was to go rook f6
Yes.
and rook f8.
Okay, but can I just defend that at some point? Rook e2.
And bishop h5 was our idea.
Be careful, queen g5.
How come?
Queen g5.
Right, now you have to
That-
maybe go
yeah,
back.
no, I wanted to, no.
And
was
this is
thinking-
my aggressive stance. This is my
Right.
aggressive stance. I can also take like a much more passive stance. Let's say bishop to g6, rook to e3, right?
Right,
Why is
rook
this not?
f6.
Rook f6, rook e1, rook f8. Now I
Right.
can go f3, right? King h1 next, and that's it. Basically, we go into this position.
Exactly.
Or queen to f2, we exchange everything.
Yeah, no, that looks really, really
It's a
dry.
draw. It's going to
Yeah.
be a draw.
Yeah.
No way any of the sides are going to make any inroads. But take a look at this. Sevian once again has the opportunity to go queen g3, queen f3.
Right.
Because after g takes f3, queen takes f3, not rook to g8 to get ready for all this setup with rook to g6, which was the right way of doing it. And it would have created quite some problems for white. But queen to e7 he played. Now again, if Sevian wants,
He's got the repetition.
he can go into the repetition. Yes. Will he continue? Will he try even more in this position to continue this game? That's the question. I don't
he
think you
will.
have, again, you can go rook ad1.
Right.
but that's going to allow rook to g8.
Right.
I'm trying to see other ideas, but I don't see them.
Well,
You cannot take on e5 because of knight takes e5. Right?
Like rook a d1, rook d3. Maybe on a good day I can transfer my queen.
Yes.
Rook
yes.
a, rook d1, rook d3, queen g3, rook
Okay,
f3.
let's try it now. No.
Just-
Well, again, I will go rook to g8.
rook
That's my
d3.
plan, right? Rook to d3. Again, we know the plan, right? It's silly, but
Right.
we know it. And let's say if I make a normal move, bishop to d7. Okay, how do you continue?
I like h3. I just want to control the g4 square.
All right, let's go rook a f8.
Looks so strange. doesn't
Also
it?
unclear what. Probably
the
I just
move?
have to do knight d8 at some point, right?
Yeah,
And
gotcha.
put everything on that side first.
So king h1, g4, but maybe
Slowly,
black is just
slowly,
solid.
huh?
The
Yeah,
thing,
yeah, yeah.
once you play g4, you no longer have any checks on this side, right?
Hmm.
Again, at some point, I will have to go this stupid a4
I
move.
might have to play a2, a4.
I really
myself.
have to play this move a4 so that I can go knight a5, c6, bishop d8.
Christian, Kate, we're in break territory, and as we go on break, Sabina caught up with some of the ladies and asked them the importance of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for their careers. Take a listen, and we'll see you on the other side of our break.
The St. Louis Chess Club is celebrating its 15th year anniversary. Tell me a little bit about its impact in the United States, and do you have any favorite moments?
Yes, certainly. So St. Louis Chess Club has become our home for professional chess players. All the biggest events are held here, and it certainly is my second home.
I have a lot of random memories. I think one of the biggest ones was finishing US championships last year, and I was surrounded by a lot of friends and family, and it was just like really special moments.
It definitely has brought the rise of American chess. I remember my first championship here in 2014, and that's probably one of my most memorable memories, especially my first game here. And I just love coming back to St. Louis and playing, so they really did a great job with American chess.
I don't have a lot of experience here, but I heard a lot of good things about St. Louis Chess Club, the impact that St. Louis Chess Club had on like kids, education, and I know that a lot of like grandmasters come here like every month.
Yeah, the St. Louis Chess Club has had a huge impact on chess in the US. I remember when I was playing in the US Championship prior to when it moved to the St. Louis Chess Club. And I do appreciate that the US Championship was still being held, but it wasn't as prestigious as it is now. The prize fund was lower. We're playing 2 rounds a day, so I feel like it has elevated chess to a new level, especially women's chess.
I'm very happy to come to St. Louis every year and even a couple of times in a year. Yes, American chess was completely different. I moved to United States in 2002, and I cannot even compare like chess situation in now and back in those years. And main reason why I'm still playing chess at St. Louis because I'm the oldest participant already for many years, and it's keep me motivated, and it's really nice that we have this opportunity to play US Championship at such a nice place, and that we have so many good tournaments.
I think that the impact it has is huge on US chess for people both who are watching the games of chess and the players who are up and coming. I think the St. Louis Chess Club provides young players with a lot of great opportunities, and I'm really happy that it's the 15th anniversary, and I hope that the St. Louis Chess Club will continue to have these amazing tournaments.
Well, my favorite memory about it is when I came to 2021 for the US Champs, how they treated me, and then the whole experience is wonderful.
St. Louis Chess Club really did a great job in promoting chess in general in the US, but especially for women's chess. You know, I grew up playing in the US Championship. You know, my first time I was like 13. Now I'm 21. So I think it's done a lot, especially for girls chess, because it's been, you know, it's something I return to multiple times every year for like the last 8 years. So yeah, like I don't know where I would be in chess or like in general if it wasn't for the St. Louis Chess Club.
The club has done so much for chess here in America, and it's been such a long time. I don't remember when I can't remember a time like before St. Louis. here. I remember like growing up watching all the broadcasts on like YouTube, following along U.S. champs and stuff, and it was always like the highlight of my day back when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, the St. Louis Chess Club has had such an amazing impact on American chess. I mean, it seems like it just got better and better every year, gave so many opportunities to players, and certainly it's a motivating thing for me as a chess player, like the number of high-quality events that we're having here, kind of gives you a chance to really stay as a professional player. In terms of memories here, I mean, in a way, they all fade into each other, right? Because you just come here like year after year, numerous times. I mean, it feels like home for me. Any place that I look at, I'll think, oh yeah, I remember I was really sad after this game and I went to sit in that place in Forest Park, so I have memories like that. But I'll tell you something funny, like recently, Tony Rich, the director of the club, he was talking about the memories that he had, and he's like, I remember at the very beginning, I saw Irina Krush in her cool leather jacket. And I was like, yeah, why don't I wear that anymore? So I'm back to wearing the leather jackets.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat by the mere fact of its existence. I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are in the throes of round 4, and it's been a very exciting round. Just to take a quick look at the standings coming into today's competition, we'll start with the ladies.
Yes, we have two leaders here, Carissa, Begim, Tokhirjonova, having a very good start to the tournament with 2.5 points out of 3. The one who is not having a good start is Ashrita Eswaran, but she has some chances in today's round.
And in the open section, the standings there, because we have a sensation brewing.
Yeah,
Kate.
We have Abhimanyu Mishra, who is the sole leader of the open section with 2.5 points out of 3. Absolutely unexpected performance so far.
He's got a big game with Hans Niemann in this round 4 that we've been keeping an eye on. And I was looking, as we were coming in from the break, we were looking at this move A6 by Ashrita in her game with Tatev. And after A6, I thought, well, B6 was going to be just automatically played for sure. Tatev did not. She went knight f5.
Looking for some complications.
Exactly. And we were just having a little brief bout of fun there. A takes D3, bishop F3, knight takes G3. And we're looking at this move B6, which I thought was a real visual. The whole idea, of course, is if you play bishop takes b6, queen takes b6, rook a8, mate. And she didn't play that. Ashrita retreated her bishop. But did you see a defense? Because I didn't see the defense.
I'm not sure if there is a defense.
Knight e2 check. My intention was to move my king, actually. And if you take my rook, my intention was to go rook takes. And please take my queen. So then I am in the brilliancy books after you take my queen. I've got rook a8. Did Ashrita miss a chance for immortality, Cristian, or was it just a fleeting
Yeah,
pass?
the situation is not looking that good anymore. I was
For
looking
her.
through some of the lines.
She played bishop h2, but in that position...
First of all, b6 here was killer.
very strong.
Yes,
Very
really strong, because if the best move is to go knight to h6 and allow the opening of all these files after b takes a7,
fantastic,
not looking good. You're going to lose this one. So b6, huge missed opportunity. She played the move a5, And now finally, Tatev is getting a couple of moves in to try to get her attack going as well with the move knight to h6.
Right.
And something happening on the king side. Knight to f5, bishop to h2. This is what we have right now. g4 was played. At least the position is opening for Tatev as well on the king side, right? So this is a good sign.
Apologies. Instead of bishop h2, if we could have gone a takes b7, because Kate and I were entertaining ourselves with the move a takes b7, d3 we thought, bishop f3, knight takes g3.
Oh, wait a second.
Taking away my fun.
Wait a second, Yasser. No. I see what you have in mind, but no, I'm not going to let you do that.
D2.
I
didn't see
important,
that.
forcing the rook to go away.
Right here and now, I'm actually not going to take the bishop on g3, but in fact, I'm going to go knight to d4.
No, that messes me all up. No. I was on a different track altogether.
And I'm taking on f3. I get my rook to f8, h4. Your f2 is hanging as well.
No, that wasn't where I was going. No,
good.
Didn't like that.
So this is what we currently have on the board. Bishop to d3 seems to be the best move, not an easy one. Because again, you're allowing g takes h3 and things of that nature.
How can I not be playing a6 takes b7? I want to open up the queen side.
Yeah, the problem is, again, this d3. Look, you have time to do that. You have time to open up the king side, the queen side.
I'm anxious to do it.
You are anxious, and I understand that. But I have ideas of a rook takes c5, right? So this is pretty nice. If you do go b6, because you take, I take on e6.
Wow.
E6.
This bishop is opening up as well. Even the board is getting confused. Excited, yeah, what's happening here? Also with this diagonal opened up, if I manage to get the queen to e4, start threatening checkmates, it's over, right? So you have to be very careful. This is a good sacrifice, and this gives White the decisive advantage. But take a look at what happened in this one, Carissa versus Begim. Well, actually, a lot of things have happened. So we left it off somewhere around after queen to f3, and we were saying that d5 is a very strong move.
Yes.
In fact, I want you to take on f6, because after d takes c4, the rook is coming to d8, your king is not safe, right?
Yeah.
This is looking really bad for Carissa, for the white pieces. She did not play that. She missed a bit with the move rook to f8, king to c2, d5. And now a very strong move would have been a3.
Whoa, not
You cannot take because of queen to f5, then I take on b4, and you cannot recapture that because you have some problems with the bishop on a6. For example, take. I can take on a6 and c5 next.
Discover check, yeah.
This is looking really good. But she did not play that. And by the way, after a3, if you do go bishop to e7, then I can just simply go back to d2, and this allows me to control the queen side like such. She played c takes d5, bishop takes f1, rook takes f1, take on d5, queen to f5. This is what we have.
King is going to go to b7.
We're expecting king b7, right?
For
if
sure.
you go queen d7, then I take.
No,
maybe
no.
you know what? Maybe she will be looking at this line, because you take with the knight. You cannot take on f6, right? This is a very tempting transition as well for Begim, I have to say.
Well, I'm looking at the structure, and it's not a structure I'd want to play.
Forget about it.
Right.
She played king to b7. She's keeping the queens on the board. She wants to checkmate.
She's aggressive. She's an attacker.
But how easy is this?
I don't know.
What if I just go either knight to c3, or maybe even again this move a3? I really want to kick this bishop away. So maybe a3. What do you
Okay, you kick me away. Bishop e7. Let's
bishop
go.
to e7, and now I go knight to c3.
And you're not worried about a4?
Well, the thing is, you're not a pawn up, right? So
Right.
the pawns are equal right now.
Right.
For whatever reason, I felt that black is a pawn up, but she's not. Pawns are equal. And whose king is weaker right now?
I was thinking whites.
I'm not
just
convinced.
worried about the pawn structure, honestly. The pawn on f6 is kind of really annoying for black.
Well, I always have queen g6 as a way of curing my structure, right? I
At
do
least
have
on
queen
this side.
g6.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But I was thinking that if I could play moves like, well, no, I wanted to keep the queens for a moment, Cristian.
Yes.
And I was thinking
By the way,
that,
knight g3 was played.
wow, but in the position we just had a moment ago, if you go back to the knight on c3, I was thinking that on a good day, I really want to play A4 with the idea that if you take B8, let's just say B8 for just a moment, a future D4 like Rook D8, C5, D4, and my queen nicely on F7 is ready to leap. Like I go Rook D8 here, so
Rook
I
D8
could go
first.
a D4,
Yeah.
and then my queen could go to A2. I don't know. And
C4.
I was kind of hoping that
Right.
I'd get an attack going, but
You might, and maybe that's what she's looking at.
the knight
as
went
well.
to G3 though.
Knight to G3 and queen to E7 is what we have on the board right
Begim
now.
is looking at queen C. She's still got the A4 in her pocket to pry open the queen
She
side.
could have played A4 in this position.
Yeah.
Immediately, right?
I
That
would've-
was an option.
For sure.
I don't like this knight on G3 for Carissa. It doesn't seem like it has a great future.
Right.
In the position. Like, where are you going? To H5 to start hunting pawns? You're going to get mated on the other side, right? So don't do that.
Right.
I felt like she had to stay around her king with the knight on C3, A3, followed by knight to C3. Right now, the trend of the position is definitely in black's favor.
Cool. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look at Alice's Lee and Talia Cervantes game.
Okay. And our pick, and a lot of people thought that Alice Lee was coming in as a favorite into this event. She starts with 2 losses and a single draw. How's she doing? What's going on?
Let's take a look. So she did recapture with the E pawn, by the way, on D5. We were looking at a lot of variations if it was recaptured by the other side.
Not the common imbalance of 2 knights versus 2 bishops, but when I look at those cavalry on protected outposts E4 and C4, I like such knights.
Right, if you have a pair of bishops, you want to open up the position, but this position is kind of closed.
By the way, I see Alice's last move, Queen E6, as open season. Rook takes H3.
I mean, that sacrifice is very inviting.
It's not even a sacrifice, it's a cruncher. Rook takes H3, and I think Talia is not a happy camper here.
Because you cannot really push H4, right? That would be something you would like to just move the pawn away so you cannot capture it, but G5 is coming up.
Yeah. By the way, we haven't been discussing, I'm not looking myself at winning an exchange. I can play knight D2, forking the queen and rook, but at this moment, I'm with you. I want to pursue the kingside attack with G5. I like Alice's position very, very much. Also, in these positions, I remember I had a very nice sequence of sacrifices on G3 and knight takes G3, queen takes E3 against Arianto Utat, grandmaster from Indonesia. We played a very nice match in Jakarta. I loved visiting Indonesia. This knight on E4 is not easy to get rid of. You don't want to play F3, and Talia certainly doesn't want to play bishop takes E4.
I'm really curious what white can do actually here to stop me from...
Yeah, just breaking through, right? H4,
Yeah.
G5. Looks really, really good for Alice. And back over to you, Cristian, what's caught your eye?
I'm still trying to see exactly what's happening in the open section, and this game between Fabiano we haven't looked at in quite a while against Dariusz Swiercz. The only thing I'm seeing as an imbalance in the position is the time. 40 minutes for Fabi, only 19 minutes for Dariusz with a lot of moves to go, still 18 moves to go. But the position is looking really good for Dariusz. This was a gioco piano. I think we left it somewhere all the way here after the move B3. And we were trying to understand what each and every side is trying to do. And let's take a look at what happened. Bishop takes D7, knight takes D7. I do like this move, knight to B8 by Dariusz. And I do like the move bishop takes E3 as well, because this knight was coming to F5. I don't want to see a knight next to my king. I don't want to deal with ideas of D4 later on, hitting the bishop on C5. This was a good trade. Not an easy one to do for Dariusz, because you're giving up your bishop, you're allowing me to stay with dominant dark square bishop on the board as white. But it's very much tied to the next move, which is D5. You have to play the move D5. Otherwise, I'm just simply going to go C4 myself, stop you from going D5, and then at the right moment, I'm going to go D4, open up the center, and that's going to give my bishop dominance in the position. So you have to start first, strike first with the move d5, and he did. c5 to stop me once again from going d4. And this is what we have right now. This is an interesting one because Fabiano knows he's not better at this point. He understands that. You don't have space. There's absolutely no reasons in the position why white would be better. But it's still a game. It's still a maneuvering game. You still can ask and pose some questions and some problems to your opponent, and that's what he's going to try to do. That's a very similar thing to what happened in last year's championship, if I'm not mistaken. Dariusz got a very good position, also with the black pieces. But later on in the game, due to the time trouble situation, he made some big mistakes. He had a great position all throughout the game. So this is the strategy that Fabiano seems to have been employing against Dariusz. Take him to those last final minutes and try to complicate matters at that point.
I think that's what a lot of players try to do against Leinier or Dominguez. The problem is when Leinier is in time trouble, he plays really, really well. I just was checking out the game of Jennifer Yu, our defending champion. She's up against Atousa. This is a very awkward pawn structure for both players, but the reason why my eye was attracted to this particular position is because I like Jennifer's last move, Queen A8. And in my eye, what I foresaw was the move Rook A5, and I don't necessarily want to play Bishop takes D5. I actually want to play Rook takes D5. Sacrifice
an exchange.
Yeah, it's not much of a sacrifice. It's easy when you see the pawn on G2. So Atousa's got to be aware that that is on her opponent's agenda. If you don't mind, tell me about the Mishra game, because that Hans Niemann Mishra.
I don't mind at all.
You got it in front of you.
I was just about to tell you about that game, of course.
Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
A lot of things have happened, actually.
Please.
We left it off after Queen to E4, and we were discussing ideas of G4, F3, and G4, or Rook to B1 to fight for the B file. And he understood, Hans, that there's a fight going on the B file, and that's why I'm getting ready to double up with Rook to B8, Rook to B5, also potentially setting up this idea of C5 or Queen to D5. F3, Queen D5, Queen to F4, shying away from the Queen trade.
Right.
The problem is that right now, this is a very well-timed break with the move C5. It's all about activating the bishop, right? Let's take a look. Take on C5. Queen takes C5. Queen to E3. That's what we have right now in the position. But
that's a success for Hans.
I mean, it's looking so much better than it looked a few moves ago. There's no attack on this side.
The double pawns have been removed.
My bishop is right now maybe the preferable bishop in the position right now, because I have some targets along this diagonal. C3, E5, a lot of ideas in the position. And if you go Queen to C7, okay, I understand. If you take on E3, this is probably going to be a draw. I'm going to take on A3, I'm going to attack this pawn on C4 with the move Rook to E4. The material is limited. There's no reason why black is much better in this position. But what if I keep the queens on the board?
Right, Queen C7.
What if I go Queen to C7?
Yes.
I have ideas. First of all, Rook to C8 was played.
So if I take on E7, you take on E5.
I think this is what he wants, and he's saying that this position...
Oh, no. I should play A4 first. No, A4, Rook B7.
Right.
I wanted to put your Rook on A5 and get the position with my bishop on E7. Okay.
You can play this, but I'm actually wondering what's happening in this one,
Yes,
right?
bishop takes, Rook takes.
Why
C3
is the
hanging.
engine saying that this is so much better for
C3.
black?
C3 is hanging.
And this is the reason? I mean, this endgame is that much better?
Well, it's just...
I guess King G7.
By the way, H4 is also weak. I could go Bishop G3.
Right?
You have a lot of
Bishop
pawns,
G3, Bishop E7.
And then Bishop...
So these are the two weaknesses. You have two weaknesses, and you're not going to be able to defend all of them. That's a very interesting situation.
Also, there is potential to bring the king to B5 and then play A5.
Yes.
I think it's more severe than that. Just that final position, if you don't mind. If I go Bishop to G3, instead of King G7, Bishop to G3, and if you go Bishop to E7, I was going to go F5. My next move is going to be King F7 and Bishop back to E5.
Right, I still have this, I'm still surviving somehow, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you can't keep everything tied.
You have to be a bit precise, but definitely it is black who has great chances to win this one.
To result games.
So Rook to C8. I guess Hans is actually better right now.
Right.
With black pieces.
Yeah.
The position has completely switched, flipped over on its head from a, not a winning advantage, but a better advantage, a pretty significant advantage for white, for Mishra, out of the opening. Right now, it is Hans who has the advantage and will try to squeeze everything out of this position.
Yeah, very important game because Hans Niemann can catch up with Abhimanyu Mishra if he manages to win this game.
Absolutely, and as you look at, you see that game between Wesley So and Sam Shankland. Now that's been a balanced affair throughout, but again, that's a game where I really think that we've got to keep an eye on that one. I've got to go to the open section. I apologize.
We may see a 3-4 repetition in Sevian Dominguez game.
All right, sorry, I was just kind of mesmerized by this, trying to take stock of this ending. Now, we were thinking that it was been a very balanced affair for some time between Sam and Wesley, but this last move, check, Sam is clearly targeting this pawn on h5, and he does want to play the move rook h6 if allowed. I guess you have to play king g7 and just go with the flow here for a moment. This knight on c5 is doing a terrific job at covering d7, protecting b7, and I guess it's okay for Wesley. This feels like white should be better, Kate, but maybe it's not.
It does feel white is better because white is targeting the pawn on h5.
Right.
If that pawn was on h6, I think things are very much different.
Yeah, then there's nothing to worry about. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one and back over to you, Cristian.
Breaking news, guys. Remember when Tatev was lost?
Yes.
That's not the case anymore. She's completely winning right now.
No way.
Yes.
Wow.
What
Take
happened?
a look at this switcheroo.
Oh no.
H takes
Shrita.
g4, H takes g4, and queen to e4. Huge blunder.
No, she played queen d3 to blockade the pawn.
Exactly. Why continue with queen to e4? d3 came on the board.
That
immediately played by Tatev.
What an opportunity for Tatev.
And she took it. And right now, I mean,
G3.
don't I go g3? Isn't this game over?
Absolutely.
I mean, I understand. You take and I cannot take back because you get checkmated. But I can take on d3 first. You take on d3, now I take on c5. I can even take on f2 first.
You don't even...
You don't want the bishop?
By the way, rook takes c5 was played.
On the board?
Oh, this is what she missed. Rook to d4. And this is over.
That's an easy move to miss.
I know. But, okay, rook to d4 is the fancy way. But can I just take on e2? Isn't this completely winning as well?
Well,
yeah,
now
this is
you
winning also.
well, now you don't have the g3. I drop back with the rook, right?
You have to drop back with the rook, but then I go rook to h8 and I win like this. I have a checkmating threat. So if you take on e2, queen h7 or queen to h4, and there's no way to defend against it. So that's one way. But rook to d4, that's a beautiful one. If she finds this move rook to d4, I think this is pretty much game over.
Wow, kind of
That
trapping
traps-
the queen in the center. She has to
you can take, right?
trade the
But
queens.
this, take on e2, you have to go back to c1, and now I go rook to d8. How do you stop rook to d1? You don't. That's it. That's it. Game over.
Painful.
Painful? I have to say, Shrita, I mean,
whoa,
she's not finding her footing in
Wow,
this
is
tournament.
The brutal thing about chess, right? One move here, queen e4, completely changes the whole evaluation of the game.
Oh my goodness, and I think she had those moments where she could have also played rook takes c5 and queen takes e6, sacrifice the exchange. She's definitely better. What about our tournament leaders in the open section between Carissa and...
You mean in the ladies section?
Sorry, with the ladies section. Carissa and Begim.
Yeah, not that much has happened. So
well, we
queen
saw the
to
knight go to
e7,
g3,
yes,
which we didn't like.
This is where we left it. Queen to d3. Now I finally understand. There is a knight coming to f5, so you stop me. And now f4 and rook to g8 was played. Of course, if you take, I take on g2.
Check.
That's the idea, right?
Check.
I take on g2, then maybe I go queen to e4, and this is not looking like a good endgame. All my pieces are much more active. The knight coming to d5, supporting the push of e3, not looking at that great.
Okay.
But you can start with this move, king to b1 first, right?
Right.
And then rook to c1. And then at the right moment, I will take on f5. So Carissa seems to be back in the game. At least, still a very complex battle. Balanced position, completely crazy. It doesn't look very classic. But yeah, it does seem like the game has more or less, from an objective point of view, evened out.
So just help me out here, Cristian.
And King B1 is on the board, by the way.
As prescribed. Queen
Yes.
takes H4, Knight takes F5, Queen H2. I'm trying to play Rook takes G2. You have to play G3. My Queen's broken through, but
You have to connect
yes,
the rook,
Rook
right?
E8.
But then maybe I can stop you.
Okay, I
Yeah,
continue.
Bishop A3, Queen C2.
I was
stop.
about to go Rook takes E5 and Queen B2 mate. Queen C2 stops
So
me.
for example, if I do something like this,
Yeah,
Rook
oops.
takes C5, that's game over, right?
Yep. Oops.
Because of Queen to B2. So yeah, no, Queen, again, this one is going to be decided by the time. Only 12 minutes for Begim and 40 minutes. Again, this is a battle between two players that almost never get in time trouble.
Right.
But Begim right now is closer to that time trouble situation, and that might be problematic as we enter the final moves before the time control.
Speaking of time control, whenever you say time control, my mind is alerted to Leinier Dominguez. What's happening in that time control?
I see Sevian is only having
Sevian is still
40
trying
minutes.
to figure out whether he's going to take the draw or not. It's funny because Leinier at this point, after Queen F3, Queen G3, Queen F3, he thought for a while that he played the move King to G6. So he's switching things up a little bit. I'm not really sure why. Well, I kind of understand because Bishop takes F6 with the King on G7 was coming with the tempo.
check.
But at the same time, with the King on G7 after the move Rook to G8, you could hide on F8. You no longer have that opportunity in this situation.
So now the whole ideas of H3 become a little bit more attractive. H2, H3 because
Queen G3 was played.
Let's
Well, interestingly enough, he played Queen G3 because he could have claimed a draw.
Let's go there. Let's go there. They're looking for it. Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
And we do have our first result.
With King to H7, I'm going to repeat the position 3 times. Let's shake hands. Frank Guadalupe is looking at his score sheet, is going to check with the computer whether the position has repeated 3 times, and will confirm or deny whether this is a draw.
I think it's going to be a draw.
I also see it's actually the 4th time, right?
4th time.
King H, no, 3rd time. Okay.
That actually happened in a Zaitsev, Anatoly Karpov versus John Vanderveel. They played 4 times the Knight G5 in the Zaitsev, Rook F8, Knight F3. Neither player made a draw, and then they played. They continued. It was like, no problem. With the move King H7, I proclaim a draw, handshakes all around, draw.
Firm handshakes all around.
Talia is permitted Alice to play the move that we just thought could not be, it's just unacceptable. Rook takes H3.
But Alice resisted, and she did not go for that Rook take H3 sacrifice.
How do you resist? How
Well,
do
she
you,
went for
the
that
exchange?
But let's
Oh.
take a look.
She had played the move Queen E6, and boy, if that's not a telegraphing of the intentions, I don't know what is. Bishop C5, and Alice could resist everything except temptation. She went for the exchange. Rook takes H3. Wow, that just, well, speaks for itself, doesn't it? To borrow
You're stealing a line, Yasser.
a turn of phrase. I mean, Rook takes, she didn't do it. Let's see what she did. She played Knight D2, Queen B4, takes, Bishop takes. We're up to date with the players, and for Talia, maybe there's some relief here in this position because she does at least have ideas of Bishop takes A7, A6. I don't know if they're
Right, but can I
worth an
capture on
exchange.
H3 right now?
Yes,
Because
that's.
I do want to double up the rooks and checkmate on H1.
I don't blame you one small little bit. I really don't want to take that rook, but what else am I supposed to do? Takes, queen. I'm going to try to crash through with my queen on B7.
And I thought playing...
B6?
maybe, I thought B5.
B5 even. B5.
Because
That's
if you capture, then I get my other rook to H8, and I don't see you stopping that checkmate.
okay. Let's see. I go check, king to king to d7, and now I start looking around.
Can promote to a knight, but then king e6, and I am escaping.
You are indeed. That looks really, really good. With one result in the book, we can just see the standings now as we have a draw.
Right, we have a draw. Not much has changed for it in the leadings of this open section. We still have Abhimanyu Mishra with 2.5 points leading the tournament.
Exactly. Cristian, over to you. Did Tatev spot that move, rook d4?
Of course she did, yes. Yes, she did. Rook to d4 is on the board, queen takes b7. We're going to see a quick sequence of moves, so maybe we can pan out to that game, because after d takes e2, rook c1, rook d8, it's resignation time.
Right? That pawn on e2 is absolutely a monster.
You're not in time. Unfortunately, you're not in time to stop me from playing rook to d1 and promoting that pawn.
And giving a checkmate.
Exactly, yes.
Adding insult to injury, it is a checkmate because the bishop is actually on h2. And this is the moment where we expect Tatev to play rook to d8,
yes,
followed by rook to d1. And if we do this, it doesn't help at all. We're ready to play rook takes a1.
There's no stopping the promotion.
And for Shritha, oh my gosh, that's just such a blow.
She got a good position. I mean, she got a
maybe
position.
a winning position. And that your move b5, b6, just sacrificing a pawn to open up the position was so natural, actually. I just don't know what to say.
Rook d8.
But sometimes when you have a bad tournament, it
all goes wrong.
Completely, everything goes wrong. You have just no confidence, and it's so easy to make mistakes in those critical moments.
Everything spirals out of control. It's all about momentum.
I'm so proud to talk about my winning streaks. I'm less proud to talk about my losing streaks. And the worst I ever had, it happened to me one time. I actually lost 3 games in a row, and I thought the world had turned upside down.
That happens to the great Yasser Seirawan.
I lost 3 games in a row, and the rules of physics had changed on me.
How do you deal with that?
I didn't deal well. I actually had a flu at the time. I didn't realize it at the time. I just felt miserable, but I had a flu, not as an excuse, but I just wanted to say that once again, it was just like a loss of confidence. And it's like, what do I do for this next game? Because, you know, I was losing winning positions, not as badly as Shritha, but today she'll really she'll feel terrible.
Yeah, I remember me having a bad tournament and then very quickly playing another one, hoping I can rebound and play well.
Right, you want to get back.
And it was terrible. It went, even I lost the first round, I think I lost the second round, and then I was like, what am I doing? And I remember the third round, I also lost, and my coach was like, you are winning there completely. And I was like, I thought I was losing since the beginning.
Right,
and I was just completely off with my assessment because I just had no confidence whatsoever.
Indeed, indeed, and it can go real wrong. And after this move, rook d8, Shritha is looking at the tatters of her position because earlier, she will regret
and we just saw Tatev take a sip of water.
Oh no, not the water sip.
We know what that means.
What is it? Water torture. Back to Begim for a moment. What's going on in their game?
I think we should stay with this one just because I feel we're going to see a resignation.
You think
if
so?
we don't see a resignation in the next minute, maybe we can move away. But perhaps she will try to continue with rook to e1. It's just so hopeless, right?
But I remember yesterday, Shritha was playing a really long game, even with 3 pawns down against Anna Zatonskih.
But this is a queen down. This is a queen coming to e1. And you cannot stop it, actually.
Exactly. This is the current position. I was saying that even in case you could play the move rook e1 in anticipation, hoping that you could get f3, king f2, and rook d1 is coming regardless.
Yeah, this is just unstoppable.
I was, for a moment there, I was even looking at the attempt of trading rooks. It doesn't help at all. Rook c8 check, king takes b7. And again, rook d1 is killing it.
Yes, no, absolutely. Okay, she doesn't seem to be very eager to finish the game, so perhaps we can move on.
She has 36 minutes. I think she's going to take time. This is still a U.S. championship.
Exactly.
You don't want to resign prematurely. Maybe there is, a crazy move that can save something.
We're going to keep an eye on it, and we'll go to guest in studio. Cristian, over to you.
Well, let's see who the guest is, because all right, we have Sam Sevian in the studio. Sam, first of all, a difficult game out of the opening. He seemed to know the opening better than you, and then you decided to sacrifice. You went for this knight to b5. Tell us a bit about the story of that decision.
Yeah, so he played this very interesting line with bishop a7 and g4. And I felt if I don't play bishop h4, he has a very comfortable position after knight h5, queen g5. So I tried to make this bishop h4, knight b5 work for a long time. I mean, if I don't make it work, I think he goes like knight d2, knight e7, and then knight g6.
That's right.
And I have to give my dark colored bishop, so I think this works out. But
you can go
yeah,
knight to h4.
I mean, after
knight to h4 is another move in this position.
Knight to h4, okay, yeah.
Right. Knight h4,
Yeah,
but
knight
then
h4,
knight h5 comes. And
knight h5, exactly, yeah. That's why I thought bishop h4 was very interesting. But I'm not sure it leads to anything from the way he played. So
right.
King g7, knight b5.
Knight to b5 is the novelty, and we were looking at some ideas for black to try to keep his extra piece in the position. One of them was this, after queen, sorry, not queen to e7, rook to g8 was an option. Did you spot this one?
Yeah,
what was your plan?
I mean, rook to g8, I play rook a d1, let's say.
Right. And now queen to e7, I have to go queen e7.
Yeah, I thought we could get this position in the game. I could have played on after queen e7 with rook a d1, and then he plays rook g8. I think I have to play something like h3 here, or rook d3. Maybe
Yes.
rook d3. Let's try rook d3.
Rook to d3. I think what the engine was always trying to get was ideas of a4. Knight a5 followed by c6 and bishop to d8.
That's a very, very nice idea.
Yes.
And if h3, is it the same idea?
The same idea pretty much in every single position. Yes, this a4. And it's just saying that white doesn't have a way to break through to get to that knight on f6.
Yeah, basically, my position is extremely nice. That he's in an eternal pin, but I don't have the breakthrough. Like, if you go back a few moves, if he doesn't play rook g8, I mean, we can look at the game. So queen e7.
Yes. Check, queen f3.
He went for king g6, and yeah, I went for perpetual after king g6. If I play rook a d1 here, he goes rook g8.
Yes.
I think logically h3 again, or yeah, h3. Yeah, and this position he just stays, and this a4 idea is very strong with knight a5. I mean,
yeah, that's the key idea, but we were really trying not to make this move because it's such a crazy move. Yeah, it's completely on the other side of the board. You're just saying that, okay, you don't have another resource coming against that knight on f6, so I'm just simply going to do whatever I want on this side. a4, knight a5. It doesn't come to your mind, right?
Right. So I wonder if he plays bishop d7 instead of a4, and then I play a4. What's the...
Right, yeah. Yeah, this is probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, I think that the problem for me is how do I get f4 in? Because let's say king g7, rook d3, rook a e8, I guess makes sense.
Sure.
I just don't really know what to do. So king h1, just keep waiting.
I think you're not doing anything and he's not doing anything either. It's kind of like a standstill.
There was, we were analyzing after the game, there was a very interesting idea. So if you go to the final position, rook a d1, instead of perpetual.
So king g6, rook a d1.
Queen f3, king g6, rook a d1. If you play knight b8 right away,
yes,
I can play d takes e5.
Yes.
I'm not saying I have to here, but there's always this idea of playing knight d4.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, and the problem is he doesn't have to play knight b8. So it's this weird position where we're both stuck and we don't really have ideas.
Yeah.
Because if I ever try queen g3 check f4, which is very logical, his bishop on b6 opens up.
Got it.
And well, it's not very easy to continue.
Sam, a very tense, but in the end, probably the correct result happened in this one. Congratulations, you're going into the rest day on a 50% score. That's a very decent score. How do you feel about your performance up to this point in this tournament?
I mean, I've had some interesting games so far, and I have had some chances in the second round and the end yesterday, but I think objectively it's been solid so far.
Solid so far. Congratulations. We'll see you after tomorrow.
We have a quick question from
Alright.
Kate. One more question for you, Sam.
Very quick question, Sam. At one moment, we saw a close-up at you, and I think after Queen takes F3, you were like shaking hands, and you seemed very unhappy. So was it because you thought maybe the game is gonna quickly end in a draw, or was there another reason that you seemed very unhappy?
I don't remember, when was that? After I took on F3?
G4.
Or maybe after G4.
When
yes.
he played, yeah.
I did not know G4 and I was not happy because
you forgot the
so
lines that it
H4
exists, or
You were caught unaware by G4?
I simply didn't know the move G4.
Ah,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
that you were caught unaware because we weren't sure. But yeah.
Yeah, but you managed it very well, and I think draw is a good result in this
Fair
game.
result. All right, Sam, enjoy your free day.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, as we continue our look. And we think Jeffery's game with Andrew Tang has also been drawn. Apologies to, when we left it, we had seen this moment with Queen B6, and he did play Knight C3, Jeffery, and it got away from us. He didn't.
Not much has happened in that one.
It was a pretty slow affair, right? By the way, for Andrew, not a bad result at all, right? With the black pieces making a comfortable draw against Jeffery.
Right. He had a draw yesterday, pretty quick.
Yeah.
Today, relatively fast, and tomorrow rest day for him.
Absolutely.
We got to go back to that Hans game. Hans
Yeah,
versus
right.
Mishra. That's the big battle, right? So
Absolutely.
let's
We
see
left
what's
it,
happening in
and
that
we were
one.
about to see the queens coming off the board, and we thought that Hans had a bit of a nibble.
What has happened to the position?
F6
Wow, look at those
takes on
pawns.
and bishop takes C3. Well,
that's a pawn.
That's an extra one. I like.
That's actually the second one. And two
Pause.
pawns up.
Yeah, just pause for a moment here. Bishop F6 is everybody's choice, but is there anything else that we can do exactly in this moment? No.
But perhaps bishop f6 is going to just simply lead to some sort of simplifications, right?
Well, hold it.
I think alternative, by the way, is bishop b2 and maybe e5.
Bishop b2, rook takes c4 and e5, yeah?
Because I want
So
to.
then you have an anchor square for your bishop.
But then I will take on e7.
But then I have intermediate move, bishop d5.
No, bishop d4, I take on d4.
With e rook.
Yes. Let's just show our audience that, because at first blush, you're kind of pleased, right? Oh, I get to pick up this rook.
I thought if you take with the other rook, I have a check.
It'll
on
be
c1.
like,
yeah. Very nice.
Take here. Whoop. Nope. No, you take with the other rook and you're crying. Oops. There you go. But hold on, you guys, I mean, I'm a pawn grabber. I live for being a pawn up in a position. Why isn't bishop f6 the way to go?
So I can retreat back to e3.
Bishop back to e3. Now we're going to go, whew, I don't know.
Oh.
Another one of those 3 pawns for a rook kind of thing. Once again, standings, and we have another guest in studio one more time. Do it once more with now 2 draws.
We have
in the
2
open.
draws already happened, but we still have a sole leader, Abhimanyu Mishra with 2.5 points, and a 2-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Sam Shankland with 2 points.
We just heard the perspective of Sam Sevian. Let's get the perspective, easy for me to say, of Leinier. Over to you, Cristian.
Leinier, after 4 rounds going into the first rest day, give us your assessment of your performance and tell us a bit about yesterday's game as well, because that one was pretty wild.
Yeah, obviously a big chance for me yesterday, but yeah, other than that, pretty solid, pretty normal. I mean, I had 3 blacks. So I guess it's fine. But yeah, yesterday game was very interesting. It was a pity not to win because it would have been one of my best games, I think. But
that queen to f6 at the
but
end.
yeah, very
when did you see
complicated
it?
and.
Against
sorry?
Dariusz.
That queen to f6 idea at the end, rook to e3 and queen to f6. Did you see it During the analysis, did you see, did the computer show it to you after the game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I saw it after the game, but during the game, I was kind of, I mean, I was aware of it, but of course, it never really came to my mind to play this rook e3. I mean, I was considering just briefly, because I mean, the main issue was that I had so little time, and you can always lose this position. So I was, I mean, once I got down to less than 2 minutes, I was a bit in a panic mode, and just briefly thought about the queen f6, but always with the rook on e1. I mean, not with the rook on e3, so there was always takes, king h7. But yeah, this rook e3 was brilliant, and of course there were many. I mean, there were a few other ways to win. Yep. But yeah, it was tough with little time. I think this b takes a4 was brilliant from him, because I was thinking it's just I'm going to mate him, and he cannot do anything. But yeah, suddenly
he found the best
queen
defensive
b7, queen b2,
resources.
and then at least and even a5. I mean, I was really shocked by if I thought I was just mating, and he goes a5. I mean, the pawn is still so far, but it was winning. But yeah, it wasn't so simple.
Absolutely. Well, 3 blacks, only 1 white, and you had a great chance with the white pieces. That is a good sign for your form. Leinier, go get some rest during the rest day. Guys, any questions for Leinier?
Yeah, oh, geez, absolutely. Leinier, first of all, yeah, sorry for the miss yesterday. That queen f6 would have been absolutely brilliant. We were looking at your game because of the whole sacrifice, and we were mystified by 2 suggestions of the computer. One suggestion involved your playing a5, a4. First question, was that a move you considered? Secondly, the other suggestion of the computer was to play for rook g8, which actually makes a lot of sense because there's no longer the repetition. You would have rook g6 in case of queen g3. Did either of those 2 moves, or maybe both, catch your eye?
I mean, a4, I didn't think about it at all. It's just a way too deep for me. I mean, the position, it's already very complex. There are like many options for both sides, and it's hard to tell for humans here what's right and what's not. Rook g8 was indeed a very logical way, and I was considering the move, of course, but I think instead of queen e7, yeah. No, the moves I was considering here, other than queen e7, were knight b8, because it's very natural, I mean, very human at least, to try to play knight b8, knight d7, but first of all, I wasn't sure if d5, d5, queen g3, and queen takes e5, what was the situation there. I mean, queen g3, king h7, queen takes e5, I have to play probably knight g4, and then, yeah, because if knight d7, there is queen f5 check. So knight g4, obviously, and then queen h5, and I wasn't sure at all. I mean, maybe black is okay here, but, queen e8 or something, but
looks
yeah,
wild. Yeah.
Rook g8 was indeed logical. I was just worried that I would never get rid of this pin, and that he would have time for rook d1, rook d3, but apparently rook d1, rook d3 is not so deadly, and I can just stay put with the queen on e7, and then maybe even go for this slow play with bishop d7. It's very hard to decide on this, because it looks like I'm going to get mated here, or that I will lose f6, because once the rook gets to the 3rd rank, there are ideas with queen e2 and then rook f3. But yeah, I guess the point is queen e2, king h7, and then king f8, and then rook g6.
Leinier, this reminds me that Sam Sevian was saying that he felt he's putting his opponent into eternal pain, but he doesn't have ways how to increase the pressure. How did you feel in that position with that pin? Were you in eternal pain?
Yes, so that's why I was trying to find ways to solve it, to get rid of the pin, but it turns out that I didn't have to worry about it so much. But yeah, it's a very difficult position for both sides, because white is obviously running some risk as well. I mean, if things go wrong, He's indeed down a piece, but at the same time for black it's also unpleasant, especially if you have to be cool and not worry at all and just put queen on e7 and play like bishop d7, rook a8 and so on. I think, yeah, very hard position to play for both, and I think draw is a logical result after all.
Leinier, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your free day. You deserve it. We have an update with the ladies. Now that Tatev has won her game, she's getting back in the mix.
Yes, so she is currently also the leader in the women's section, together with Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova with 2.5 points.
And with Carissa and Begim still playing, somebody's going to get more points than Tatev. But you're right. At the moment, Tatev is tied first. And Cristian, what's happening in Mishra's game?
That's the big moment right here, because black has so many options, right? We were looking at bishop b2, bishop e5, bishop f6. Bishop f6 was your decision, right?
Yes.
Take, and that is the question. How is this endgame? Rook to a5, I was assuming. If you do go a4, I do feel like you have a lot of potential in the position. E5, get the king in, and then just make use of this majority on the king side. Yes. But what I can do is try to go for the attack, like rook to c8. I'll give you another check. I'll give you another check, and yet another check.
Right.
What do you do now?
King d6, let's go.
King d6, and this is probably what Hans is calculating right now. Yeah. This race, you're going to take on a2, I'm going to take on g6. The problem is I also have ideas of g4. I'm not even sure I'm going to start taking your pawns. Rather, I'm going to start pushing my pawns with the move g4, try to create something. Try to do something with the h-pawn. So this is the race that Hans is calculating. And take a look at this. Mishra only 5 minutes on his clock. Hans, 25 minutes on his clock. So he has the luxury of calculating all of these options right now. According to the engine, the best move is bishop e5. And that creates the most problems for white in the position. Because if you do take on c4, I'm going to take, and now I'm going to go bishop to g3. That comes with a very serious threat.
Right, I have to get out of
Rook
dodge.
to b1, right? I don't get checkmated, of course. If you take on e7, no time for that. So you have to go king to f1, but now after rook to b2, you start understanding how tied up white is in the position. You take on e7, I'll give you a check first, you cannot go to e1, you have to go here. I pick up a pawn, good luck defending this one. Not going to be easy. So this is the key move. That if he finds it, I'm looking at the position a4 being the best move, find a4 and understand the details and the differences with only a couple of minutes on your clock. Bishop e5 is on the board.
Wow.
Bravo.
5 minutes
very
right
impressive.
now. And this is this an expected move for Mishra? I don't think so. I think he was looking at bishop f6 and trying to calculate that rook endgame.
Absolutely.
I believe this is coming as a surprise. And from a practical perspective and from an objective perspective, right now, Mishra is in deep trouble.
With 5 minutes on the clock. And Jeffery Xiong is in studio to talk to you, Cristian.
Jeffery, welcome to the show. Tell us a bit about today's game. You tried, but unfortunately you weren't able to break through your opponent's very strong and resilient defense.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Today was a bit dry. I wasn't expecting this bishop b4 check line in the Catalan, and I think he got what he wanted out of the opening. Probably after queen b6, I should have played c5 just to stop this d takes c4 in the game, but yeah, the one I chose wasn't too problematic for him, and he was able to equalize relatively easily.
Absolutely, and yesterday it was a difficult game, obviously, against Fabiano. With the white pieces, unfortunately, you fell for those complications, and in the end game, maybe you were close to a draw, but from a practical perspective, with so little time on the clock, it wasn't easy. What were the adjustments that you made after yesterday's game?
Yeah, I think the main problem about yesterday's game was just my time management. I played way too slowly after move 40, and also before. So yeah, today I tried to play faster. Unfortunately, Andrew was very solid, so it didn't really work to perfection today as well, but I'll keep trying.
Still many games to be played, and tomorrow you get a well-deserved rest day. Guys, any questions for Jeffery?
Not for me. Jeffery, just enjoy your rest day, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
I wanted to point out, boldly point out the obvious. Dariusz is really in severe time trouble. I mean, I don't know exactly where it all disappeared, but he's got like 3-4 moves to play. But
he's on the increment.
No, he has 13 moves to play.
Pardon me, 13.
Wow.
They're at move 27 right now, yeah. 13 moves to play. And he only has 36 seconds.
And the last move was rook e7 in that game. And
but let's say with Hans, guys, because that's
Mishra.
Yes, that's a sequence right now that is going to define the rest of the game.
Okay.
And Mishra is only down to his last minute. So rook takes c4 was played.
The whole sequence, and we're going to see bishop g3.
That's the key move.
Setting up the back rank mate, just taking away the king f2 square.
And that's setting up a decisive advantage for black.
Okay, so
if he plays the move bishop to g3, it's going to be extremely difficult to untie. He's going for that. What was that? What exactly was that?
It was actually pretty strange. I don't know exactly where he picked it up, but it was a habit of Tony Miles too. He's going to make a move, bishop g3, and he would polish the square is wrong, but just kind of like take some fluff or whatever away, and he's going to play bishop g3. You know he's going to play bishop, and he was going to kind of cleaning the square. What was he doing just a second ago? Was he cleaning the square?
Dust it off.
Dust it off?
Pointing to the
That's where I want to go.
I'm going to put my bishop there.
Yeah.
You know, you think of favor to Mishra, who has only 3 minutes left.
Right.
It's like, this is what I'm going to play. You can start thinking.
Maurice Ashley was telling me about a player who was purposefully annoying him. He would show him the base of the square. He'd pick up a piece, let's say the knight, and he'd show him the base of the knight, and then he'd put it on the board. I'm going to move my bishop. You know, like this. Oh, that was one game that Maurice really wanted to win, and he did. Bishop to g3, and I don't know, I really didn't like that sequence with king coming and then the rook coming, gliding over. I didn't like that sequence at all. But rook has to go back, rook comes down. Do I seize the defensive and just, ugh?
No, that looks very ugly.
I agree, very, very ugly. In studio, Tatev, winner for today, with you, Cristian.
Tatev, first of all, congratulations. That was a very shaky game. That was the French. Okay, you still continue winning games with the French. Tell us a bit about your opening choice and the middle game of this game, and how you recovered from that difficult opening phase.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me how I recovered from yesterday, because I was really upset after yesterday's game too. But yeah, she played the advanced French. I wasn't expecting it. She usually plays knight c3, so I played a line I don't normally play with this f6, and we got into some unknown territory, and I don't think I know I didn't handle it well. I actually checked the game quickly after c4. I spent a lot of time, and I guess I didn't react well. But I feel like every time I spend too much time, I don't react well. But I don't even know what to do here, because every move I consider just looked terrifying.
After c4,
I mean, her rook is coming to c1, the knight going to b5. It just looks like I'm just getting checkmated.
No, this is
not. But she just allowed me so much. Once I get the pawn to g4, knight on f5, she just gave me everything.
It was this moment that she had the move b6. Did you spot this move during the game?
I mean, I spotted the idea. I knew something like this was coming, but I thought, okay, I have to take probably, right? And then attack me. If you succeed, you succeed. What can I do?
Yeah, absolutely. And then she gave you this opportunity. Knight to f5. Now you're starting to feel better about your attack, right? You're getting some moves with tempo in. Was that your feeling as well?
Well, I was feeling better about not getting mated, because now things really can get on the light squares. Okay, I have a bishop covering the dark squares, so I'm blocking bishop f3, the queen goes to e4, b7 is covered. I was really shocked when she took on g4, because why give me this open h-file? Yeah, I mean, here I'm already Here I was actually very happy already. Here I could already feel things are going my way because she just completely lost any threat of the position. So I already could tell that something bad is about to happen to her.
And then she played this move, queen to e4, and that's exactly the bad thing that happened to her because you immediately blasted open the position with the move d3, and this is perhaps something that she missed. When did you spot this idea of rook to d4 after rook takes c5?
When she went, even before she went queen e4, because my whole game, my whole plan is associated with this d3 move, right? Get in d3, open this diagonal, get in g3, somehow get some kind, like make the game messy.
Right.
So as long as I can get d3, my rook comes to d4. Like I was kind of shocked. I was like, am I winning here? Like how could this be? But you know, now all of a sudden I have a pawn on e2.
Tatev, congratulations, a big, important victory, bounce-back victory after, as you mentioned, yesterday's disappointment. You're back in this tournament. You're, for the moment, a part of the co-leading group as you enter the rest day. What are you going to do during the rest day?
Well, we have community service to do, and besides that, I don't really have any plans. Just take it easy. I know I have a big match coming up against Carissa. I believe I'm playing white against Carissa. So that's going to be a huge match. I'll probably spend most of it preparing.
We'll see you after tomorrow, Tatev.
Enjoy your rest day, Tatev. And again, update our standings for us, will you, Kate?
Yeah, so let's take a look. So after the win, Tatev Abrahamian is catching up with the leaders, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, all of them having 2.5 points.
With Carissa and Begim ready to play, still playing, and in the open.
In the open section, we still have Abhimanyu Mishra leading with 2.5 points. We have a bunch of draws, but that did not affect the sole leader.
But Hans Niemann is playing against Mishra. We think Hans has a serious advantage. If Hans can win, he'll be scoring. He'll have the same score, pardon me, as Mishra with 2.5 points. Just wanted to say that in the Carissa versus Begim game, that seems to be very balanced, but breaking developments, big news in the Nasi versus Irina Krush match, because I'm just looking at this position, and I think everyone who's ever seen these types of mating patterns, yeah, the knight, I think they actually call it the Arabian mate. You put the knight on f6, you put the rook on h7, and it's a magical checkmate. In this particular case, you can do it a different way too. You can go to the e8 square so that you can actually do it with a double threat. You're threatening knight e8 takes c7 and knight e8 to f6. So Nasi looking really good in this one.
I mean, if Nasi can pick up another pawn,
wow,
that is a big advantage.
Well, she's not a pawn up at the moment, but it's
right. I saw the pawn on g7 disappeared. So
my whole career, all I do is count pawns. It's like it's second nature. I feel like Spock, you know, just keeping track of pawns. But it does look like Nasi really has a clear advantage with this move, knight e8. I don't know. I don't think time is a factor, is it?
It sort of is.
It is a little bit. Nasi has 17 minutes while Irina has only 2 minutes left.
Okay.
And they still have to make 9 moves.
Okay. And back over to you, Cristian. What's caught your eye?
Well, what's caught my eye is that Dariusz is still down to his last 1 minute, and things have changed a little bit. Some exchanges have happened. This pawn on e5 disappeared after this exchange, and in return you got the h3 pawn. Yes, so this is what we have right now. The position remains very close to equality, but again, it's 1 minute against 18 minutes.
Right.
How do we feel about this position? Queen to e1 has been played right now.
I think black is absolutely perfectly
Should
fine.
be. Yes, I agree with you. Maybe even knight to d7, right?
I was
Something
even
like that.
thinking about h5 and knight g4, yeah.
Ah, you want to go aggressive.
Well, you know, it's my natural inclination, you know, like, I don't like seizing the defensive. I'm not that kind of a guy.
Right. Now the question is,
can
the
I
do something?
Because the h3 pawn
Maybe
is missing.
c4, but c4 you just like
that's a
go back.
commitment, yeah.
I don't like that move.
Do I
no.
like to trade queens with knight c4?
Yes, you can definitely do that, but the problem is this pawn on b6 is nicely and secure by the knight on d5, secured by the knight on d5. I don't even have to trade the queens.
I'm kind of inclined to going queen h3, queen f5, you know. I mean,
even
I got
queen h3, knight
I got
g4.
knight g4 on my agenda. I'm not sure about trading queens.
You have to do queen f1.
And again, h5, h4 could disturb the king side. So even
How much
though
time does he have? Okay,
yeah.
queen to f5 played with 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow. I was never good in time trouble. I was very good against, well, Walter Shawn Brown, Sammy Reshevsky were two great. Leinier Dominguez is a great time trouble guy.
Yes, but you're
Isn't
still
Ray
missing
Robson
stuff.
also?
I like playing against the guys who are in time trouble. I mean, that was fun. Queen f5, I think Dariusz is fine. It's all about the clock.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Well, let's. We have in studio Sam. Back over to you, Cristian.
No, we don't have Sam. Sam is actually still playing, but we do have an interview with Sam as we go on a break.
That was what it is. We've got Sam Shankland for you. Enjoy, everyone.
Hi Sam, thank you so much for joining me today. Tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing.
Well, I didn't have much of a chess upbringing. I took my first chess class with the Berkeley Chess School after school program when I was in 4th grade. I was 9 years old. I didn't play a tournament until I was 11. And growing up in California, that was probably one of the best places in America to grow up, but American chess was really desolate at the time. There's a reason that, you know, only me and Hikaru from that generation really blossomed into top players until the next generation came along with guys like Ray and Jeffery and Sam Sevian. But growing up in America, there really were very few opportunities, but I'm delighted that that has changed a lot recently. Because it's something I really dedicated my life to, and I wasn't able to do that until I was an adult. I know a lot of people, especially those who grew up in other countries, other continents, were able to do chess full time from the time they were 10 or whatever. That was not me. I mean, I went through the full American K-12 education system, got a university degree, but chess always was what motivated me the most. It was what I was most passionate about. I worked really, really hard, and I'm very proud of how far I've come.
Do you have a book that has influenced you the most as you were growing up?
There have been so many books that have had a positive impact on me. There was certainly all of the Grandmaster preparation series, the repertoire ones with Quality Chess. The first one with Boris Avruk convinced me to start playing d4 when I had played e4 my whole life, and that sort of turned me around in a lot of good ways. But if you made me pick one book that I think had the biggest impact on me, it was Practical Chess Defense, and that was for two reasons. One, because I think it's a really good book, and two, because it inspired me to work with Jakob Bogert, the author, and he's been my coach ever since. And you know, when I won the Sanford Fellowship in this was 2014, and I had money at my disposal for the first time in my life. I was, you know, 2,600 as an adult. I had made it there that far, but I was sort of stuck, and I needed a coach at that point. And hiring Jakob came, and the rest is history.
And I know he's convinced you, or maybe you two have worked together, and you've become an author as well. You recently have published a new book. Can you tell me a little bit about your career as an author as well?
Yeah, so basically my top priority by far is trying to be the best chess player I can be. And a lot of my peers, you know, 2700 Club, they take one look at me like, why are you writing so many books, creating so much content? And the answer is quite simple, is I write about stuff that I want to improve myself. So for example, my most recent book, Theoretical Rook Endgames, took 3.5 years to write. It's going to be released October 18th. I have some advanced copies here. But it was 3.5 years of studying complex rook endgames. I mean, yeah, I get that maybe putting them into words is not like 100% the most useful use of my time for training, but I learned so much writing this book. And I'm just looking at myself as I have plenty of examples of my own games in this book. When I was 2700, I just missed playing rook endgames, and now hopefully that will happen less often. So every single project I've ever taken on, for Quality Chess and for Chessable, has been done with the same stated goal in mind: to make me a better chess player. It's for completely selfish reasons, and if the readers want to come along for the ride, they're welcome to. And funnily enough, this model has been extremely successful for the books. Everyone really loves them. I'm just doing my own training and inviting people to join.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of your books. You're also writing, and you've created courses on Chessable. And on Chessable, you're mostly known for your openings courses. Which one would you say is the most important to study, or is it all three parts of the game?
Well, I mean, you can't be a complete chess player without being good at all phases of the game. If I were to make an analogy that I quite like is if you can run really fast, control the ball really well with your feet, pass really well, shoot really well, dribble really well, steal really well, and you can't stop the ball with your hands to save your life, that's fine, don't be a goalkeeper. In chess, if you're really good at openings, you're well prepared, you've analyzed them deep into the early middle game, you have very good tactical vision for quick little tricks, good positional feel for your pieces, you know, have good knowledge of technical endgames, but you can't calculate to save your life, you've got a problem. And so I think to sort of isolate one part of chess or some parts of chess as more important than others is just not true. It's not a good idea, and you have to be a complete player capable of playing all phases of the game in order to play at a high level.
When you were young, you've often mentioned on your social media that Garry Kasparov was one of your heroes. Was he the one who's influenced you the most as a world champion?
Yes, of course, Garry Kasparov was my earliest hero. One of the biggest reasons was just that I met him. I mean, for what it's worth, I know this sounds ridiculous when you look at the world today. I never met a grandmaster until I was 15. I never played with one until I was 16. You know, I did not have a quick development, and I did not have opportunities to play with strong players and travel and stuff like that. I mean, I had the opportunity to play with a bunch of 2200s starting very, very young in San Francisco, which I'm extremely grateful for. And I know, at least at the time, that was a lot more than a lot of other people had, especially in this country. But I didn't have an opportunity to like really meet with strong players. And I didn't get how good grandmasters and top grandmasters and super elite world champions could be. And when I got to meet Garry Kasparov for a weekend, along with a bunch of other young American juniors, and he just completely opened my eyes to the level of excellence that chess players can strive for. And it inspired me and laid the foundation for who I am today. And he will always be my biggest hero.
And I'm sure you felt really great when you had the opportunity to win against him. Earlier, a few months ago actually, or maybe a month ago, here in St. Louis in 9LX.
Yeah, so I've played with Kasparov twice. Both games were sort of blowouts. The first one, he completely crushed me. The second game, maybe crushed is the wrong word, but it was a pretty smooth victory on my part. So just playing with him is a huge honor. I mean, Chess 9LX is a lot of fun. It's great, but it's not super serious. It's not rated. It's sort of an exhibition event. So I didn't care so much about the results. Obviously, I was very proud to have beaten him in one of the two games we played, but really just playing with Garry is a tremendous honor because he doesn't play classical chess anymore, and that's just what you can do. But yeah, it was one of the proudest moments of my life when I beat him. I mean, it says a lot that this guy's 60 years old, 18 years retired, and beating him in an exhibition game is one of the proudest moments of my life all the same. That's how good he was.
Okay, and I was wondering about this competition. You have to come back from rapid chess, blitz events that you had to play to classical chess. What did you do specifically to prepare for this event?
Well, I played some longer training games, which hopefully helps. I haven't been able to play much classical events this year. There haven't been that many classical events, and I wasn't invited to very many either, which was tough. But classical chess is certainly what I specialize in the most. It's what I'm best at. I've dedicated my training plan in the last, my entire adult life towards becoming the best classical chess player I can be. And as a result, for the most part, I've lagged behind in rapid and blitz, which I still view as less important overall. It's not been that terrible. I mean, obviously, like in 960 rapid, I made +3 this time. Last time in 960, I made +2, and I made +1 in the rapid section of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz last year. So, I mean, I can play rapid when I need to, but classical is what I've worked the most at. It's been a really rough year for me in a lot of ways, but I'm feeling motivated and energized, and I'm ready to turn around now.
Well, thank you very much, Sam. Looking forward to reading your book, and good luck in this competition.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We have some results in this, the 4th round before our free day tomorrow. Take a look at the standings. Kate, do the honors, and the ladies.
So Tatev made a very important win in this round, and she's now tied at the top with Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova with 2.5 points.
And in the Open, I know we have a lot of draws.
We have a lot of draws, but nothing is gonna distract Abhimanyu Mishra, who is the sole leader with 2.5 points.
Speaking of Mishra,
something's going to distract him.
Something's going to distract him.
He's 2 points down right now. That's the big distraction for Abhimanyu, unfortunately. And to be honest, I think he's actually just busted after the move bishop to g5. He just played the move bishop to d2. We left it off somewhere around here. Hans was still thinking about this last move, bishop to g3. We told you guys, this is the money move. If he finds it, this is going to be a win for him. Take a look at this. King to f1, check. Bishop to c1, much better would have been king to e2. In fact, this was perhaps the last moment in which Mishra would have been able to stay in the game somewhat. Right. King to e2. Couple of moves have been played after that, and this is what we currently have. Bishop to g5, as we expected, f4, but right now if I just simply go bishop h6, and then I go e5 next move.
Right.
How do you stop me from exchanging even more pawns and in fact getting into a technical winning rook endgame?
He's done it. f4, bishop h6, and
that's it.
Prescribed. e5 is on Hans' agenda, and that's it. 2 pawns.
Pin it to win it. Right now, you're in trouble.
No, for sure. It's been
you
the
are
case.
In absolute shambles as Abhimanyu. He knows it.
Right. But for Hans Niemann, not only did he just break the tournament wide open, but he did himself a solid favor by beating a key rival, a game we anticipate he will win, and he will have the same score as Mishra, 2.5, going into the rest day.
Back to
which
+1.
Kind
That's
of
good.
opens up the door a little bit for Fabiano in his game with Dariusz. Now, we think the game is very balanced, but it's about the clock as well, Cristian.
It's about the clock, and it has been about the clock for so long, right? For the last, I believe, 10, 15 moves. Dariusz has been playing on increment, and he's still doing exactly that. We discussed about this situation. We discussed about their previous game at last year's US Championship. Dariusz had a great position out of the opening, and this is the sequence and the phase of the game in which he lost control.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's happening again right now. This is what we have. By the way, Dariusz is down to his last 20 seconds, so keep an eye on that.
Well, I'm just saying that if Mishra was to lose, Fabi at +1 as well as Sam Shankland at +1 might have a window, and there we see it. Very good move. I like this move.
Good move, G5.
Very
yes,
much by
yes.
Dariusz, G5. Again, H5, H4, kind of opening up the position for the king, opening up the position of White's king is on Black's agenda. And I like this move, G5.
No, G5 was a very, very good move. Not an easy decision to make.
With no time on the
expose your
clock.
king with
Yeah.
30 seconds on the clock. Not an easy move to make, but he timed it well. G5 is a good move.
Well, again, from Fabi's perspective, I don't think you want to take too many risks, because if Black is able to get an H4, H takes G3, Queen G4, I got Knight E6 to F4 check on my agenda.
I was just thinking that knight e5 looked like a very natural move after g5.
Knight h4 was a better move
earlier.
Instead of bishop to c3. He just played this move, bishop to c3, maybe trying to put more pressure, quickly put more pressure on his clock and force him to make his decision. His decision came g5, that was a great move, but knight to h4 I think would have created much more big difficulties in the position for Black. Queen to g4, for example, then queen to e5, you start seeing ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Queen to b8, check. Where is your king going? You have to play queen to d4, be precise, create your own counterplay, but these are not easy moves to find. So I think knight to h4 from a practical perspective would have been the better solution for Fabiano. He did not play.
There are also ideas, by the way, Cristian, with knight f5 and bishop h6, if you just move it back.
Exactly,
right?
Yes. Knight f5, bishop h6, all sorts of ideas is against the king on f8. And there's no more g5, right? Because of the knight on f6. So knight to h4 was a good moment for Fabiano. He did not spot it. Right now, after g5, to be honest, I'm looking at the position. And
current position?
Who's playing?
Yeah, he just played d4, I believe.
G5.
No, G5, but I'm seeing D4 on your monitor.
No. That was me making some moves.
I gotcha.
No, Fabiano is still thinking, trying
after
to
G5.
Understand how he can continue this game. There's only 2 moves until Dariusz makes the time control. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, if he makes the time control, I can call it. I'm going to say that he's going to be out of danger if he makes the time control safely.
Out of danger?
I think he's out of danger, yes. Out of practical danger. Objectively, he's completely fine in the position.
Right.
But again, it's all about the time. This is what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the eval, I'm looking at the time. And I think King G2 was played. No, King G2 was already there.
King's on G2,
yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, if I'm in Dariusz's shoes, I'm angling for H5, H4, followed by H takes G3, just to loosen up the king, just dreaming of one day going Queen G4 and Knight F4 check. That's what Fabi
and maybe
has to
even
concern.
better.
Yeah, that's the big concern for Fabi. I want to jump to the game of Wesley So too, because not only will Mishra's loss open up the window of opportunity for Fabi to take first place, but for Sam Shankland as well. Now, when we left it, we thought that Sam was doing well, but check this out. He ended up getting his bishop trapped. Sam understood that he's not taking any risks because, rook and knight versus
we had it
rook,
yesterday here.
as we understand. And he's hoping that with these passed pawns, but I'm seeing very, very active Black pieces.
I think
and
he's okay, not
no
risking
problem.
that much, but I think Black is the one playing for a win here.
Black is playing for the win.
Just because maybe I can use your pawns to try to checkmate you. So I can
for
go
example,
maybe knight e5.
Knight F4. Just to put
or knight
one,
f4, yes.
Yeah, just to put one example of, how things, if there weren't pawns on the board, you would give me a check.
You'd give a check, easy.
But
right.
In this case, I am threatening to take this
You
pawn.
have to be careful.
Exactly.
Right. You can go king g5 and probably escape, but you have to be careful, right?
So you think that Wesley?
Wesley for choice, not by much.
But
Let's
you
be honest.
also wanted to go knight e5, did I understand you? Right. So the idea here is like something similar to what we just saw. You want to go rook check and somehow kind of...
And I don't even want to take your g4 pawn, actually.
Well, that's kind of you. I wasn't going to give it to you.
Okay, rook d3, let's see.
Rook d3 check and, king g2. And,
okay, let's go king to f4.
King to
f4.
King to f4.
Yes.
Okay, this is getting interesting.
Let's give you a check on d2.
Uh-oh. Where's my king
go?
going? Yeah.
There you go.
Alert.
Knight f3.
Alert. King to g3.
King to e3. I'm hiding behind your pawns. And
exactly.
I think it's important to capture the pawn on a5 so we can have a check on a4 potentially.
Okay, you think I shouldn't even be bothering with these pawns?
Yes, after knight e5, let's just capture the pawn.
And just say, do your worst, yeah? Okay, fair enough, yeah. But in this case, check, and knight takes g4. Okay, by the way, Jennifer Yu, we admired her incredible fighting spirit yesterday as she saved an absolutely impossible game to save. But against Atousa, just a second, things could have gone wrong for her. Just a second. Just bringing up that game. That was the Queen A8 game, remember that? Where I was expecting an exchange sacrifice from Jennifer. Yeah, way back here, somewhere around these parts, I was expecting an exchange sacrifice with rook on A5 takes D5. She didn't do that, and I'm just going to, go very, very quickly to the current position.
That pawn on A7 looks very dangerous.
No kidding. I mean, all the way, one square from coronation. Uh-oh, queen is dropping in. I mean, this is a very unhappy guest in the position. Queen, b7. You've got to play rook b7. Do you have a choice, Kate?
But
I want to take your bishop.
But do I have bishop takes d6?
Well, to begin with, yes, but what else can Jennifer do? The bishop
she
is
played
hanging.
queen d7. So
She did. It's on the board. Queen d7. This looks terrible. Queen takes f7.
And the problem is if you go rook b7, I can take on d6.
Exactly what Kate wants to do and sacrifice the queen for the
take
bishop.
on b7, and that's it.
And
rook b7 is on the board.
Right. The striking part about this position is just how really messed up Jennifer's pieces are. So that, I mean, we were talking about a painful pin. Remember the painful pin? How about this one as a painful pin? Your rook on...
But I have...
Oh no, you have rook
a way
b1.
out?
I think you're still winning, but...
Luckily there's rook b8 at the end. You still get that break.
I do have to be careful though.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for rook b1, you know what I mean. It's an eternal pin.
By the way, bishop takes d6 is on the board.
As expected. Yes, rook b7, bishop takes d6.
That's the easy way out. That's, the practical way out.
And then you promote to another queen.
Yes.
Right. So how easy is that? Okay, I mean, I'm an exchange up, but there is a pawn, limited somewhat material. How easy is that?
So you're going to get a...
There's also queen to e4, right? Ideas. By the way,
me.
bishop to a5 was played? Whoa.
What?
Wow, so
bishop to
no
a5.
capturing on d6.
No, but this cannot be good, right?
Bishop a5. So we want to take this and take this?
No.
No?
I just want to give check on f5. Maybe.
No, but this is also very... bishop
is
takes
pretty-
c5, rook b5,
this is
rook
pretty,
b8.
It is, but do I have to
She went for it.
She went for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
the thing is, they're
straightforward. I mean, I don't know about you, but this is very straightforward. Bishop comes back to e3. The rook will go to b8, and there's no check against the white king.
No.
White king will be very, very safe. Queen a8. Jennifer recognizing. For Jennifer, this is going to be a dreadful start for her campaign, as she was trying to defend her title. But my goodness, whoa, something really, really went wrong for her here. Now that we're here, and let's just take a graphic of
Atousa.
Atousa Purkashian, 35 years old, USCF rating 2388, and she's the 7-time Iranian women's champion.
Yeah, we talk about 8 times Irina, 7 times Iranian champion Atousa.
And I believe this is her first U.S.
debut,
championships.
Right? Yes, exactly. And she's done it. Atousa is just going straight for that line with bishop takes d4, and then she'll bring her rook to b8, and there's nothing Jennifer can do.
Because the queen can never move from a8, otherwise I promote.
Precisely so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to, while we're over here at the Ladies' Championship, I wanted to check in on Talia and Alice Lee. When we left it, Alice had won an exchange, but we were thinking that Talia might get some compensation. That's not the case.
By the way, Yasser, can you
please.
go a little bit back to like move 30? Look where the black king was before, with the queens on the board.
Say what?
Look at the black king, wow.
And that's the Carissa versus Begim game.
She's just going with her king to walk to f3 and checkmate on h1. No fear whatsoever.
Wow. And for Talia, what a great sadness that her queen is trapped, that she's not in time to deliver a checkmate to Alice's king, which is leading the army. King is on e4, but what a move.
We always teach keep the king safe in the middle game, especially if heavy pieces are on the board, but not here. Here
No.
Alice goes fiercely with the king in the center.
Fear. I was about to say, a little fear is good, you know, sometimes, but she does have what I have to say is a winning ending. 4 versus 4, but the extra exchange, and Alice should guide this to victory. Over to you, Cristian, and what are you looking at?
Another big game is the one between Paikidze and Irina Krush, and Paikidze, according to the engine, objectively was completely winning. But she had to find this move. We were discussing about this knight f6, rook h7, checkmating patterns. She did go through that, and then Irina had to defend with the move knight to g5. Nicely done by Irina, but after knight to d5, and she was conducting this whole sequence quite well. But at this point, she missed a bit once again. What's black's plan? She should have asked herself. King to g8, get the king in, and try to not get checkmated in the process. The way to avoid that, as white, was to go rook to d7, not an easy move to see. So very nice prophylactic. Whenever we talk about prophylactic moves, this is exactly the type of moves that we're thinking about. Rook to d7. Now if you go king to g8,
you walk into the fork.
Knight d7, that's it, game over, right? So you can go rook to d6. The problem is this endgame
That's
is just
the ending you love.
hopeless, right?
Yeah, yes.
Knight endgames, the theory is that they're very similar to pawn endgames. And if you're a pawn up in a pawn endgame, generally you have great chances to win. So this is what surely Irina wouldn't have liked to see on the board.
Sure.
After rook to d7, I'm not 100% sure what you do next.
There's no moves.
There's no moves.
If you
You're
go rook
sort of
c5,
stuck.
then you go knight f6.
Knight f6 back,
and then
now
h4.
you have to go knight g5, but there's no more attack on the knight
Precisely.
on f6. h4 finishes the game.
Right.
So you can go knight to f8, but that's very passive after rook to f7, right? I'm going to take this knight, and then I'm going to go knight to d7. So
Also
this one is
finishes the
winning
game.
as well.
Yeah.
Christian, can I go rook c2 instead of rook c5?
Yep.
You can try, yeah, for sure. And I think I'm going to try to do the same thing.
So knight g5?
h4.
That's what you're running into. That's what you're facing.
You can give a check, but that's about it.
Yeah.
There's not much more of a continuation afterwards because you get checkmated. That's the
Arabian
problem, right?
mate, yeah.
It's all about that checkmate. And she understood it at the beginning of this sequence. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to complete it before the time, before the next time control. And
What
that's what we have right now.
What did she do
B4,
instead of rook
B5, another opportunity to stop her with the move rook to D7, did not take that, and now king comes to G8. And now I'm not safe yet, but I'm doing much better than I was doing. I think this is what we currently have on the board after the move knight to G7. Finally,
Knight
I
to
know I'm
G7.
not getting checkmated. Right, knight to
That's
G7
a big
was the last
relief,
one.
isn't it? Yeah, just
Knight to F5, you also have to worry about king to G8. That's a threat, more or less, right now in the position, because you cannot touch the pawn on H6. Knight F5 is coming. So
right. Now she lost control.
She did. She did. She had a golden opportunity to put Irina down in this one, and Irina is not an easy opponent to finish, and she had a great opportunity in this
Tell
game.
us about our tournament leaders, Carissa and Begim.
Well, this one has simplified quite drastically. We left it somewhere around here, and I want to show this sequence. Begim found a very nice move. First of all, after queen to G2, if you go rook to E1, this was a golden opportunity for Carissa, because after knight takes A4, which would have arrived on the board, you have queen to B5, followed by rook to E8. And now we understand that all of your pieces as black, they're sort of tied down.
Right, nasty pins.
They're in a pin, right? It looks like my king is weak, but it's not that weak. I'm going to go to A2, and I'm just simply going to hide. Your king is weak as well. And I'm coming with the next move, knight to E7, which is going to create some difficulties.
Check.
Knight to D4, followed by queen to C6, is an idea as well. This would have been winning for Carissa. She had to take on A3, rook takes G8. Some sort of sacrifices like this, still some chances, but it's probably going to be winning. Yes, this is an exchange. She did not play this. She played rook to D1, and this is probably what she missed. Bishop takes A3, nice tactic to get the pawn back.
You little sting on that one, yeah. Bishop takes A3.
Very nice. Bishop to A1, and now we have this one. Still not that easy because you have a big weakness on H7, and I do have a passer ready to be pushed, right? This is what we have, C5, and this is the position that Begim will need to try to defend.
We would expect H5, right?
Yes, and I'm looking at some...
Bishop takes G3.
Yes, but
rook G4?
Right, right. Rook G4, you can still play rook G4.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very important move to get.
I'm trying to get the rook,
rook
bishop versus
rook
bishop versus rook. Yes, yes, yes.
Dude, Begim's on your team. What are you talking about?
We practice that game so much, but it's still difficult. It's still not that easy to make equality. She does know the procedures, but you know, theory is much easier than practice.
Exactly. So what you're saying is Carissa's a 2-result game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely a 2-result game. Carissa is on the move, but she did miss some chances along the way.
Thank you. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I saw we have a move in the Mishra-Hans Niemann game.
Alrighty. I'll jump right over to that one.
Maybe only one, but...
Oh, that was that bishop H6 and telegraphing. I've got these double pawns. I'm 2 pawns up. I want to utilize them. E5, and with the bishop on H6, eyeballing, X-raying, if you will, the D2 bishop, G3.
So can I capture on F4 and get another pawn to E5?
I was about to say, yes, you can, and yes, you should. Another move that you, I mean, I like what you've just suggested very, very strongly, but another move also.
So we want to target the pawn chain, so we will make the F4 pawn a bit weaker.
Weak. But no, I loved what you suggested initially. I like that even better. Takes, and E5. I do think also H4, you know, is another runner. But this is over. 2 pawns up.
That's it. Game over. Yeah, there's no way Hans is going to let this one go.
Exactly.
So if, let's try for Mishra to play rook c8 check.
Okay, king up.
Rook c7. And now we just have to be careful not to go on the 6th rank.
Why?
No?
Because of F5.
F5 or E takes, or F takes E5.
Very good. F5 check. I was like, okay, F5.
Well, maybe you...
I was no. I don't want. I'm not even calculating it.
No, you're not.
I don't want to see that.
You don't even want to see that.
No.
You got to go king
E8.
I get it. It's probably winning even after F5.
Right. And of course, as we check our standings coming in today's round,
it's a very important game
was
for
a point
Hans.
behind.
Yeah, if he manages to win, he will catch up with the leader, Abhimanyu Mishra, and they will both have 2.5 points.
Exactly, meaning the window opens for Fabi and Sam. If they could win their games, that would be clear first. And Fabi is in a struggle with Dariusz, and Sam is probably even against Wesley So, but you were thinking that Wesley
one is
might
going to be
play with the knight. Rook and knight.
He's trying, but nothing is going to come
Because
out
there's
of
some pawns on the board that maybe the rook and knight can...
But a lot of them got cleaned up.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
All right, let's just take a quick gander at that one. This is the Sam Shankland Wesley So game, and we're talking about rook and bishop versus rook and rook and knight. Well, wait a minute, how am I going to do this? Rook, knight versus rook.
Yes.
I had to stop and think about it a little.
That's what we had also yesterday.
That's what I meant. And today we have the same thing. But because there's pawns on the board, sometimes it's not that easy to give checks to the king, and the king can, like wander in, and you would rather not. There wouldn't be a b3 pawn, so that you would be able to give a rook check.
Yeah, the strategy for white is to get rid of the pawns as soon as possible.
Exactly.
Sacrifice them if you can.
Let me just refresh my board for a moment, and here we do see the king coming up to e3, so that we want to push the white king to the edge of the board, so that we can set up those checkmating patterns we're so familiar with.
Do rook b8 and just go.
Yeah, rook b8 is absolutely essential.
Yeah,
before we get knight f3, and again we're looking to check the king away.
Let's stay with this one because I have a feeling Wesley's not even going to try for too long.
Do you see some patterns that we can
I'm seeing a problem. Rook b8 is a very good move, but if we move back and move the rook to h4, let's say we want to support the pawn going forward. So king e3.
Yes.
Rook h4.
Right.
Now black can have knight f3.
Which I desperately want.
And after rook h3, there is checkmate immediately.
Thank you for the helpmate, yes.
And if you move the rook, let's say back, rook b4, then I give check on g1, king h3.
And these are the
king
patterns.
King f2, and again, it's a checkmate.
Yep. Yeah, again, this is another nice helpmate.
And now we see them repeating the position. They're going to shake hands in just a second.
Oops, excuse me. I'm just going to refresh my board, and we expect draw agreed.
Sam is going to look into Frank's direction, say with king g2, and repeating the position 3 times.
Unlike the ladies, Wesley said, I don't even want to look at this anymore. Let's get out of here. We've got a free day tomorrow, everybody. Let's go and enjoy our day tomorrow and draw a hearty hand
Looks
class.
like both of them are very happy.
Please, it was a well-played game. I don't think either player had too much in this one. Take us to the Fabi game for a moment, Cristian.
Well, actually, I want to see the picture of Fabi's game right now. I want to see the video, and I want to see how many minutes Dariusz has left after the time control, because I feel like I jinxed him. I said that he's out of danger if he makes the time control, but he's been thinking since a very long time.
After making
how many minutes does he still have in the second time control right now is the question.
Who did that? Was that Leinier who did that? No, somebody, maybe it was Ray Robson. No, somebody.
To answer a question, it's 16 minutes.
16 minutes, okay, so he spent half of his
time on one move.
That's not a good sign. That's really not a good sign, because he hasn't played it yet. If he gets down to his last 30 seconds again, Fabi's going to find a way to complicate things.
Who did that? They were in time trouble, they made the time control, and then 2 minutes later, 2 moves later, they were in time trouble again. It was pretty bad.
Probably Leinier.
Yeah. Take us through the current position, Cristian.
Well, we left it off after this move, g5, knight to d2. Look, you have to be careful. You have to put the brakes right now as white, because you were mentioning h4, g4.
Wait a minute.
If I manage to open up the position of your king with the 2 knights and the queen around you, that's not good, right? So he understood what he had to do, exchange some pieces. Knight to d2 was played, h4, knight to e4, knight takes e4, and this is what we have right now. Queen to h7 was played. Question, about queen to h7. What do you want? Do you want to support h3? I don't think you do.
I don't think so either.
Because once you go h3, I hide
Right.
behind it, right in front of it with a move king to h2, and I feel like my king is safe.
I want to weaken your structure. I want to go h4 takes g3, actually.
What if I go this move queen to d3 to try to invade?
King
Right.
e7, cover some business squares?
Bishop e5?
Oh, sorry. I was
Now I'm
covering-
starting to hope.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes, yes. And
I
with
see a
good
check, I
reason.
see a bishop coming to f6, maybe
With
some
good
checkmating
reasons.
patterns.
Yes, yes, yes. So queen d3, hg.
So you
yeah.
take, right? I take
Right.
back with the f pawn. I have to take with the f pawn. I don't want to see a knight landing
No.
on f4.
No. I suppose I go queen h4, h5, just kind of eyeballing
Yes.
e2.
Yes, okay. Let's see bishop f6 or bishop e5. Let's go bishop e5.
Bishop e5. Where do I want my king, actually? e8 or
Well, yeah, so you didn't
g8?
want to push the pawn to g4 instead of queen h5?
Okay.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at that.
Why not? g4. Okay, I'll give you a check. You go
Okay.
to e8, not to
Because
g8.
the problem is queen h3, king g1, and I'm stuck there, right? So he can go...
Even on g8 is fine, actually. But I think you want to go to e8, right?
I wasn't really too sure, actually. Yes.
But you do have, and perhaps this is the idea. Now we understand why he spent so much time. Now we understand why he played the move queen to h7. I think he wants to go this sequence of take, g4, and get the check in.
Right.
Get the check on h3, try to get the king, try to get the perpetual.
But for me, Cristian, it was very nice from Dariusz to take the pawn on d3 that wasn't bothering anybody. You put the pawn on e4, maybe Fabi's happy. Could I see that knight trade again?
Yes.
Because that knight trade was maybe...
But what do you want to do, though?
I wanted to move my knight to d7, and not to
D7.
promote...
The problem is knight to d6 after knight
Okay,
d7.
queen g6. The pawn on d3 went wild. What's happened?
Queen f3, I don't know. Queen a8 is coming.
So
be careful.
g8?
G8, knight c8, game over. Just to interrupt you for a second,
Atousa
has won her game against the defending champion Jennifer Yu.
Yeah. Her first victory in her debut tournament. Just before the free day. You feel so good. Your free day is so much better after a win.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
And especially before the rest day, right? You also know, like,
Right.
job well done, now I can rest, and I'm ready to start again after
Exactly.
the rest day.
Absolutely, our congratulations. And that final position, let me just bring that up, because we thought that there was nothing that Jennifer could do to escape. Where is it? It's right there. The final position. It was like this really nice pawn on a7, and all Atousa was going to do was just set this up, bring her bishop back, play for rook b5, and there was nothing that Jennifer could do to prevent rook b8 and queens. And for Jennifer, oof.
Tough tournament.
Oh, absolutely. The tough tournament just got a lot tougher with this loss. Cristian, how is Begim doing?
Not great.
Not great.
Not great, no. She missed her opportunity of going h5. We were discussing this. Go h5, go h4, try to eliminate the last few pairs of pawns, right? It's very, very important to do so before my king can touch your bishop.
Exactly.
That's the key in the position. She played the move rook to h7. That's a bit passive. Of course, I'm not going to take on h6 and allow you to get this trade in the position.
That's
Sure,
too
you get
easy.
my bishop, but it doesn't really matter.
Right,
That's an easy
draw.
draw. So we have this position right now. King to c2 was played after rook to h7, c4, and now apparently f6
is the big move.
Was winning.
Wow, winning.
Winning for Carissa right now. And the question is, why? What if I go h5, now I go g4?
And then g5.
And then g5, I connect
and
my
I'm
pawns.
Very happy.
Wow.
That's
very
not looking
happy.
Very, very happy, yes.
Right.
She did not play it. And by the way, after f6, you cannot go rook to f7 because I simply just take and I defend my pawn.
Clear.
Right. So she played king to d1. And now we have bishop to f2. Now we're back into some sort of a drawing territory. But how easy is the drawing?
Well, I mean, I understand Carissa's idea, which was just to chase the bishop away so she can win the pawn.
Right. But apparently this is a draw. I get my king in time. back to d7.
Wow.
But this is not easy.
I mean, Carissa, you know, she was probably thinking, not knowing this, we have a table base in front of her, she has two connected pass pawns. Why isn't she winning?
That's right. And she played rook h2. Okay, with the same idea.
Just drive the bishop away,
Drive
win
bishop
the
away
pawn,
and take on h6.
and life is good.
But it's not. Rook h2, bishop to d4. I'm wondering if bishop to c5 is good as well. And perhaps this is something that she's looking for. After bishop to d4, g4 maybe is her idea, right? To go g5.
Right.
What if you go rook to g7? Then I go rook to g2, and how do you defend this? No. But okay, if this is a draw, then this is not easy. No. Because
then
understanding that this position is a draw.
No, this is just
unfair. But practically, as a player, you don't want to get into this position.
No.
But there's no alternative right now. You are losing that pawn. You are losing the h6 pawn. Let's take a look at the standings.
So we have the updated women's standings. And here we still have Carissa, Begim, Tokhirjonova, and Tatev Abrahamian, who just won an important game. They're all leading the tournament with 2.5 points.
As we started the show, Cristian said fighting chess, and we started with 5 draws in both sections in round 1, and then suddenly, progressively, the winning percentages kept climbing. Well, we've got 2 out of 2 so far in this round 4. And back to you and the and Fabi's game there.
Well, the Hans game, in fact, Fabi, nothing has happened. Queen to h7 was the last move we've seen in that one. But we got to this position.
He did play king f7 after all.
He did play king f7, and now the question is, will he play king to e6?
No, he's not going to walk
allow
in
f5
check.
and king. But it's winning.
I know.
It is a good move.
And he just made the move, king e6.
He did play king e6, okay.
Okay, so they are catching up to our analysis, but it is funny to do it tactically, to win tactically.
It's a brave decision. Kudos to him, I mean.
Wow. I thought he's just going to avoid it with king e8, very peaceful move.
That's what I thought he would do. But, you know, he's showing courage.
His flair.
Flair, yes.
The chess.
You need some of that. Okay. We're not going to say it.
We
have been saying it so many times.
No, not.
We understand the dialogue.
And here, through the magic of television, we did anticipate king e8. We thought king e6 might be played, but why play tactics when we can just take it easy? Nope, king e6. Let's
Hans
go.
is not taking it easy. He wants tactics.
Exactly.
Why not?
And in the ladies section, we do have 4 games remaining. We do expect Alice Lee. Again, she's an exchange up 4 versus 4 against Talia. We think that she is going to be winning this because she's also got a passer as well as an extra exchange. So that is likely to be a win. Carissa has gone into this bishop's ending. It's just unfair.
That is supposed to be a draw.
That's just unbelievable. I mean, for me, you know, I do recognize that the table base sometimes reveals amazing insights about positions, like queen endings where you have 2 pawns and a queen against a queen, and it's a dead draw. It's like crazy. So we're expecting more victories as we have Atousa in studio. Cristian.
Atousa, welcome to the show. Congratulations for a very important victory against the defending champion. This is your first U.S. Chess Championships as well. How does it feel to be playing in your first U.S. Chess Championship?
Hi guys. So actually, this tournament is a little bit new for me compared to the other players. So I just tried to be solid, but I drew my first 2 games and I lost yesterday, which I didn't expect it. But anyway, yeah, I mean,
it's a great way to come back after a loss with a victory against the champion.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Jennifer is a strong player, and I'm happy that I could win today.
Tell us a bit about the game. When did you feel like you're taking over the initiative?
Actually, I expected her to play this line, so I was prepared for this line, and I thought that, I mean, throughout the game, White was more comfortable. I'm not sure about my Queen A4, Queen D1 idea, but I knew that even after exchanging the pawns, still I have a pass pawn on A3, so that should be fine.
That's the key.
And yeah, exactly. And I mean, her position was more difficult to defend than mine, so my position was, I think, more comfortable.
Definitely agree with that assessment, and it was at this point when she took a pawn, but you finally managed to get your pawn all the way to A7, and now it's starting to look pretty clear that not only you have enough compensation for your lost pawn, but in fact you're just simply breaking through. You're winning at this point, and you conducted the attack very nicely. Queen to A4, invade via D7, and then this queen sacrifice. Atousa, congratulations, great game. Tomorrow is the rest day. What are your plans for the rest day?
Actually, I think I'm gonna just rest a little bit because even though we played just 4 games, but it feels more than that. And also we're going to go to one of the schools, high school here, and I'm looking forward to it because this is my first time.
Excellent. Congratulations, Atousa. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Enjoy the lessons that we do in the community day. The players go out into the schools that we coach at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. We reach as many as 2,500 students each and every year that we expose to chess. And since we have these programs in the schools, and we have the participants of the U.S. Championships, it's really nice that they go out on the community day and visit the schools.
And I think it's amazing for all those kids to meet the best players, women in the open section in the United States.
It's fantastic.
Imagine you could meet, the best players when you were 6, 7 years old.
No, it would be overwhelming, awesome. Just simply awesome. And I had gone out, this was like a year or two ago, I had gone out and I had played and I got nicked for a draw. And my opponent played really, really, really well. They almost carried him off the football field. It was like, yes! Very, very, very nice. And Cristian, how's Hans doing?
Hans is still winning. Yes.
He's still winning.
Yes,
yeah,
and maybe we can see the last final moves because I don't think there's much Abhimanyu can do right now. Hans even gave him a pawn back. He offered the G6 pawn. Okay, you can take it. It doesn't matter. My H pawn is going down the board and it's going very quickly and you're not going to be able to stop it.
That's...
Yes.
So
now I go bishop G5.
G5, yeah.
Cover up very nicely, a beautiful shell for the king on G4.
The king is beautifully protected, I must say, as what you're saying, H4, H3, H2, and if the rook ever does manage to get over to the H file, then you've got bishop H4 is another way of helping escort the pawn. Meanwhile, rooks belong behind pass pawns. A pawn is no threat whatsoever, and Hans is cruising. This is easy street.
Abhimanyu is just trying to go through the game, understand in his mind where he made that big blunder, big mistake, right?
Well, was it a blunder? Didn't he just kind of get outplayed a little bit?
He did sort of get outplayed, yes.
I didn't see, nothing double question mark.
Exchanging the queens was a very bad decision.
Was a bad decision,
yes,
okay.
Yes, at that particular moment, exchanging the queens was a very bad decision.
Because again, his victory over Ray Robson yesterday was so very impressive because the position was chaotic. And he outplayed an Olympic player, Ray Robson. Not easy to do. And how's Fabi doing?
Well, not that much has changed in Fabiano's game. I think these are the last couple of moves. Queen to G4, take, king to E7. Again, Fabi's strategy hasn't changed since the beginning of the game, since the middle game, to be frank. He's just trying to get Dariusz to his last couple of seconds. And he probably will be able to do so by just shuffling the pieces, you know, poking here and there, queen to d3, maybe I go on d5 or d8, you have to be careful about that. Okay, spend 5 more minutes.
Right.
Okay, spend 5 more minutes.
Here's
okay,
another
now,
test.
here's another test. Small tests, the position is completely equal, of course. But there is a couple of tests that Dariusz will have to pass in this one as well. A couple of decisions that maybe if he doesn't take it quickly enough, he's going to end in trouble. Queen to h5, okay, that's a good move.
Yeah, because we were looking at these ideas of g5, g4, and potential queen h3, but I didn't think it was going anywhere. I didn't really want to play g5, g4 myself.
I actually really want to play g4 because that's an opportunity for me with the black pieces to, you know, start giving checks to the white king and for me to take some kind of initiative, not just wait for white.
Here you go. This is what I like. This is what I've been missing. If you play bishop e5, I'm not going to play g4 and queen h3 because I feel that's a dead end. I'm going to play knight d4.
That's his plan, yes.
I'm going to play knight d4. I'm not necessarily going to play queen e2 check. I want to only play queen e2 check when we're in an ending where I can give a perpet.
Yeah,
a perpetual
this
check.
is it. This is the idea of queen h5.
Yeah, to keep the diagonal open so that I always have a queen e2 check there.
Well, Dariusz did play a very good game. I mean, this was a really, really good game.
No, and that's great.
Good defense. If he manages to get that knight on d4, and I don't really see a good way for white to try to even remotely stop that.
This is his
even if you don't play bishop e5, I can
Right.
still go knight d4.
More or less, that's on tap, as we say.
And I think right now, both players are realizing the mechanism of making a draw.
Exactly.
Very nice. Okay, let's go back to Hans because we're seeing the last few moves in that game.
Right. And funnily enough, after the move bishop b4, which I thought was threatening bishop e7, I thought, okay, well, now's a good time to play king f5 and f3. Hans said, you know what? I don't even think that bishop e7 is a threat. I'm going to play f3, a kind of a tactical motif with the whole king e6. It's sort of like you're playing to win tactically as well.
So let's take a look at that. Bishop e7.
f2, threatening queen.
Rook takes g5.
King f4.
King f4.
And promoting with a check is the problem.
That's a big
problem. It's like it's very nice for you to get a skewer against my. No, that is a check. Oops. So yes,
Very accurate calculation. I mean, so many risks. Would you be taking them?
No, of course not. I would have played king f5 and played h3 on my next turn, and not. You know, I don't believe in allowing my opponent even the joy of making the threat. You know, like, okay, Mishra played the move bishop b4 with the hopeful attempt of having a threat. And so I'm of the school that I don't even give you, the chance of making the threat of bishop e7. King f5, idea of h3, maybe the idea of rook takes, because I'm a pawn grubber as well. But Hans realizes that he's got this game in the bag after f2, and he's just waiting for his opponent to come to the same realization.
No, and this is an important victory for Hans because
huge,
difficult loss yesterday, and now with the black pieces against the leader, that's never an easy task. And Abhimanyu has been showing great form. He's been playing very good chess in general.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, one of the things when Mishra was coming on the show and enthusiastically explaining to us how he's going to win, I'm thinking to myself, who's going to stop this guy, Kate?
Yeah, but Hans may stop him after. If he manages to win, he is going to catch up with him and have 2.5 points. Exactly. I think it's always amazing if you are able to bounce back. You lose a difficult game and the next day you win. That should count for more than 1 point.
Exactly. For me, it was always very nice when I was playing in these events with Garry Kasparov. So Gary would go through the field, he'd scorch the field, get, I don't care, five victories out of 8 games. So what you wanted to do was get the number right behind Gary. you wanted to play the opponent. You wanted to play Gary's opponent next, right? Because they'd be all demoralized. They'd just gotten
Humiliated.
crushed. They're humiliated. They didn't
No
bounce
spirit.
back so quickly as other players. So yeah, that was the idea. Is you wanted the number right after Gary. What are you looking at, Cristian?
I'm looking at this Talia versus Alice Lee game.
Very important game for
And
Alice
it's still
to bounce
completely
back.
winning for Alice Lee.
Yeah.
Not that much has changed. I can just put the rook
Exchange.
behind the pawn, follow it up with a2. I have a feeling at some point you will have to sacrifice the bishop for the upcoming queen on a1.
Right.
And then we're going to have to play rook for 2 pawns, which is obviously just simply winning a technical task. But it's not over yet. It's
Right.
not completely over yet, because if I manage somehow to start pushing my pawns, it might get complicated. I don't think Alice is going to let Talia off the hook in this one, but she's still harboring some hopes.
Crazy for me is the game between Carissa Yip and Begim, because Carissa obviously was playing for this ending, indeed hoping that she would be able to achieve 2 protected pass pawns, 2 connected pass pawns against the bishop. She did, and the table base is saying, draw. Chess is unfair. It's just amazing.
And now it looks like it's very forceful, right? If you
Right.
push the pawn to g5, I
What
go
else?
king e4.
Okay, and what else can I do, right? F6.
I move the king
F5.
f5.
Now you're threatening to take, so nothing else
Have
to
to
do.
push.
Or
I
you
go-
can also go bishop c3, right?
Oh, thank you. All right, I'll happily.
But I guess bishop c3, just bishop c5 back.
Right, and
Now you
that
have to go
keeps
bishop
an eye.
d2.
Yep. So bishop back to d2, bishop back to d4, f7, bishop back to
c5.
Not g7.
Doesn't.
I don't
Doesn't
think of
matter.
that. I thought I just I make you freeze for a quick second. And your next move is going to be king g6, and you capture 1 pawn, and that's easy. And Begim.
Okay, I see one way to lose this
Okay,
one. So
good.
you go bishop
Help.
c5, keep going, yeah.
Yep.
Keep going. King c3.
Yep. King c3. Let me
King
fall
g6,
for it.
king c4.
Let me fall for it.
Bishop b4.
Let me fall for it.
No, just take on f7.
Because
the king and pawn game is a draw.
Wait, I don't get it. Why don't you capture the bishop on b4?
Yes, you can also do that.
Right.
Take
He
on
was
F7, take
he
on
was
d4.
taking he was saying king takes f7 as well.
You can do
I
anything
was
you
just
want.
trying to give
Anything
up
you
the
want.
bishop.
Yes, anything you want.
I was trying to. You can even lose it with help. And
Wow.
by the way,
Hans has won his game.
Mishra.
Very important win.
This opens up fully this tournament right now.
It really does. It really does. And if Fabi draws,
which is the most likely result right
+1 is going to be a massive tie.
Yes.
Going to leave us with a massive tie.
Yes. Well, how massive is the question? So you're going to have
Well-
Hans, you're going to have Abhimanyu, you're going to have
Fabi and,
Fabiano.
and Sam Shankland, that's 4. But they were not joined by Leinier or any of the people, Levon, any of the people
Sam,
at 50%.
Leinier, Levon, they're all
all
on
on
50%.
50%, half a point behind.
Yes, yes. So
And
it's
still
a
a
four-way
chasing
tie.
those guys are wolfhounds. They're right behind you.
Oh,
and I wanted to ask you about Nasi and Irina Krush, because that is a huge game as well, as of course. Now, Nasi we thought was winning before.
There we go.
And a
And
draw,
that's a draw.
agreed with Carissa and Begim.
That was a back and forth affair.
It really was.
And, it was hot potato with the advantage.
Yeah, that's scotch. It was hot scotch.
Yes.
Nice. What's happening, Kate, with Irina and Nasi?
Let's take a look.
Irina, she's fought her way back nicely.
Is she maybe even better?
Yeah, no, my first impression is
I mean,
why
she's a
isn't she
pawn up.
better?
She's a pawn up.
Where did she win a pawn?
Well, the H pawn is missing. So right about here, Nasi played knight e3, and there goes the H pawn. Now, she can win the pawn on h6
No,
back,
you cannot.
But the rook d3.
No, you cannot.
and there's a
That's
big
over.
threat of knight f5. And
You cannot stop it.
as well.
Actually, you can go g4.
Yes, and rook takes a3, and that's as well, extra pawn. I mean,
Do not go g5.
do not go g5. An extra pawn, okay.
Well, actually, that's a good question. Can you go g5?
No.
g5,
What?
knight f5.
That has to
No.
be lost.
How is it lost, though?
I take.
I take.
Knight f5.
Yes.
Check.
Let's keep going. Yes. King e4.
Takes.
And maybe b6.
b6.
Okay, b6, king e5, and
C5.
c5. Not in time. Yeah.
Shall we show Christian? What he may have missed.
You tricked me. Once
Yes,
again.
sir. Yes, sir.
Once again.
So Irina and Talia.
Irina continuing her momentum in this tournament.
Exactly. She did play, Alice Lee did play that key move. I like that move a lot, rook a7, as this rook is being prepared to just move away, so we can go a3, a2, force Talia to give up her bishop, and as you were saying, it will be a rook versus two pawns, Isan. And more results in the ladies, Kate.
So we can see what is the current standing. So we have two leaders still, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova. They did make a draw, so they are leaders with 3 points, but they are closely followed by Anna Zatonskih and Tatev Abrahamian with 2.5 points.
But the window has been opened for Irina because we think she's on the better side of this ending. If she can get a win against Nasi, she also will be tied for first.
Oh, that
going
will be
in.
huge.
Huge, yeah.
Huge turnaround. I mean,
Yeah.
she was really worse at that position, but she managed to turn it around. And let's take a look at the current standing in the open section. We have two leaders here. Actually, pardon me, three leaders. Abhimanyu Mishra, Sam Shankland, and Hans Niemann all have 2.5 points out of 4.
With the expectation that Fabi will draw his game and also join. Now, on the other hand, should Fabi win what is a balanced position after all, the window is open for him for a clear first going into the rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's a big one. That's still a big one, and he's still trying to find a way in, right?
Okay.
He missed his opportunity, Dariusz, that is to go that move, knight to d4, at least without sacrificing a full pawn.
Right.
Yes, because he played the move after bishop e5 instead of knight to d4. We were discussing this. He played
That's
the move
right.
king to e8 first, and now king to g1 king. Knight to d4 is still an option. The problem is that right now you actually lose the pawn.
I wanted to go check on e2.
Queen f3 still, I mean, you have an attack on b3, you have an attack on g3, but you start doubting yourself a little
Yes,
bit,
you
right?
do.
You are a pawn down, at
Right.
least for the next few moves.
I want g4 on the board, please.
Yes, yes.
I want a g4.
But now I go queen d6. Queen d5, excuse me.
Yeah. The bishop can sneak
Okay.
in.
Maybe you can go
Queen
here,
h6
right?
to try
Yes,
to
queen
give
h6
check on
is a
c1.
good move. I'm curious if queen g5 is also good. Yeah,
Yes.
queen g5 works as
Also,
well. Queen h6, you still want to get to that king somehow, right?
right.
Yeah, look, it's difficult to lose this position. The truth is,
Right.
just because the white
White's
king
king
is
are also
so
exposed.
weak,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
On g1, and any check, if I manage to give one check, it's probably going to lead to a perpetual. So this is the nature of the position as we see it right now. But again, it's all about the time.
I'm
9
curious,
minutes and
yeah.
50 seconds against 15 minutes. So still, Fabiano is trying to find some way of magical resource in the position to get this victory, because he knows it. I have a golden opportunity to get in first position going into the first rest day. That would be massive for his chances to defend his title.
I completely agree with that, no question about it. And, you know, the victories in these championships are so hard to come by because, you know, when you do defeat somebody, they're not going to lose all their games. They're going to be beating your rivals and nicking them for draws as well. So a victory today is huge, but I do expect that we're going to be in a massive tie four-way tie. And what's happening in Irina's game?
Yeah, let's take a look at the game between Nazi Paikidze and Irina Krush. Because Nazi just played rook b8, attacking the pawn on b7.
She didn't go for rook takes h6, but rook to b8. We were looking at, well, I would be more inclined. But
I like this rook b8 because if
do?
you go rook d7,
Yes.
maybe I can try knight g4. Kind of activate my knight, attack the pawn on h6, threaten fork on e5. What do you want to do?
Yeah, well, what can I do, actually? Not too much. I'm going to avoid, first of all, I'm going to avoid losing. I'm going to go rook check, and I'm going to go pawn grubbing. Rook takes a3. I may not be able to win the game, but at least I'll enjoy the snacks. We have Hans in studio. Over to you, Cristian.
Hans, first of all, congratulations. A big victory, big bounce back victory yesterday. It wasn't your day. What did you do last night to recover from that difficult loss and come back with new energy in today's round?
Well, I honestly could not fall asleep until 5 a.m.
Oof.
That was not because I was outside of my hotel. I was in the hotel.
So you were staying professional, yes?
Well, no, I did not leave the hotel. Usually when you say that I could not sleep till 5 a.m., you would make other assumptions. But I honestly just could not fall asleep until 5 a.m. This moment yesterday, this move f4, it just really sort of haunted me, and I actually saw the idea, and that would have just been like, basically winning the game. So that sort of was haunting me until 5 a.m. And then I didn't even check 1e4 this game. I didn't prepare at all for e4. Okay, he chose an opening that I knew quite well. Obviously I spent a lot of time in the opening, but it's not that I didn't know the opening, it's that I was actually just choosing the lines, the line that I wanted to play.
Yes.
Because after the moment he plays like bishop c6, bc6, bishop e3, there's a lot of different ways to sort of equalize. And the one I played was just sort of a psychological choice, just because I thought that after like bishop d3, this is all known, but it's a very, very technical position, and I thought that perhaps he would feel uncomfortable in a very slow maneuvering game, and eventually he sort of
and your alternative was, in fact, as you mentioned, to take on d4 and play this structure, which is considered to be closer to equality, but at the same time, white is not risking that much. You wanted to keep more pieces, you wanted to keep the position in balance, right?
Yeah, well, rook b8, well, the reason actually that bishop c6 first is technically not as precise as, instead of queen b6, I can play rook b8. Like this is usually, because usually you don't need to take, you can play bishop e3 without bishop takes c6.
Right.
And then then you do allow the idea of, let's say bishop e3, but now you allow cd, queen b6. And then queen b6, there's like, main move is bishop c6, queen c6, and this maybe he didn't want to allow. So this is just allowing, like, I knew rook b8 and queen b6 are both fine, but I hadn't checked it in a while, so I just remember this, like, just everything being like pretty equal, but there's some long-term hopes just because of the structure, perhaps. But yeah, he played h4. This is the first move I didn't know. I wasn't exactly sure how to react after h4. I thought h5 was logical. I think that seemed fine. Bishop g5, rook e8, take, knight e4.
Yes.
Yeah, this was sort of, this was a bit annoying, but I thought it was fine.
How did you assess the position at this point? Because the engine was in fact saying that you're in some sort of danger right now.
Maybe. I don't know. It's unclear.
Unclear.
It's hard to see like how white breaks through. Because I primed the queen to d5, I control the b file, maybe g4 at the right moment.
He has to time it very well.
What was my mistake? What was the mistake then in the opening?
I wouldn't call it necessarily a mistake. Again, the engine is saying 0.9, so it's not as significant, right? And he has to find
h5 a mistake, or what is? Because I know after bishop d3 is like the best move. Like, what is the?
Right.
What is
After
the mistake?
h4, h5, maybe a slight
A5.
mistake.
Oh, okay. Oh, A5, yeah. No,
But
then
I
I just wait.
Perhaps after bishop
F6,
g5,
yeah. So
F6.
this is yeah. So this was critical. Yeah. So I calculated F6, bishop. So bishop F4, C5.
Yes.
I actually saw this. You could also include, well, yeah, and then BC. But I also wasn't sure, like, you don't include. I thought, like, the issue was that, let's say you take on F6 first, like, you include, instead of, you take on F6.
After C5 or before?
No. Yeah, after F6 immediately, you take on F6.
Okay.
I thought, like, take, and then bishop F4. I just rookie, because my issue was C5 now, C5, BC. Was what I didn't like.
Yes. And after
DC, not a 3.
Queen
so
takes,
I just have to go rook e8. Yeah, maybe I evaluated. Yeah, I should go f6. That makes sense.
But he missed a bit. He didn't find this move queen to f1, and after rook to e2, already you're back in the game.
Yeah.
You're immediately
back
queen
b5. Yeah, queen b5. I thought it's fine. I have like queen d5. Yeah, rook. Yeah, I like queen e6 a lot. It was a nice. Queen e6 was very nice, prophylactic, because he's sort of threatening queen h3.
Yes.
So I thought queen. I just thought that, it was very clear that he felt very uncomfortable in the position, because he can't just like calculate. He can't like brute force. This is sort of the style that he has, like not much, like lacking in some, let's say like understanding, but very good calculator. So it was clear that he was very uncomfortable here, and he tried to he sort of lost control. Like he started going wrong here.
Yeah. And it was at this point.
B5, queen e6, yeah, c5 take. Yeah, rook c8 was a nice move, and then yeah, here, he just sort of e6 takes. Yeah, so I think, what he should play is after takes. I don't know, rook e4 is just you can't explain such a move, but rook e6. Yeah, bishop c3 is fine, but I thought rook e6 instead. Rook takes e6.
Yeah.
Bishop c3, rook e4. I wasn't sure how to. Yeah, this seemed. Yeah, bishop g7.
And now you have to
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure like rook g7. No, this I saw, but rook e7.
After g5,
sure.
right?
Instead of rook takes g6. Or rook takes e7, c3. Oh, I guess I am fast enough. Yeah, this was hard to calculate because it looked like I might be
checkmated.
Okay. Yeah. So
rook e8, rook e7. Yeah.
Bishop f8. Yeah. No, I saw bishop f8, but I guess it's. I just couldn't really evaluate it. It looked really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is probably winning eventually.
But he also had only 5 minutes
rook e4
at this moment.
Yeah, he did, but I think just the momentum was shifting, right? He just. I think this type of position, he just really maybe doesn't have much experience in. And I think he never actually. I think he might have one game in like the G6 Russell-Imo, so I think just a bit of inexperience. So bishop c3, rook c1.
Yeah. There were a couple of final moments.
Yeah, bishop e5 was this was nice. Yeah, so rook b. So I gave a check. So this is a mistake. Because I thought rook b2, a4. I wasn't sure how to break. Rook f2, king jab, rook e2, rook e4. I saw this. Wait, so rook f2, king g1, rook e2, rook e4, rook b2.
Yes.
And then you have to go king f1, king f7. And maybe I just slowly.
But it's not that clear how you break, right?
Yeah, this I wasn't sure. So this was a mistake. Rook b1 was a mistake. Interesting.
Yeah.
It seemed. What was the?
So you have to play this position basically. Bishop to e3, go with a6.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me. Bishop.
Just basically play this
probably
position.
Should be winning somehow. Yeah. Maybe this was the practical, but he was low on time, so I thought he would.
I would assume e5 followed by king e6, things of that nature.
Yeah, slowly. Probably he's in Zugzwang eventually. Once I should just bring the king to d5 and then pawn on a6, and I probably win. Would eventually just stuck. So
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah. And after that,
I thought what I
executed very nicely. I have to say it was.
This was
this
nice,
final moment when you played king e6, allowed f5. Of course, that's just one move calculation, but.
But sorry, could you just tell me like what the mistake was? Like how could he have better defended?
King e2 instead of bishop c1. After rook to b1.
And I go check?
That was the only way that he could have continued. King e2 check,
So
king
king
d3.
to rook b2.
Rook takes a2,
Rook takes
bishop takes
a2, bishop b7, rook g2.
Yes.
So this is not winning. Wow.
Check and
rook
bishop
c8,
g5.
king f7, bishop g5. But I have 2 pawns.
I guess the king is a bit weak, right?
Yeah, the king's a bit weak. I thought that it should be like rook h2.
It's not easy to assess this one, right?
Yeah, this looked like a rook. Oh, he's just perpetual. Oh, wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
insane.
Yeah, you take the pawn, but now it's just a
Or maybe he has some just insane defense.
Yeah.
Because it looked to me like if you have 2 pawns. No, I understand. Okay, I guess it's hard to evaluate.
Yeah.
Because this seemed like the other one. I was worried that there might be a fortress. But interesting. Yeah. After that, there was no chance really.
Well, still, you asked the practical questions. You put a lot of pressure, not only on the position, but on time as well. So you did your job, and you got the full points. Congratulations. And what are you going to do during the rest day to recharge and get ready for the next phase of the event?
Well, I've just found out there's a rest day. Not by you, but someone told me. I didn't realize there was a rest day. I will go enjoy St. Louis's finest ways of passing time.
You also have to do community hours. You will have to go to some schools.
Of course, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
I'm a man. I find it insulting that you don't think that that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
You know, you should
No,
maybe
of course.
research my scholarship.
No,
Cristian.
I didn't accuse you of
You know,
anything.
I'm a big, Cristian, I'm a big charity guy. You know, scholarship, $10,000 giving away to young kids. You know, even some kids from your homeland Romania have applied.
That's beautiful.
So trust me, I'm really looking forward to the community day. And I'd love to find some, strong, talented chess players who I can help support and achieve their dreams.
No, absolutely. Look, I'm just telling you because you didn't even know it's a rest day. So now I'm kind of telling you there's a community. I'm trying to help.
It's okay.
I'm trying to help, Hans.
It's okay.
That's all.
No, I don't worry. Don't worry. I'm only messing with you guys. I love commentators. I love podcasters.
Here we go again. Hans, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow, after tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, for bringing Cristian down about 5 notches. And just keep it up. I loved it. The momentum. I felt the momentum.
You felt the momentum shift,
really
yes.
good.
I don't remember seeing other players so excited about Community Day.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to leave you with Sabina having a very nice conversation with a defending champion, Jennifer Yu. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Loved it. Go, Hans.
Jennifer, thank you so much for joining me today. Tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing.
So I first learned how to play chess in chess club at school. My parents told me I should go. So I went, and I liked it at first just because if you won, they would give you little keychains, little chess keychains. So I really liked that. And then eventually I started competing. So I don't think I had a very strictly oh, we should play chess ever since I was young. I just kind of did all sorts of different things, and chess was one of them. And eventually I just kind of got a little better at chess. So it was oh, if you get better, you have to put more time into it. So that's just kind of what happened with me. And then I kind of feel like I just grew up playing this game.
Did you spend a lot of time as a kid studying from books, or were you already at the time where things were available online, so you spend more time training online?
When I first started, I would just do tactic books, puzzle books. Honestly, the main way I trained my whole life was just puzzles. that was the main thing I liked to do. So whether or not I should have focused on other things, I just really liked it. So eventually it was when I was growing up, there was tactics training. It was really popular in chess.com. So I would just do so much tactics training every single day. But that was how I kind of worked on the game for a very long time.
Very nice. And you won this championship 2 times so far, and you're the defending champion. How do you feel about getting into this tournament? I know you mentioned you've struggled with, you're a full-time student, you're going to Harvard. How are you able to still find time for chess and getting ready for the tournament?
I never really know how to answer these kind of questions because I think I'm constantly trying to get better and learning. I don't think I'm the best at handling it.
definitely it comes in waves. Like last year, I think I did an all right job, but also at the same time last year, there were times where I slept like 3 hours a night because I was writing a paper, you know, before a game. So it's always something I'm working on. Like this year, I have to take a midterm at the tournament. I'm being proctored by a TD like after the game. So I don't know how it's gonna go, but I'm trying my best. So we'll see.
You've been able to manage things really well last year, and you're always very focused when you're playing a tournament. Do you also, so you go to school, but are you able to combine also a healthy lifestyle so that you're able to have enough energy to deal with all of these tough situations in your life?
Yeah, it's really important for me to like personally like stay active and also be social. Like I really love spending time with like my friends and my roommates. So that's something I value a lot. So sometimes when you have to pick between this and like studying, that's also its own challenge, but you don't need me to talk about that.
Okay, no. But what about in school? Besides school, are you involved in any projects, like any clubs at school? Anything else that you're doing besides studying and chess?
Yeah, so I was part of a lot of different like extracurricular, like pre-professional organizations and a lot of different other clubs on campus over the last couple of semesters. And so something I'm doing a little bit different this semester is I'm putting a lot of it on the back burner and mainly just focusing on school and like try to do some chess, just because I felt like I was being stretched very thin. But you know, I learned a lot of different things from my experiences in those organizations. So that's for like the future for whatever career I end up doing.
Are you still deciding on which career you might be going after graduating?
Yeah, it's still in the process for recruitment and a lot of different other things. But yeah, like I think I changed my mind quite a few times over the last few years. So we'll see how it goes.
How many more years do you have?
I'm a junior right now, so this year and then next year.
Sounds good. Well, I hope you've been able to balance everything well and you're going to do well during this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing your games. Thank you so much, Jennifer, and good luck.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. It's coming down to the end, at the wire, if you will, and Fabi versus Dariusz. Dariusz just coming down about 10 seconds, and he just made a big blunder. Cristian, as we were coming on air, we were looking at knight d4. We didn't consider f5. How bad is it?
It's losing according to the engine. So we're going to have to wait and see how the players are going to react to this one. We're expecting taking on f5, followed by this transition after the move bishop to a7. So take, bishop a7. Now you have to get ready for bishop takes b6. So you have to follow up with knight d4, take, knight to b3. But now I just simply go king to e3, and I'm getting closer and closer to king to g4, for example, bishop to c7. This is going to go down to the wire. And I'm not trusting the engine that much in this one, because you really have to calculate this position very accurately. So we're still waiting. Maybe Dariusz is calculating better than the engine we have here in studio with us. But even so, He made this last move with 3 seconds on his clock.
No.
Right now he has 33 seconds. So for the remainder of the game, he will have to make every single decisive decision with only few seconds on his clock.
And I have to say I'm surprised with f5 because if you have knight against bishop, you don't want to open up the position that much, right? You don't want to be trading pieces.
Or pawns, yeah. No, in this case, here was the pony I was riding. Knight d4, because I thought bishop a7 was essentially unstoppable, right? And instead of playing this f5 business, I was thinking I was going to go king here, play for g4, and play for knight d2. And let me just stop myself because we saw a very, very swift capture there, Cristian.
Yes, take on f5 and king to f5.
Time trouble, time pressure is what it's all about. Bishop a7.
And now you're more or less forced to go bishop a7.
Exactly, and I'm more or less forced.
You have to
play
knight d2.
Yes. Okay.
Knight takes b3.
And once again, we're in this situation where you can come back with your king. I probably will play bishop c7, angling for king e4.
All right, knight d4 is on the board. And he should play these moves faster so that he builds some time on his clock.
I don't know if that was a glitch in the video there, but it looked accelerated. I mean, when I played bishop takes b6 and knight takes b3, that was some very, very fast hands.
All right, back to 1 minute and 42 seconds. That's a big, big addition.
Agreed.
For
and
Dariusz.
king e3 as expected. Kate, if you were a betting lady and you were in this situation, I mean, white's for choice, no question about it. But do you think it's winning?
I think it's going to be very difficult to be defending this when you have only a minute on the clock.
Exactly.
Right? If Dariusz had 15, 20 minutes, I think he would be able to defend if it's possible.
Right.
But with 1 minute, it's so easy to make one inaccurate move and game over.
Exactly. And exactly how is he supposed to defend this one, Cristian? It's not, is he going to go king g4 and put his fate?
I think he has to. G4.
G4?
Wow. No.
He's trying to build a blockade.
No. That's not the way to go because I think bishop to c7 now.
Or you don't want to kick the knight out of the way? Bishop to c7.
But bishop to c7, what do you do next? What do you play? What's your next move?
I'm not sure. I mean, am I supposed to play king e6? Just
king e6, king e4, or king d3 then?
Yes, you're right.
Now I'm starting to have some hope.
But what
he had to do was king to g4, it seems like, and get the king to h3, and only after go for this g4 idea.
Well, I agree with that wholeheartedly because the point is after g4, I'm in Zugzwang, bishop c7. Every move I make, if I move my knight, I lose my pawn. If I move my king, I lose territory, and the king is going to come either to e4 or f4.
A minute and 32
seconds. Is it
seconds.
winning now? Is it just winning?
Again, I don't trust the engine too much. The engine is saying, yes, winning, but I don't trust this particular engine too much.
By the way, before Fabi makes a move, maybe let's just switch quickly to Talia Cervantes and Alice Lee's game, because Alice is getting a lucky break. She is about to win her game.
Exactly. Yes. She's rook for a pawn. And we know there's no contest here.
And we were saying that she was also struggling a bit because she lost 2 games, she made 1 draw.
Right.
But very sad ending for Talia, who had amazing advantage yesterday, but only drew the game, and now it looks like she's going to lose.
It's terrible. Like, Carissa can really punish you, right? You don't win a game you should have won, then the next day you come and you end up losing, and it almost feels like you're giving away points. I don't know if we're going to see a handshake here. I'd like to go back, but we do recognize and acknowledge that Alice is about to win. And we do have bishop c7. And exactly here, everything that Fabi was playing for, taking advantage of Dariusz's time trouble, trying to needle him with these questions, and he's just played the move bishop c7. Looks like Zugzwang to me. King e6 on the board as I think we're about to see king f4. Take us through the line, Cristian. King f4, Knight d2.
King f4, unfortunately,
It's
for
only a draw.
Fabiano is not a good move because of king to d7.
Gotcha.
Right, so the idea is that I'm trying to free my knight.
Exactly. And
from
you
the
tickle.
defense of that pawn on a5.
That's an important pawn,
So
right?
bishop to b6, I follow that bishop with king c6.
And you just keep...
Bishop d8, I follow that bishop with
keep
king
hitting
e7.
the bishop. Gotcha.
Yes.
So I guess I'm going to, after the move king e6, I'm going to go after your knight. Something like king d3 with the idea of...
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go king d3. That's the best move in the position.
And then after king d7, bishop b6, I can trade.
Surprisingly, after the move king to d7, bishop e5 traps the knight.
Bishop, ooh.
He plays king e4, okay. He played king to e4.
So king to d3, king to d7, bishop e5 was a winner.
Yes.
But king e4, is this also a winner?
Not clear. Now knight to d2 seems to be the best move in the position, but this is not an easy move to make because you have to start calculating completely different positions.
King f3,
where do you go
knight,
after?
Knight f1.
Knight f1.
Yes,
Wow, okay.
yes.
But this one, king e2,
And my
king
guess
d7.
is that you have to go king d7 now. That's not an easy.
Wow. This is almost study-like.
And by the way, are you in time? It does seem like you're in time after king f1, king c7.
But wait a
Knight
second.
d2 on the board.
He found it.
He played it.
Wow, remarkable. And king d3 very, very quickly.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
And knight went back to b3.
Okay.
That was not the move, though, was it?
That
or was it knight f1?
Not the move. No.
Knight
no.
f1 was the move.
But he's still not losing because you don't have that move bishop to e5 to trap the knight. The knight always have some escape squares right now. For example, if you go king c3, I go knight d4, you take the pawn on a5, and I go knight e2 check. And I pick up the pawn on g3.
Gotcha. So
Okay, so can we go bishop d8? With the idea to, if you go king d7, I'm going to go bishop f6.
and trap the
And
knight
trap
that
the
way.
knight.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's a nice.
I
That's
like
a
that
nice-
idea. That's a good way to try to confuse your opponent for sure.
Well, I find the position very confusing. I want to play knight c1 check. I don't want to let you play bishop f6.
Okay, so I go king e3.
King e3, and then I'll go back.
Well, the thing with knight c1 in this particular case is that you also bishop f4, okay?
And let's see. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board and get to the current position, everyone.
We expect a very quick
Oops.
knight to d4, right?
Something happened there. That was scared me. Bishop to f4. Sorry.
Yes.
And
Now we expect
knight to d4.
knight to d4, right?
Absolutely. So bishop d2, knight c6, and I think I'm
not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Because I got king e4.
King e4, then I
and
don't know.
the pawn on g4 is so vulnerable.
I know.
What about bishop e3?
Exactly.
Because I think
What
I like
about
the pawn in the
bishop
game,
e3?
right? After king e5.
Do you?
Oh, by the way,
I thought I do. c5.
Okay, now I understand what's the situation. This is
Is it a win? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean, how
8.
fast are you?
Yeah, this is a draw.
It is a draw. Wow.
It's a draw. One tempo draw. Not on b3. Don't go to check.
Good point. I just needed to get the king out of the way, but not that way.
But
Good point.
it's still a draw.
Yeah, and we make a draw by a tempo.
That's crazy. But imagine having to calculate all of these things with
With no time.
How much time does he have? Like
No
20
time.
seconds? I'm
I see
trying to figure
47
things out.
seconds.
45. Okay.
But knight d4 is forced.
Is it?
Because bishop e3 is trapping the knight.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, knight d4 is
Well,
completely
you
forced.
can do king f5, and after bishop e3, king e5.
And now I check. Oh, sorry, king c3.
Knight.
Knight d4, I
D4?
take, and king d3.
Sorry.
Oh,
that's
that's
over.
wow, that's a winning pawn in the game.
For the audience, please tell me what you just discussed. King f5.
What?
We're expecting
Wait,
bishop e3,
Yes,
What?
and then we're expecting king e5, correct?
correct.
No, but this is over.
Why?
What is this?
What?
King f5, bishop e3, king e5, king c3.
Knight d4.
I take and king d3.
Oh,
This is the tempo.
but
what is
guys,
this?
I have king e4 after king c3.
Aha.
Oh,
Thank
sneaky.
you, Kate.
I'm gonna play for a win now.
Let us show Cristian.
But I'm not sure you are.
I should be right because now knight d4 is much stronger.
Just a second. So we move the bishop. Knight d4 is much stronger. Why? Explain it to us. Bishop takes, pawn takes, king.
You have to go d3. You have to go
Okay,
d3.
What?
You have to go d3.
D3,
right now.
yes.
Right, because king f3, I'm faster, right? D3.
But that's the end game. There was a draw before, no? Okay, king, yes.
Yes, I think you transposed
be
to
a
the
draw.
very. Wow,
Survived.
nerves. Nerves of steel to play this with no time on the clock. King f5.
Oh,
Remarkable
my
move.
goodness.
What?
Bishop e3.
Yes.
King e5.
Yes.
And
Bishop
now bishop
g1.
to h6.
Get lost.
To tackle you from behind if you play the move knight to d4 is
No
the winning
way.
move.
Okay.
Okay, that's very difficult.
Whoa.
If he finds it, I mean, what?
By the
Incredible.
way, that's a study-like move, that bishop h6 move. That would be
Yes,
crazy
yes,
move.
yes. And by the way, it's
Wow.
not even over at that point. You go king f6.
Yes.
Then finally I go king e4 and we play this position.
And then I'm ready to play king d5.
Oh, this is
wow.
This is an incredible endgame. Bishop e3, king to e5 immediately played.
Okay, let me just refresh. I'm sorry.
Bishop
Wow,
h6.
bishop h6.
He found it.
Immediately, so he saw it the move before.
That is some dark magic right now.
Wow. And for Dariusz, if he hadn't seen that with a minute on his clock, that is quite the shocking move.
Yes, yes, that's a shocker right there.
Bishop h6.
The
Because
most
you've
natural-
almost convinced yourself I've got the draw in hand, right? You're just about to play knight d4 and transpose into those drawn king and pawn endgames that we've been witnessing. King f5.
All right, king f5, now bishop g7.
Now this is the idea, was to tackle this knight to prevent the knight from coming to d4 unscathed.
What an important game for Fabi.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this would be huge, guys. I mean,
If he wins this,
wow. He would have the wind in the sails going into tomorrow's free day and just be feeling like, thank you, taking care of Mishra, stopping that runaway train, and clear first.
Bishop to g7 is the key move right now.
Okay. But he played bishop h6
Bishop
with
G7.
the intention of playing bishop g7.
Played.
So
He just
it's
doesn't
been
need to rush. He has about 5 minutes, so
double check.
he can make sure that that is the best move in the
By
position.
the way,
Because
I think this is over right now. actually.
why? Okay, why is it over after knight c1 once again? Sorry.
Knight c1, I go king d2.
King d2, of
Right,
course.
right.
Of course you do. Excuse me.
Just
Apologies.
trapping the knight.
Indeed. That's exactly right.
And anytime I force the knight to go to d4, I'm going to grab it and have a winning pawn in the game.
Indeed. And by the way, just to take a look at the lady section, Alice is winning. She has a rook for a pawn.
Rook takes g5.
And rook takes g5 is an opportunity.
finishes the game.
Talia realizes that she just doesn't want to look at it, at the position. Rook takes g5 and rook g6 skewers the rook. Nothing to discuss back.
Yep.
There we go.
She plays it.
And Talia knew it, of course.
Yes.
And stopped the
That's
clock.
the resignation.
And there we go. Back to Fabi.
Knight c1 was played.
Knight c1, king d2.
Knight b3 back. Now he has to go king e3.
Yeah, it's like an amazing triangulation there, just to
Crazy
wrong
stuff.
foot the
King e3.
black king. That move g4, oof, g5, g4. That really
But how do you
ruined it.
calculate those positions with 30 seconds on the clock? That's the problem. That's the problem. You cannot allow yourself to get down
To do it, no.
to 30 seconds twice in the same game, right?
Right.
And I have to say, I mean, King E8 at that point when he could have played knight to D4 to block everything and transition into that queen endgame.
No, that would have been...
That was the moment.
Yes.
You play knight D4, I think that's more or less over. I don't think there's any tries after that.
Exactly. But this, I mean, tip of the hat to Fabi for finding that move, bishop H6. That, as you very well described it, dark magic.
Yeah.
Something, wow, to be alert. That alert at this late stage of the game. And if he was to win this game, Kate, sole leader.
Sole leader.
How sweet it is.
9 seconds for Dariusz, needs to make a decision, King G6.
King G6.
And now bishop to C3, or bishop to E5.
I like the bishop to C3 because that way I keep an eye over the A5 pawn. And
But can I also do bishop B2? Just not allow any jumps whatsoever and then go King D3, King C2.
I like it because I love this idea of being able to play King E4. So if you go bishop B2 and just say, okay, your turn, what would you like to do? And that's what he's done.
B2, yeah.
I love it. Bishop
King
B2,
F5,
King
bishop
F5, and saying, Zugzwang,
your turn.
Your turn. And he's
Here
done
we
it.
go.
Love it. Any king moves, I don't have to come over this way. I can simply run my king up the board and squeeze you out of territory.
Extremely accurate play by Fabiano Caruana here.
Yes. He has played this very well indeed. Wow.
This was just a matter of will, right? And I remember a game also from a US Chess Championships between himself and Ray Robson.
Right.
It was a very similar endgame, something extremely minimal. And he took him all the way until the last few minutes, the last few seconds. That's when he produced the magic, because that's exactly what happened. That was the game when he promoted into a bishop, if you remember.
Oh.
Yes.
Mind over matter. I mean, what can you say? I mean, the determination is simply extraordinary. And we do see King G5, and I think we're about to see King E4 in a triumphant entrance of the white king.
The problem is the knight cannot go to C1 because then white can simply capture the pawn on A5.
Or bishop D2.
Oops. No, not,
Oh,
yes.
wow. Yeah, that's even better.
Not with the king on G5. But this is the whole point. You're running out of territory. If you move your king, I can go here, King G6, King D5, but also King F4 is
So how
very,
do you
very
do it
attractive.
right now? Do you
King
go King
F4.
F4 and King F5? Is that
I go
how
King
you
F4.
Yeah,
How
I
you
think
win
I
it?
do too. King F4 looks really nice.
King F4,
Wow.
King H5, and King F5, right?
Yes, precisely so. King F4.
I don't have anything. Oh, Knight D2. Oh, King F5, Knight D2.
Okay, and he's done. This is his last cheapo. Look at that. That is a very impressive cheapo.
That is so funny.
A stalemate. Wow. Okay. So King F4, King H5 on the board. I wonder if he's about to spot it.
So maybe just like bishop.
King F5.
King F5, allowing Knight D2? Don't tell me that this game can be drawn.
It's still a win.
It's still a win
It's still a
because
win.
of bishop takes A5?
Bishop takes A5. Knight
Because the
C4.
king is so badly placed, right?
Yes.
Oh.
But you have to go Knight D2. I mean,
Knight
there's
D2.
no other option at this point.
I want to see Fabiano's face after Knight D2 on the board.
Has Pappy got up from the board?
No.
Oh, he's at the
Not
board.
yet.
Okay. But Knight D2, that
maybe
is,
he did.
that is a
I
real
believe he
visual.
went away, yes.
Maybe he did go away.
I mean,
Maybe
you
he-
have to play Knight D2,
That's the
right?
thing. You don't see Knight D2, but then you get up from the board, you walk by a monitor, and you see it from, you know, the a different 3G perspective, and you go, oh my gosh, what about Knight D2?
Right. No, he surely saw it. He must have seen it. The thing is, okay, Knight D2, it's sort of easy to calculate after bishop takes A5. Knight C4 and bishop C7. That defends everything.
I mean, that's
including
really the
pawn on
position you want to have when you have the bishop, right? You're
seriously
defending a pawn, you're attacking.
And you're going to escort knight c1.
Knight c1.
Okay, that one doesn't have as much going forward as knight d2.
Yeah, you're not even taking a pawn anymore.
He's looking to play no.
But then I go knight bishop c7.
Of course, and the
And
bishop
it's the same
c7.
thing, but with the extra pawn on c4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a game.
Truly.
What
And,
a game.
knight d2.
And Dariusz has 4 seconds, but he
Knight
made a move.
e2.
And we do expect
Bishop c7.
bishop e1, okay, but bishop c7, just simply defending the pawn on g3, that's all it takes, and it's a pawn train, the pawn express.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a game.
Very, very, very impressive. The determination
that was the
of
determination,
Fabi
power
is
of will.
incredible. Wow.
No, he just realized that, okay, Abhimanyu just lost. I can go into this rest day, the
Right.
first rest day, a very important rest day, actually, as a sole leader.
Right. And we do have knight d4 check on the board, by the way. Expecting king e4 and knight c6. Well, it's all about the a-pawn.
Also, Dariusz had a lot of issues with time, right? He was under
Always.
pressure before move 40. Now he was under
Always.
pressure. That's always easier to play for Fabi here when he manages to really kind of have the discipline to have a lot of time on his clock and never be stressed out.
I jinxed him. I said that if he makes the first time control, that's it.
Right.
There's no way he loses that.
Right.
Now I feel bad.
By the way, it's just me, but that white king on e4 is not perfectly centered.
Shadoop?
Shadoop?
Who in the world cares?
Well, Sam Sevian might pick up white's king and, you know, like, hey man, your king's busted.
Try to decapitate the king.
Still
Okay,
one of
so-
the all-time classics.
So we can go and capture another pawn, king d5.
You can definitely do that, yeah.
But why not move the
Knight-
pawn
knight
a5?
c6.
Well,
I
a5,
suppose
knight b4, I guess.
a5, knight b4, and then
Bishop d6.
I love it. You know, just go after this guy.
Yeah.
Knight
Yeah.
a6 and king f4.
Oh, you are.
You are
Nobody told
mean
me. You know,
lady.
you're a mean lady.
You're
Boy.
one.
Woof.
It's not nice.
By the way, the engine of Val went from 55 to 63, thanks to your king f4. I mean, that's really killing it. King f4. No.
Yeah. King d5.
Let me just refresh my board and bring it
Total
up to date.
domination
Yep.
of black species right now.
Ouch. And that king on h5, it just feels so forlorn, right? I mean, no entries, nothing, and it's all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next is
Just the
bishop
suffering.
c7, followed by...
Guys, another amazing day of chess here at the championships. Again, warning everybody that tomorrow is a free day. Otherwise, we will be back on Tuesday, same time, same channel, all at 1:20 Central East Central Time.
Lots of decisive results in this one as well. 2 decisive results in the
And
open section.
crucial.
3 decisive results in the ladies. And this is a big victory for Fabiano right now.
It's huge. And we have in studio Alice Lee. Cristian, please do the honors.
Alice, first of all, congratulations for your first victory of this year's campaign. This was not an easy one up to this point, this tournament. I mean, you lost a couple of games, you drew the first one, but finally you got that elusive victory. Congratulations, how do you feel right now?
Yeah, I mean, this game was extremely crazy. I think I was winning. I had a really good position out of the opening. And then after that, I just somehow I managed to blunder, and then I was completely losing right before time control. But I managed to then be winning again, and I was able to win. But I mean, for me, it's really great to finally get like a win because obviously the start wasn't so great for me, and it's just good for me to go into the rest day on a positive note.
We always talk about confidence. We always talk about momentum in chess. What did you do after those difficult losses to get back psychologically into this tournament?
I mean, I just did what I normally do. I didn't do too much because I find if I adjust my routine, sometimes it goes like, it backfires. So, yeah, I just did like my normal preparation and trying to make sure that I mean, when I did the preparation, I didn't do as much as I did for the previous rounds because I think sometimes at the end of the games, I got like slightly tired and made unnecessary blunders. But yeah, I didn't do too much, but I'm glad that at least in this game it was able to work.
And just to discuss the game and the critical moments of the game, when did you feel like you're finally taking over?
I mean, so I played like knight g4, and then it was knight g4 at some point, and then she played h3. Actually, after I played knight g4, I was thinking of a lot of other moves.
That was towards the beginning of the game, right?
Yeah, towards the beginning.
17.
So, like after she played h3, I was pretty happy because here, actually when I played knight g4, I thought she could play f3, and then I hadn't calculated that, and that definitely was something that I should have calculated. I mean, I was thinking maybe I could take on h2, but still something to calculate since the knight gets trapped.
Right.
But after I played like knight g4, h3, and got the knight to e4, I thought my position was at least like preferable to play because my knight on e4 can't really be kicked away by f3. And now I just win in exchange. But then something went wrong.
It was. You assessed it correctly. It was winning.
Yeah, something went wrong. And I mean, I kind of missed this like c4. And I definitely missed bishop takes c6. Yeah, so here, of course, if queen takes c6, she would play rook takes b5 and rook b7. So king c7, I think also she has rook takes b5, and then I knew like I would have to be losing. It just transposed. But then she played queen a5 because I suppose it's like an immediate win. It's like unless I have king d5, and she probably missed king d5. Otherwise, I'd be completely losing.
Wow, wow. And you saw this king d5 from afar. You were definitely trying to play against her clock as well because she only had 40 seconds. She was making those last few moves, and she was only playing on increment at this point. So king to d5, and finally you felt safe with the king on e4. We kind of were laughing about the journey that the king engaged in, right? You long castled, went back to a8, now back to e4. Like, exactly how were you feeling when you finally landed that king on e4 and realized that she doesn't have a checkmate?
I mean, yeah, after I played king d5, I calculated like that she probably, I didn't see any immediate checkmate, so I was like, okay, actually I should probably be winning. And then, I mean, this decision to go into the endgame was more like, because, I mean, I might have had something else, but it's just very safe. And
with the king on e4, I think it's a good decision to go into the endgame. I applaud that decision, Alice. Alice, congratulations. Guys, any questions?
Quick question for you, Alice. Just in the moment, I think it was move 20. It was a bishop c5, and Kate and I were very enthusiastic about an exchange sacrifice. Rook takes h3. You decided to snare the rook. Why didn't you sacrifice the exchange? Rook takes h3 right there.
Wait, so instead of knight takes f1?
Yeah, well, instead of knight d2. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I think I considered rook takes h3 because, I mean, of course I was like considering all the attacks against the king, but I think after, I thought like knight d2 should also be winning, so like why not? And then I kind of like, I didn't realize how much initiative she had still after, because I was like planning to, I was planning to like take the bishop on c5 until I realized that maybe it wouldn't be as good. Yeah, and then here something went wrong.
And then things went wrong. All right, Alice. Well, enjoy your rest day, and welcome back to the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As once again, let's take a look, refresh everybody for the results. now that round 4 is in the history books. Standings for the ladies.
Yeah, after round 4, right before the rest day, we have a two-way tie for the first place, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, 3 out of 4. And then there is a
yes,
four-way tie for the
count
third
'em
place.
up.
Irina Krush, Anna Zatonskih, Nazi Paikidze, and Tatev Abrahamian with 2.5 points. And we still have Ashrita Eswaran, who is trying to get that start to the tournament.
Ouch. And in the open section, who leads?
In the open section, we have a change in the leader. Right now, the sole leader is Fabiano Caruana with 3 points out of 4. And then there is a three-way tie for the second place. Sam Shankland, Hans Niemann, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 2.5 points.
And we're hoping that Fabi will join us as we complete our broadcast for this, the round 4. We'll just get him set up in studio. Fabi is amazing determination, Cristian.
Absolutely, and he is in fact with us right now. Fabiano, congratulations, welcome back to the show. It felt like there's no difference between you two guys after 40th move and all the way into the end game. How did you create that separation? When did you know that you finally achieved that separation?
Yeah, it was rather silly because I played the opening in a terrible way, as I often do in this Italian. I don't know why I keep playing it, but I got a slightly worse position, like just slightly worse. And it kind of reminded me a bit of the game we played last year, where I was slightly worse for most of it. And then when he gets into time trouble, he makes some rather questionable decisions. Like I thought rook e7 was a very strange decision because I'm slightly worse and also I can't do anything. And then he allows me a pretty risk-free position. I didn't feel like I was any more in danger.
Rook e7 at
if he played,
this point?
Yeah, very
allowing
strange.
rook takes
like
e5,
queen c7 or something. Yeah, he just changed the structure with no time, which I understand. He wanted to release the tension because, okay, it's a tense position and he had 30 seconds, but it's clear black is maybe slightly better, maybe much better, but certainly not worse. And after rook e7, I'm definitely not worse anymore.
Yeah.
That's what I felt, and I started to play more or less for win because I have more time and I didn't feel like I was worse. Then, of course, it was a dead draw.
And he made the time control with this last move, g5, knight d2, h4, and knight takes e4. How did you see your chances of winning this game at this point?
Like 1%. Like the position, the problem is that his knight is so good that I can't really create threats. And not only that, my king is also vulnerable. So I thought the position is a dead draw, and I didn't even feel like white can really play this position. Like it felt, if someone's playing for a win, it's just as much black as white. Like neither side can really play for a win. I thought if he wants to force a draw, the easiest was before king e8.
Yes.
Knight d4 is just okay.
That's what we were expecting
ready,
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here I can't. I have to take, and the point is these queen endings can sometimes be tricky. Okay, this is just immediate perpetual. They can sometimes be tricky if his queen is on, for example, d7. But on h5, he can go to g4 if he wants. He can go to h8 if he wants. So I kind of have to take on d4. And then he played king e8, and I was actually for like 5 minutes I was thinking, okay, I'll play queen d5 and make a draw. And then suddenly I saw bishop f6 is still risk-free. Oh, sorry, king g1, king g1 not bishop f6. Yeah. Is kind of risk-free, and it's a little bit tricky for him. Because first I thought, okay, knight d4 should be a dead draw. But then I thought bishop d4, queen d7, king f2. Well, cd4, also king f2. Queen d7, king f2. So I think queen d... Yes, if cd4, then king f2 as well. And here, okay, queen d4, I would get a winning pawn endgame. And if cd4, I play this... at least I assume it's winning. I mean... and cd4, I play e5, and it's like a little bit unpleasant. He got into time trouble, and he didn't want to play his position. Like I play queen e4, queen d5, I get my queen in, the king kind of blocks the d-pawn. It's risk-free. I mean, okay, probably a draw.
There's something to play for, right?
Yeah, there's something to play for suddenly. And then I thought his last moment when, I thought his idea, so it was interesting, when he played this queen h5 move, this is when I actually had some hope. Because if he wants to play queen h3, then it forces queen a8, knight f8, and I had realized that this position is, like queen h3 here, for example, instead of queen h5. Queen a8, he has to play knight f8 to avoid losing the queen, and bishop e7, queen h2 is a draw. King f3, queen h1, it's very important, he goes to h1.
king g4 and queen d1. Maybe maybe f5 is dangerous, but in any case, like he doesn't risk because my bishop on e7 is loose, so my king doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Right.
So when he played queen h5, I realized that he wanted, the only reason to put the queen on this square is to play king g6, so you don't lose the queen. And I started to feel some hope in this endgame because it's very, very tricky. I don't know, I guess it's a draw, but it's a very tricky draw after bishop e5. I mean, with no time, like, you know, white doesn't risk. And so he played I it well. worried to go into this. He played it well, and I think it was this moment when he played the move g4, which gave you some clear chances. King to g4 seems to have been the better move, but again, with only a few seconds on the clock winding down. But the problem is this is not easy. This is a race, right? Like I can play bishop c7, and then I bring my king. He takes g3. I mean, king d3. Yeah. Like, okay, g4. I guess the race is fine for him, but yeah, king c3, knight d4, bishop a5, king g3, bishop b6. Like, okay, white doesn't risk, right? Yeah. Knight e6. Yeah, knight e6. Probably he missed this move, which is important, and then he's in time. So okay, it's drawing margin is high, but it's easy to miss this type of moves, of course, or miscalculate them. Yeah, this is kind of how it starts to sort of snowball when you. It's a draw, and then suddenly you have to like make one difficult decision, and then suddenly it's not a draw anymore. And we call this final moment when you played this move. I believe it was somewhere around. I'm trying to find it. Bishop h6. You played this move, bishop to h6 at this point, and we call this dark magic because it's, in fact, I believe the only move that wins this position. You found it very quickly. How did you do that? Yeah, I kind of saw it in advance. I realized that once my bishop is on c3, it's just, his knight is cut and he no longer has any checks. Like his checks don't lead anywhere. So the bishop on c3 is ideal, then my king goes to e4 and he doesn't have any anything. Like he's both tied to the pawn and his king also gets cut off. And like after king e4, there's no longer knight d2, which was kind of what was saving him with the bishop on c7, right? He had this knight d2 check. Yeah. So I just wanted to get my bishop there. I kind of quickly saw that this route is the way to do it. And king f6, then the king goes to e4, right? So, king f6, king c3, yeah. So it's not. No, wait, no, sorry, no, king f6, bishop to e. No, king e4 is fine. Ah, yeah, king e4. Okay, I even forgot what my intention was. But, I guess king e4 was my intention. Yeah. Yeah. Once the king is on e4, then he gets like bishop on e3, and then he gets cut. His king gets cut off. So, yeah, it was a tough game. What can I say? Tough game, but very good result for your campaign and your chances to defend the title. Congratulations as you go into the rest day. Katerina, do you have any questions?
Didn't have any question, but let's ask some now. You are a sole leader, Fabi. You probably did not expect it yesterday to be sole leader after today. How do you feel? Yeah, of course, excellent. I mean, things couldn't have possibly gone better. Like, I really shouldn't have made 2 points from the last 2 games. I mean, 1 point would have been normal from the positions, maybe 1.5, but 2 is definitely really unexpectedly good. And yeah, it's a bit up and down for everyone else. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people who are close, and it's just getting started. So it's not like I'm getting ahead of myself yet. But it's of course very good to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Fabi. Happy to be your wingman on this ending. Amazing determination. There was just one brief moment at the very, very, very end. King f5. Right. And it was this moment that caused us a little bit of mirth. But did you see the move knight d2 at the very end? Just had to ask.
Oh my God. Is it still winning?
It's still winning. It's still winning. It's still winning. I assure you. But it was a nice moment. Because, it was a very funny moment.
No, but this is like almost spoiling it. Yeah, I have to play bishop a5, knight g3, king e5, right? Bishop a5, knight c4, bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
Oh wait, what am I? I'm hallucinating. I thought. Okay, never.
You are winning. You are winning. But knight d2 is fun.
At the moment, I'm really hallucinating everything. For a second, I thought the knight on d2 could take g3. I thought this was like a super knight. I was getting really worried. Like this knight takes g3 check is also a threat. And
right.
No, at the moment, I'm kind of hallucinating things. So let's not talk about chess anymore.
Go get your rest. Congratulations, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Knight d2. That would have been fun. That would have been fun.
He didn't see it.
No, neither did Dariusz.
All right. How are we doing there?
Uh-oh.
All right. That's good.
Second,
That's good.
Just a second.
That's
Alice Lee. And a lot of tournament left.
Okay.
Carissa, look at you. Begim, look at you.
I'm doing well.
Very nice. And in the Open, how are we doing?
That's what we wanted to see. Good job, Yasser.
Whew. That was tough. Final thoughts. Bring down the curtain for us.
Well, what
Cristian.
an amazing fourth day of chess here at the US Chess Championships. A lot of decisive results, and it does seem like once again the players are ready to fight. But I have to say, Fabiano's game, I mean, kept us on the edge of our seats all the way until the last moment, and it feels like every single day we have one of those type of games that keep us here in the studio and keep us on the edge of our seats. And I have to say I'm enjoying every second of it because the games are fun, the players are showing incredible fighting spirit and incredible quality of moves, and this is exactly what we're going to see here at the US Championship for the next 10 days. Guys, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. The determination of Fabi is only matched by the determination of our commentators. What a team we are. What a team. Thank you for joining and sharing your day with us, everyone. We will see you not tomorrow, but we will see you Tuesday. Have a wonderful day.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.